Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. I'm Alex Medic, your host, and yeah, we're working from home, I guess, for today because we're so sorry that it happened a couple days ago. Our broadcast was pushed away with EUL because, unfortunately, there were internet issues that were hitting our UK competitors, and that applied for both of our matches scheduled for the day. We had one game that qualified one team to the major, the other to LCQs next week, but also the final match of Stage 1 EUL to prove which is the best team out of G2 or Virtus.pro. So we're here to bring it to you, despite the fact that our matches are recorded. We don't even know what the scores are, so we're going to have as much fun watching it as you will at home. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Elish. Again, with me, though, on the Endless desk, I'd like to introduce my wonderful Endless, XR Troika, and our, I can't believe I'm saying this, our NA compatriot, Demo.
They sent me back. They didn't want me.
Back to the roots.
They put the receipt in, and yeah, you got me back. Congratulations.
Well, we'll have to try a little bit better next time. Maybe we'll get rid of you for a little bit longer. But jokes aside, it's nice for you to be back, Demo. Of course, it's nice to work with you once again. Milish, you're in the middle here. This is a little bit unknown for you, isn't it? Usually you're a little bookend. But
no, he loves being in the middle.
You are.
If there's two analysts I'd love to be sandwiched by, is Demo and XR Troika. I'm sure the thoughts are swimming away as we talk about this. But since we've now welcomed you, we're here working from home. I know we haven't been used to this so much over the past bit, but let's talk about our bracket. So for those who missed out on what happened in the past couple of weeks of competition, we've been focusing on the playoffs bracket for Stage 1. And we're left with two matches. Virtus.pro versus G2, which is our game later on, is also a best of 3, and that decides the best team in Europe for Stage 1. That has been played. We'll see that later on. Wild versus MNM was in the course of being played a couple days ago, when unfortunately there were also internet connection issues, and due to that, the ruling was that Wild would get the advantage in the first map. They were leading by 1 round, but overall it was mostly about the fact that the drop was on our opponent's side. So here we are, and now we get ready to go. Wild versus MNM. This is our playoffs bracket, gentlemen, and I'm told that both of you are big MNM fans.
I don't know where you got that from, Milish. I'm not sure what could possibly have given that away.
Doesn't sound like us.
Absolutely. I mean, we've grown up with MNM, and I think that's one of the things that gives us that little bit of a desire, I guess, to support them and see them do well as an organization, is because we've traveled a very similar journey, albeit we've been on this side of the camera and they've been on that side of the screen, playing the game all the time. So yeah, for me, I'd like to see MNM go through. I think, we did the pre-game previously for this matchup, thinking, Wild versus MNM, both teams have shown us some things that we like the look of. Both teams have shown us some things that we think they could improve with. Of course, no one really sat here expecting Wild to be in this position, given that the roster's relatively new. It's a team that has been comprised of players and stuff that have been on other organizations in the past. So we weren't really expecting great things from Wild, and for them to come out and do what they've done in Stage 1, it's been fantastic to see. Obviously, overshadowing that in this instance has been the connection problems for MNM. Obviously, that game has now been played. We know, we can say with hand on heart, there's going to be no more problems today because the game has already gone ahead. We, of course, don't know the result, so that does make things a little bit more exciting. But for me, when we talked about the game on the desk, we said that both teams have got a good chance here. Wild's biggest criticism, I guess, that we could put to them was that they were playing games very quickly, and they were playing games as if they were almost a best of 1.
Yeah,
that was an issue that we were talking about, Demo. And actually, we will talk about that. I want to foreshadow this because we're still going to do a bit of a pre-game section, but I want to ask your opinion on something else. First up, our schedule today, we'll get that out of the way. Like I said, it's 2 games, best of 3 series. Who wins in this game means that they qualify immediately to the major in phase 1, and the Wild has the 1 map advantage, like I said, G2 VP later on. But for LCQ, because I know all 3 of us also come from Challenger League and this sort of, I guess, the bottom rungs of Europe, and I would like to bring that bracket up for a moment because I know you guys were covering some of these teams in the past in 2022, and also, of course, in our leagues and tournaments since then. LCQ graphic, please. There it is. Demo, what are your thoughts on this bracket? I really want to hear the hot takes.
I mean, Ollie, they've got our team where we said maybe next year, which is, you know, always a fun one with me and you. Unlimited's in there. We get to see them back in action. Been a while since that Russian side is taken to the streets, and there they are. Obviously, still to find out who X10 Star has to play. That's, again, another Challenger League team that we've seen in our last season of CL. But look at the bottom half. That's your heavy hitters right there. Look at that shaped up.
Yeah, the bottom half is really where you look and go, oh, so only one of these teams can go through? Right, okay, this is now getting pretty serious. You got the likes of BDS, previous major winner. You got the likes of Koi, previous major winner. There are a lot of big heavy hitters in there. Heroic, Wolves, even Team Secret have revitalized themselves over the past six months. So I don't think there's any easy games in this last chance qualifier. And of course, for MNM and Wild, they're both fighting to avoid going into this last chance qualifier. Whichever team loses there today will drop in and will play against X10 Star. And like you say, it's not straightforward. You're going up against X10 Star. They're a team that, as their own, are taking maps off these EUL teams in some instances. So we know they're a very capable side. Even if you get through them, what are you going to be going up against? An unknown Unlimited or a BDS that wants to get to a major? Well, I don't think so. You know, none of this is looking really good in terms of making it through as a team. Where it looks fantastic is as a viewer experience watching these teams fight it out, because to know that there's only one team that makes it through at the end makes it even more exciting.
You have to go through so many opponents, so many best of threes, even to get to the major. So you might as well try to end it here in a singular one, because even qualifying to phase one is not going to mean that you're going to have an easy time, because there's so many good teams that are being qualified to phase one, and then you get to phase two, and then to phase three when you're actually on the big stage in Copenhagen, which I hope for you guys that haven't gotten or cupped your tickets yet, as they say in the UK, definitely should be at. So see, I'm learning, boys. I'm learning the UK lingo.
You've been learning for the past
I think,
years,
I mean,
you just can't keep saying you're learning. You've been doing this forever. Like, you can't keep saying that.
Yeah,
I would say that Copt is a bit more
Americans.
Yeah, Copt is a bit more American, I think.
Is it?
Maybe Demo could tell us, because he's, you know, he's spending.
No, I usually say I stole the tickets, but that's just my neck of the woods. But that's a different story.
Look, Canada is America Light anyway, so it wouldn't matter in this case. You already learned enough or their demo. But that was our LCQ bracket, and we want to focus now on our first game. So let's take a quick little bumper. We come back, we'll have a chat about our first matchup to see who makes it to stage one of Copenhagen.
We're feeling confident. We are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS. It's all koi, baby.
Team MNM are taking home that trophy.
GT9, we are gonna win!
Welcome back, everybody. We are back here on our work from home setup. I still can't believe that we're back to it, even for the one broadcast. But let's have a chat about our matchup, because while they're up 1-0, this is due to the connection issues that MNM were having in the last playday. And I would like to talk about our squads before we set up for our map and actually get to our VOD. MNM Gaming are up first. Demo, what do you think about the squad?
It's been a bit, honestly, I'm going to say it, I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't top the group. I really thought that they were coming in looking at how the rest of the teams, you can't look at the group and you think, okay, they've dodged BDS, they've dodged G2. Surely MNM's going to get a good run at the group, but didn't really work out that way. I don't think they played their best Siege. I think the game against Koi, yes, they won it. Again, they weren't at their best, and that's on Clubhouse, which is supposed to be one of their good maps for them. Obviously, they're still pushing free, still have a shot to get into the phase 1 of the major, obviously missing out on getting the top to G2. But the issue is with this team is they're already a map down.
Mr. Ollie? They can do it, being 1-0 down.
Well, there was an interesting thing that Fresh brought out on the desk, and I referenced it at the time. I'll reference it again. And this was in the heat of the moment. Fresh was like, MNM could lose Villa 7-0, and they'd still win the series 2-0. Yeah, or 2-1. And that was what we were sort of looking at this MNM squad and thinking, yeah, you didn't really, and I'm kind of spoiling the maps, I guess, but we've already seen the Veto.
Yeah.
But we didn't look at this and go, MNM have, won the Veto outright. They've sacrificed a little bit early on in the Villa pick to let things through that they're a lot more comfortable on. They only fell to one team during the regular stage. They only fell to Wild. It was played out on Clubhouse. It was a 7-5. It's a Clubhouse game. A 7-5 on Club, you've struggled on your attacks. And you've got a little bit unlucky there. So that's pretty much exactly what happened with their regular season. And had it not been for that, they would have likely topped the group, as it was a little bit earlier on. So it could have changed a little bit in terms of the way that teams are feeling and how confident they are going into it. But looking at this fixture, you look at it and you go, yeah, Villa, a good map for Wild, one that MNM aren't too fond of playing. But the other two, what have we got? We've got the Clubhouse pick as the decider, and we've got the Chalet pick. So there's some serious opportunity for MNM to do this here. And I'm sat here thinking, we might have missed out on a couple of rounds of round 1, but we should still be in for a good game of Siege.
What about Wild on the other side? Demo, they're the ones that topped the group. They looked incredible, and nobody expected them to play so well.
No, I did not. This team just kind of been chucked together. Whenever Pactball's coming back, you think, oh my goodness, are we back in 2020 again? But no, he's came onto the side, and I think he's done a good job at IGL and getting a good structure implemented with the side. The only worry now that I have with this team is they took a loss. Yeah, they got beat by Virtus.pro. And I feel that maybe this is where it could just all fall apart. This could be, it burst the bubble. The Pactball bounce, I'll almost call it, where Pactball comes into a team and all of a sudden the team that he's playing for now is incredible with Siege, but that only lasts a very short period of time. The honeymoon effect, you would say, with this team. So I think if they lose here today, then I think, yeah, the bubble is well and truly burst.
I would agree. It's, again, it comes down to how many times can they not get away with this style, but how many times can they effectively, work with the style that they've got without making a change into some sort of, dynamic. You look at that game against Virtus.pro, they were trying to pull off so many 5 versus 5 plants. It was getting beyond a joke. It wasn't funny with the way that they were trying to just brute force this. Wild as a team honestly, when you're watching them play, they throw their utility out so early on into the round. Even in the Villa game, the rounds that we saw against MNM, we were seeing people with no Selmas left in the first 40 seconds, and only one of them's worked. And it's like, they don't have necessarily that discipline at the moment, and they're still trying to play everything very quickly. That worked, but it isn't always something that you can do all the time. There needs to be a moment where you go, actually, we just need to take a step back here, and we need to figure out what our triggers are to mean that we can go for these plays, whether that is quick rushing onto, getting a little bit of a site execute going, whether that is getting a 5 versus 5 plant down. Some of those little minutiae and some of the timing involved in it wasn't quite working for them, particularly in the Viperio, in the Viperio game. Oh, that's a throwback. In the Virtus.pro game, that certainly wasn't working for them. I remember a couple of times on Chalet where they were attempting these sort of situations, and there was things like Echo Up, there was Dokubi calls that just weren't quite right timed. And it's little things like that that mean a lot when you're going for those sort of executes. So for Wild, some advice, honestly, is something that I'd like to see is just take the foot off the gas a little bit sometimes.
Is that something, that lack of discipline or, issues in experience or coordination, something that MNM can exploit, Demo?
It should be. I think MNM are a very smart team. I think they're very adaptable. I don't really think MNM have any one style of Siege. I think they're very flexible in terms of what they can do, which is the way I think you need to be in terms of being able to actually win competitions and win this meta. Almost look what G2 have done. G2, you have no idea what style of Siege they're going to throw at you on the day. So yeah, I think MNM will be able to see that. Wild, I don't think they have the legs to really branch out from the style of Siege that they've been playing, like Ollie's mentioned. I think they'll stick with that again. I think it's there for MNM. It's just, I think if anyone's going to lose today, it's going to be MNM. I think that this is a team that's going to beat themselves almost, because Wild, they've laid it all out in the open. It's up for the Marshmallows to exploit.
Okay, let's bring up our maps, though, just to remind everybody. We talked about them briefly, but I just want to make them clear for everyone. Wild was the team that picked up Villa. They started off on the attacking side. They've won that map. Technically, it was a forced forfeit because that's how things went with ISP issues, etc., that hit MNM. Then we move on to Chalet. That was MNM's pick. They start off on the defense. And finally, should we needed, the other Cider Clubhouse, where MNM start off on the defense. Now, our lobby and game, etc., should be all set and ready to go. So I'll ask you for your final opinion. Who takes Chalet?
I think Chalet is a great map for MNM. We saw Wild, they did struggle on it against Virtus.pro, and there's no real getting around that. You look at the result, it was a 7-2, so it wasn't necessarily a close game by any stretch. Wild really didn't get themselves into it. MNM on the flip side, they've kind of got to where they are based off a good Chalet, and I will always have them down as a good team at Chalet.
Yeah, I think I agree with Ollie. This goes back, a millennia ago now since we've seen MNM really dominate on this map. And yeah, they're always going to be in for a shout to really perform on this map. Again, it's been one that we've seen on international stages that other teams around the world, they have not let MNM play on Chalet for a good reason. So yeah, you would expect that MNM will come here and just kind of boss around the map, I think, against Wild.
All right, Demo X, thank you very much. Our game is ready, so let's toss it to our casters. Happen, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, here we are in the comfort of our own individual homes for a game that you may know has been played, but we have no idea what is going to happen.
Do the best to not get any of these results tossed our ways, just so we can go in completely blind, as do you back at home. So it's going to be a nice surprise for any of us.
It's an interesting one. I was thinking about it earlier, because the players playing in this game, they can be in chat. Now, they were sworn to secrecy as well with all of this. But I assume, if you were one of these players, you would tune in, right?
I would tune in, and if I knew
you'd be like, "Oh,
in one of these rounds," I'd be like,
yeah.
Watch, guys, watch.
I hope they saw that, or did they see that? But so all of these texts, all of these chats, it's a very strange position to be in doing this after the fact.
Yeah.
But hey, it's just a game of Siege. The lobby's ready.
That was a lie. Please don't ban Ying, they banned Yang.
Ying's gone.
Just requesting it at this point.
So the first map, obviously, in the side of Wild, they have that under their belt. They have the Villa. We got to see 4 rounds of it when it was played out. Unfortunately, no more.
Yeah. I saw some people earlier today say, let's hope there is no internet struggles today. For those of you that don't realize, that's not an issue anymore. I mean, that's not an issue anymore, Emmy. Games are played.
Okay.
Players cannot disconnect.
No, you're...
I like how
we might have internet issues.
Yeah, but we all have different internet service providers, so you know.
We do. You have some Dutch.
Ziggo. Other brands are available. Sorry. But yeah, let's get going. Solace has been removed. It's a very solid pick, I think, on Chalet. A lot of hidey spots that drones can hide in and really mess up your defense. So being able to take them out very early can be very helpful. Oh,
yeah.
Social vote.
I mean, there it is. 60-40. MNM versus Wild. Obviously, you know, we're still getting the votes through. We're still getting the ideas through of how things are going to go. And yeah, you're entirely right. Solace is a removal on this map. I honestly, all 4 of these, I think Mirror Strangely is probably the least sort of impactful for my money in terms of how the game likes to be played at the minute. And yeah, you can say that because she's more frequently banned, but Flores getting control over Piano, getting control of all those sort of rocky, little irritating places where if you've got to drop and take that fight, you can be swung from so many other locations. You drive a drone around the corner and you could take out an entire core of a hold. As you said, Solace, you think of every single plant pot, every single wooden beam in this map for hiding drones and utility. It's Chalet, and Chalet is built around that. We're going to start here on the bar hold and some quick pace. The Claymore just placed on the drone hole.
And as we wait for that first bit of pressure to come through, it is Wild just, you know, doing the basics, getting these drones in, trying to get some information, opening up the walls left, right, and center as Packbull does now into that basement. It's just going to be a bit of pressure, but also giving yourself an opportunity to move into afterwards, because now they know that wall is going to be opened up. You do not want to be rotating down there anymore, but also Packbull will get an opportunity to start moving up on the staircase near Snowmobile, which we have seen to be very beneficial in taking care of the player that is inside a stock if you take care of the hard wall right above it. So it's actually what Packbull goes for here. Opens it up, and that means Nello's going to be under some massive amount of pressure there, and that entire room is now unplayable.
Look at that. Hungry just goes for the swing on the door. Nello holds it off. Tyrant's going to try and rotate his way up from underneath and doesn't get the catch. Packbull's able to win it out and then finds the second over the top, but there's Nafe. It's trades aplenty. We suddenly have a 3 versus 3. They threw themselves in for the take from underneath, and it can work. You'll often see it go a little bit quicker than that, but with Jags doing the pressure inside the site, he's got the control of gaming. He's got the control of Nalo as well with the swing towards the jukebox. It's just down to Solotov and just Nave. Solotov caught by a fantastic grenade.
Now Nave down below, alone in the storage room. Has to be coming up one of these staircases. I believe the diffuser has been dropped near that staircase, though, that leads into that stock room, so they will have to recover it. Drone comes out, Nave's been spotted. Takes it down quickly, rotates around, knows there's going to be a push coming in from blue, so went for some pre-fires, and able to quite connect, finds the kill to Aces. Instantly pushes through, he's unaware of the second player, though. He's in blue! And Tap takes him down. Nave loses his life, and it's the first round going against him.
First round, bit of pace, and obviously the way this is formulated is, although it's the second of a best of 3, it did start on the second day. So in terms of warming up into a game, to be fair, Wild are very good at that. They're good at getting those cold starts. We've seen them take a strong first sort of section of the game, Virtus.pro, and then things went a little bit awry, and they started strong on what we got at the glimpse of an MNM the first time around as well. It's a good pace that they like to sort of bring from the get-go, because they know that a lot of other teams are a bit slower to warm up.
It's kind of the issue, though, if you're MNM and you're looking at this, right? Like, Wild have an incredible sprint in them. We haven't seen their marathons come out yet. But this is a sprint for them. They only need to win one map.
Exactly.
Because they've already got
how the forfeit played out, it really changes the game. It changes the mentality. It's played on an entirely separate day. As you tweeted, it's the longest best of 3 of all time.
It's the longest best of 3 we've seen in Europe ever.
Well, it's taken 4 days. Technically 4 days, so...
This match hasn't closed. Some poor person on Liquipedia just keeping that one match open. Like, no, it hasn't ended yet. It's still going on.
Is there anyone that's been in Twitch chat the whole time? Like MNM and Wild's biggest fans? Like, They'll be back.
Waiting. Yeah.
They'll be back.
I still believe the stream will get going soon.
They'll come. If we wait.
As soon as the internet is back, we're ready again.
Pressure now. Obviously opting for the different site, and they're going to go straight in underneath once again. They're going to see if they can try and get a bit of the opening. Usually that's a roll done by the Buck, but if you can reach the hammer, may as well get it popped open yourself, and then you keep the grenades to the pressure. Just isolates this stair set. So now with Packful putting it over the top, the players know that they probably can't rotate down too safe. So it's either hold on to Solarium or try and rotate out over the top before things become a little bit too dangerous. What gambit do you want to play? Depends entirely on the confidence of how much pressure you think is coming against you. They've already moved off, left the stairs, given the territory back, and pulled towards the top floor.
Oh, just holding this tightly. Nave takes a lot of damage from a grenade, wants to lean back into the fight, but Solotov, I mean, I don't think he actually knows how much of a dangerous situation he's currently in, because if that big window gets used, he's going to be shut down. So he needs to be balancing this very carefully between the back room here that he's looking towards and the big window that he's constantly swapping in between. Gonna have these Excaros used to get rid of Kiba barriers. That's gonna be improving the pressure onto the bathroom even more so, and with that onto Nave, who I believe quickly replaced it with another Kiba.
Yeah, you can sort of juggle that. We've seen Hibana's pick rate go up once again because of people utilizing the sort of pair of X-Kairos to open things such as that, and it's just a game of attrition. You will have more than they have Kibas. And here, with Packful going for the hop-in right underneath on main, we've got Aces coming up alongside him. Hungry putting the pressure over the top. They're going to swing into the first fight, and it's Nello that actually wins out the double, swinging over main. Nave takes control of the stairs, and suddenly, all of Wild's Execute has fallen away. Hungry left alone out on the balcony. They seem to have a full awareness on where he is, and they don't really need to do much else other than sort of wait and sit. Tyrant is eyeing up the idea of a fight. They rotate just by the window. They don't take the shot. They don't want to sort of make the full statement. Maybe thinking, okay, well, he could have rotated off. He could have gone somewhere else. Just hoping to get himself some exit frags at this point.
It'll be very unlikely for Hungry to take the entire win here, but he gets the first kill, so it's a start at least. Infects are being sent out right after him. Doesn't deal too much damage, but time is going to be his biggest worry here, as there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser this time is not in hand. So what's he going to do? Has to push down, has to get these kills, and luckily he's playing with that 417. We only need 2 shots per buddy, but that shotgun only needs 1. Swing around comes, and that's going to be the round, and we are tying up.
I mean, it was pacey, was the sort of attempt there. It was the swing right round. They'd done all the work. They'd seen an opportunity, and Nello getting the double there. Obviously, if that first kill goes away from him, suddenly there's all this pressure. There's this punch onto the site. There was multiple 1v1s. Generally, there was a 2 versus 1. Maybe Ying would help. Yeah, well, that's probably. But MNM were just able to sort of hold themselves stoic. They won the holdout.
Yeah, it went from like having that bit of pace for a while to completely being shut apart very quickly there. Like as you saw, like they start moving in. Nello gets an amazing double kill like that. Like 2 kills happen on opposite sides of the map at the same time as well. And like everything Wild had going for them just basically got deleted with a snap of a finger. So it's not the ideal way to start off round 2, but I also know, you know, the map is still young. They already have that first one under their belts. All they need to do is just close this one out. You do not need to get there quickly. You just need to make sure that you're going to be finding yourselves in a good rhythm to go for here. So that's what we'll need to get into, because Dask alluded to it earlier. MNM is a really good Chalet team. They know and love this map. So going here is always a bit of that risk. But Wild have the opportunity to close it out here, and they'll still go for them.
And then when you're looking at Club as the sort of third map, you're looking at what can be quite a hefty map in the right hands. It's something that MNM can play well. Obviously, Wild can play a Club as well, but you sort of, the more pressure you can put onto Chalet, if you do end up on that third map, you want to make sure that they're sort of sweating by the end of it. And MNM, obviously losing out that first map due to the forfeit, due to the internet problems, means that we'll see if they can try and drive themselves back, I guess, a little bit with revenge. But caution on the approach. They've Obviously got themselves down in the basement. There's a lot of roam play, a lot of players on the top. Somebody just round the corner onto box. It's Tyrant. Does he know the pressure's coming behind him? Solotov suffers first, and Aces should get the free swing onto the player here. There it is. With Packball getting one for himself on the far end. Nello's going to see if he can try and rotate up and get a bit of revenge. When you've got a lot dedicated towards the top here, it is a risk moving your way forward. They drop the camera. They keep themselves a bit far away from the stairs for now. Nello doesn't want to go too far up, because he wants to know if he gets a strike, he can pull back. That drone, I don't know if it just saw him. So either way, he's been able to get himself tucked.
Be able to pick up some free kills here. Nello spots out one. It's going to be taking that one down, but almost lost his life on his way down there. Ace has definitely fought back there, and it's kind of amazing to see how a flank like that still happens when so many drones in play, and 2 players were active on the drone at the very time, and apparently there was no flank drone set up that would have covered for Nello coming up that way. So him striking back, evening out the number balance just slightly, not completely, but it's going to be making it a little bit more viable later on in the round, because now they only need to get an extra kill rather than 2 extra kills in those final few seconds, because it's 45 left on the clock now, and that means while they will have to start working on getting a plant down soon. They haven't opened up the walls yet. They do have a Thatcher, so it should not take too long, but it's definitely still going to be taking some time.
Here it is, the pressure against the wall, 30 seconds, and the break will come through. They're angling up towards the west main default plant, and they slip themselves all the way around with a grenade. Just getting users on the end of it, 20 seconds, and they want to put pressure onto this, the swing wall as well, just to force any players that want to hit pillar to have less safety than they assume. The impact will somehow get the kill on the swing. Nave's looking for the next fight. The barricade goes back up, and there he is, tucked around on the far side, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Driving back towards, there's one more for Nave, hopped up on the side. Nello's on the swing round onto blue. MNM! I mean, it's a weird sentence to say, but they clutch out the man disadvantage down here on the basement.
A big question mark coming in as well, but a beautiful play from Nave to come through. The tech timeout, I believe, potentially coming through at the same time, but just first of all, the impact on getting the extra thermic, instantly following that up with a couple of kills. Navy played that perfectly out there, and that must be like a bit of a tilter for Wild, because they had everything going for them. It was a 4v2 situation. They had the route straight to the site where they could go for the plant. All they needed was the cover to be up, but they weren't able to quite find it. They weren't able to get that cover. That impact grenade just ruined that entire round for them.
It's one of those sort of potluck moments. You knew what he wanted. He wanted the hard breach. Whether he got that or not doesn't matter once you've got the kill on the breacher, the person with the kit trying to get the plant around the corner as well. You have to think of all the moving pieces there, and sure, they had the angle held towards the side of pillar and towards the swing, but as you said, it really should have been theirs. The 2 early kills they got on the top floor super early as well, and then obviously one came back, but the timeout. Unfortunately, we don't get the full cameras. We can't quite see the players. You can imagine them at home, though.
You can imagine them at home. Also, this is a vault. We could just skip. It's like fast forward. Back to the round we go.
Yeah, if this was like if this was like a VOD, you would just click forward.
So, yeah. Next 10, next 10, next 10, next 10, next 10. All right, there we go. See? Skipped all the way. Oh, no, never mind. Instantly paused again. But yeah.
It is very
MNM.
true. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a famous clutch of them having it go against them down on that exact site.
1v5?
In a 1v5, where they just kept on throwing bodies at the problem and things went awry. This time they threw the right bodies at the right time and then had themselves in the position to strike. Obviously, it was a lot of heroics there from Nave. Nello as well, getting the 1 kill on Aces as a sort of revenge to bring us back to the sort of 4 versus 3. It's those little moments that can aid in a bet, but really it should have been Wild to look out there. That's why we're taking the tech time out. That's why we found ourselves here. Background onto our opening site, the only one that Wild have taken so far.
Yeah. Could be looking to find it another time here. MNM doesn't really have another opportunity, right? I mean, there is a different side they could go to, but you just want to be sticking to their main 3 here. And it wasn't that was such a convincing round from Wild as well. Like, that could have gone either way, just like that last round did. All you really needed was Jags to be taken down as it was walking around stock and, you know, getting a free kill or two from that position. If you managed to find him, again, completely different round. So MNM, what are you going to do? You're going to be protecting the wall more? Are you going to be having someone down below? Or what looks to be a potential quick rush? No, they're going to go up top for a second there. I thought they were going to stack up, quickly get themselves through the door and try and go for a plant. It's not going to be the case.
We haven't obviously seen bedroom. We haven't seen that, which is often a first pick site for a lot of teams. Instead, they're sort of cycling themselves away from it. They probably rightfully understand that if you're a good attacker team, you've got a lot of practice on it and you're good at driving it. And Wild are a good attack team. They're really good at playing the objective, as they've proven throughout this. So making approaches technically a little bit more awkward by making them a little bit less practiced, a little bit more common, seems to be one of MNM's lead-in here. And to be fair, when you are as acclaimed on this map as people sort of give you credit for, it makes sense, especially with how they play on the other kitchen side. Here the blinds come through, the pressure onto the small box, and a self-kill with a grenade.
Hackball ran out in time. he saw the nade bounce back, actually didn't get caught by it. But okay, very, very important kill coming in there for MNM. They don't have to worry about that one. That might be the change they needed, because I said if you managed to take down Jags, it would have been a completely different round.
I mean, that was
it. Himself out for you now.
Got the 2K last time. He was able to break himself into zone. Might have even been all of his kills.
All right. Well, Wild, what are you going to do now? One man down, not having those grenades from Jags to land anywhere important. Yeah, Ace is still down below, having one in pocket. Where are you going to be using that one? And drones are all about. They're gathering some information as well, just so they can start isolating these players. But users, he will strike. It will find Packpool. One of your heart breachers are gone as well. Finally, the trait comes back though, as Aces finds one. But it's the last man standing now, up against the 4 of MNM. The diffuser has been dropped, and Solotov will drop Aces as well. And that is going to be another round for MNM. Kitchen dining. Now we actually have a timeout coming through, I believe. We do have the 45 seconds on the clock as we speak. And thus, now Wild will have an opportunity. They are already a map up. For those of you that are just tuning in, basically what happened is these two teams, they started off the first map, which sees a 7-2 victory for Wild. Now, what happened there was it was 3-2 in favor of Wild. At that moment, a national outage happened in the UK, which meant that the MNM players couldn't all connect anymore. We had to go for a reschedule for that purpose. But as a result, the map was given away to Wild, which means they only need one more now to find themselves with a spot in the major. But now MNM is leading 1-3, so MNM is definitely putting up some work out here. They're making sure that they are bringing this back to that sprint we've been talking about, to just a single map to decide it all. Which would be Clubhouse, and there is some history on that. Back later. Because this is where these two teams met before. That would be the decider. But as we get going, and we are headed towards the kitchen again, we will see the expansion up towards the top floors. See the walls to be reinforced, the keepers to be set up, and it's going to be a similar kind of hold that we've seen the round before from MNM, which they were able to win. Now that one came through to a bit of a hero play from Nello, finding 2 kills on West Main as the push came in from Wild. They were able to just shut them down. 2 kills happened on opposite sides as well, and it was only up to Hungry. Little to nothing to really play for here. So while they need to go about that a bit different. Might just want to go for a complete top 4 clear, or all directly go for the side itself. For now, it seems like Library is going to be the first point of contact. The first bit of pressure they want to put down, just like games. Take it from the southwest of the map before you head towards that northeast. Take as much control as you can to give as little space as possible to the MNM players, because they have been very mobile here today. They have been able to just take a lot of ground very quickly, retake a lot of ground very quickly. With that strike in the backs of Wild. The flank drones not on point so far. They have been taken down before. I believe that's a Mozzie drone that actually has been spotted and has been taken down as well. So Solotov, he wanted to put up a cab but got punished for it. Wow. It's going to be opening up. It's Jags that takes down Tyrant. He's in a 5v4 round. As MNM will have to do it one less. As we go on. A minute has passed. They still have the top floor fully under control here, waiting for a while to put some extra pressure down. Nothing really is coming yet. Just drones, just information. I'm back. Qualifiers are coming through. Oh, hello.
Hello. Apologies.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I read it. I read that there was a...
It might be a blue screen.
It might be a blue screen, so I was like, okay, I'll go over.
It suddenly decided that I didn't have an operating system installed. So that's good. What did I miss? Oh, an MNM round, you say?
Yes, it's an MNM round. Wait, I thought you were there for the end, weren't you?
I disappeared during the round.
Okay, well, it was an MNM round.
Nice.
So, right now, entry kill went over towards Wild, as you can see.
Okay.
And that leaves us with a minute left on the clock, and it seems like the default plan's what they're going to try and aim for here. It's just that that top floor is not fully under control yet from Wild. That's always the important part you need if you want to go for a plan like this.
The slow creep now underneath. They're going to see if they can get the rotate, but you can see that the drone was very much well aware of what Nello wanted to do. Seconds, whatever Wild want to do, they got to do it fast. And well, there it is, the swing round. Packball's going for the stick on the far end. Solotov's able to get one more on the back of it, but he's got to try and stop this plant. Won't have time. C4 will get the end of Packball through the smoke, but though does go down in the transaction. 3 Wild players still standing. Solotov might be able to pull himself around. Nello with the hop out, and there's the pick back up. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 2. Hungry. He wanted to see if he could try and get that down player and make sure it was a 2 versus 2. Then they've got to put the pressure onto the vertical side, but they've still got to try and take the site itself. Solotov, he's got the close swing, the fight in the long range. Does he quite know? There's the pre-fire, and there's Hungry's kill. 17 seconds, and they've gone for the long old journey. They're not really going to have enough time to stop it. Jegs on the back end. Nello getting one more, 10 seconds, but he knows he's being watched. At this point, he's going to see if he can try and hold it. Long arm it. Is he in the right place? Is he in the right place? Nello, no!
It was the only place he could have been in, and he had to hope that Nello was just slow enough, but the man still in time, able to find a kill and find a round and put Wild back on 2-3. And even house still on the board here, still on the cards. We're headed back towards that bottom floor, towards Wine Cellar. Now, this is where Naif went in with the hero play, where Naif was able to secure them the round by an impact and then taking down some with his 9x19 afterwards. Cannot happen again if you're Wild. You need to make sure that doesn't happen again. And, you know, we all know, because, you know, we work with Tim, how to attack this side. Something about the hatch, something about opening up the walls, and then just digging yourself in deep to go for that plant. Is that what Wild is going to be going for here? Are they going to go for a completely opposite kind of strategy? We'll see in just a couple seconds.
I hope so. Pass me that, so I'm just go quiet for a little bit, just to see if you panic.
No, for a second there, I thought you were gone again, so I was just being quiet to see if you were.
Well, you know, obviously,
it's not quite like the 3, 2, 1 countdown you did right.
You know, because
the show.
Because my computer blue screened, I actually lost all of my.
You lost it?
Yeah.
No.
That's a
shame.
Either way, I'm back and I'm able to watch them see. That's the most important part here, and the important part is that we're going to maybe get a different take from Wild. It seems like they're going to do the same sort of direct focus onto the West main side. They are going much more direct. That's the difference there. If you remember, they got the 2 early kills up on the top floor. They're able to take the pressure there, but they didn't really have enough time for the execute. They then had their team talk immediately after that round, and it seems like that was to give themselves a more concerned effort direct towards the site itself. The smash on the back end, the sort of force of MNM players saying, look, you two might be on the top floor, but we're not going to make the same mistake again.
Still opening up some verticalities here. They're giving themselves as much security as they possibly can, but the openings will be made. Tech grenade will stop that just momentarily, I believe. Do not have complete vision on it. At least the one near the staircase has been opened up. Yeah, that's definitely not something they're going to be able to walk through here. So that is not what they will be happy with. Nave taking a lot of damage out there. Still alive, though. Has an opportunity to fight, but will fall back just slightly as the phone calls start to ring.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Minute 30, and they're finally able to find the first kill. Jags, once again, removed off the board, and when he's alive, he's been massive. And when he's removed himself, or been removed, it seems the rounds have slightly gone away from Wild. So it's definitely a take that MNM are more than happy with. And look at this. Big rotate. They sort of took the gamble on the idea that, hey, maybe those loose MNM players will come and try and fight us, but they haven't gotten any of that aggression from them. MNM's kept their cards close to their chest outside of that one engagement. It's forcing Wild to have to go for a much wider take. Users finds aces. Tyrant might be about to find the next. They're looking up the stairs and holding onto the walk key. They're just waiting for the sliver of audio, and it came from a gunshot. There's one. There's two. Oh. Tyrant with a double right down deep. The last fight is hungry, but it's a flawless for MNM.
There's going to be one big advantage right now for Wild as they are going over to the opposite side. These flanks of MNM will not be hurting them as much as they have been anymore, because literally the entire half we've been seeing MNM players coming up on the flank, taking down 1 or 2 players and completely ruining the attack that Wild was looking to put up. I'm not sure how Wild wasn't able to deal with it. Like, there were no flank drones in a position they could actually find out about these flankers. We also didn't see like a Nomad or a Gridlock or any other operator that would have helped them with taking care of these roamers and flankers. But yeah, they're going to go over to the opposite side now. No need to worry about them anymore. They just need to make sure the hold is on point. But the fact is, MNM, they have those 2 rounds of an advantage right now. Yes, they were a map down after the ruling came through due to the internet outage, but they are a Chalet team. They can bring this back to that 1-1 and then just let it go over towards Clubhouse to decide it all.
Clubhouse to decide it all. Sorry,
New jingle.
I just wanted to point out your point.
Have you sampled that for later?
Unfortunately not. Maybe I should. Joys of working on a home setup. Onward review. Down in basement. Down in basement is where we lay our scene. We use this on the role of the Thatcher. Now, Thatcher means that some of these problematic walls won't be as problematic to get your way in, but look at the extension Wild have done. Look at the sort of operator selection. They have the 2 players down in the basement. They have the 2 players. They're going to try and stop this approach. They're straight onto Snowmo Breach with a Thatcher. MNM didn't even want to try and really stop it, but Wild didn't want to play against it. It seems like this is going to be MNM's first drive through. Heavy focus onto getting it popped open. Pactful's going to see if he can try and trick. They have Breach on every side, though, so it's not going to pull off. The wall is opened. And that means now that there's a huge bit of caution that has to be paid towards Snowmobile.
Yes, and this is why bandit tricking isn't as viable anymore, right? You just put on 2 different kind of heart breaches, and it should always open up. You lost 1 Selma in the process, but you've opened up the snowmobile wall, and you still have 2 EMPs left. You still have an exothermic left. You still have 2 Selmas left. Like, theoretically, you can open up another wall if you really want to, and not really give Pactful any opportunity of stopping that from happening. So, MNM, they should be getting open what they need opened up here to go for an execute in about a minute from now on.
The pressure onto the opposite end, go for the west main, and with that open on the back, it just means, as I said, they've got to be much more cautious. The long range throw, the double down, the line up to make sure it's a big old hole you can walk through here, and now suddenly things are dangerous from the stairs. They haven't obviously got the corner of red open yet, but they do still have an exothermic attempt to make that happen. Now, though, you can see Wild slowly bringing their roamers a bit closer. Hungry is creeping an inch in. Goes to the top of the Flarium stairs, Solitov with a grenade instantly off the rip on the back of the exothermic. Doesn't quite get the catch because they've already put themselves around, but with a minute, they've opened up a lot. Just no Wild players.
And I see the shadow out there from the bandit onto the boxes right behind it, so they're going to be aware of 1 player being in that little storage room. And Nello, of course, is going to be looking to go for a plant in a couple of seconds, but he needs to be careful because there is still that C4 out on Pactful. He just took a lot of damage. But that's going to be that one piece of utility that can really hurt Nello here. So he just digs deep instead, gets right next to the A bomb, and the EP gets tossed out to stop anybody from out there doing something. The C4 will land in place, takes down Nello, stops that plant from happening. And while they will hold on for just a little bit longer, with that diffuser now dropped in the middle of the site.
That's it. They're doing their best to sort of hold the back line here while they've given MNM a lot to open, but as I said, the difficulty in getting those two players rooted out. Users had to drive all the way down. He knows there's a player tucked, but they have the watch either side. And here, Wild and the hold has just come together. They didn't need to overextend because they handed nothing to MNM. MNM had nothing they could take outside of structure. It takes more than just structure to win around a siege.
And that's it. You need to make sure that those C4s, for example, do not pop up if you're getting that diffuser down. Again, if that diffuser would have gone down and they would have had really good positions for that post plant, right? Like they had those long angles they could work with. They had themselves in the trench. It would have been very difficult for Wild to fight back in there. So just that C4 flying through just on the right place, getting the kill at that moment, that's round winning for Wild. But that's something MNM should have dealt with. They saw the bandit out there. They saw the shadow. They did do some damage with a grenade. Weren't quite able to get the kill. So they just dug in deep. But instead of going for the default plant right next to the wine racks, because that is going to be the first place you normally try and see for, he went towards the bomb site, which, I mean, might give you more cover in one way. It's going to be more difficult to stop the C4 from just flying past to that point.
Well, the first round brings Wild back in, but it's really going to be the offsite swing that matters the most here. Obviously, with a 4-2 on the side of MNM, it's not really down to the first take. It's unfortunately a story of the tale of seconds, and Chalet, for all that it offers fair and balance towards teams that like attack and like defense. In one case, Wild are only a few away from getting themselves regressed onto the major, and for MNM, they're only a few away from getting themselves to map 3.
Yeah, that's it. 3 more rounds. MNM will go to map 3. It's going to be that even race between them there to decide which team is going to go to the major. Because that's what we're playing for here today. That's that major spot that's still on the line for either of these two. And whoever loses this will be doomed to another 3 best-of-3s to make it to the major. And if they lose any of them, they're out.
Do we officially describe it as playing for today?
Playing for 2 days ago, but we'll be
playing for 2 days ago today.
Yes, they're playing for 2 days ago for today for the major. That's it.
Yeah.
To make it more complicated than it has to be. Should we do the entire game in past tense now?
Oh, please don't. It would have been funny if we had been allowed to watch it and then we could make like very specific comments and seem like geniuses.
Like, I'll just watch Jags just get a triple kill now. Boom.
Yeah, like, oh, with how he is, he's about to, you know what he's going to end. But we weren't allowed that. Ubisoft did. Rightfully so. Did not let us do that. Kia. A hefty hold. I talked about how impactful Flores could be in the removal there. You just see all that utility on the corner. Kiva barricades the hold here. It's just stretch out time. Packful has built himself a little bit of a fortress, but he is alone. And the more flashes and the more grenades that come around, the more he knows he's not going to be alone for very long. Nafe joins him and sends him packing. They take the pressure over the top of blue, and with a couple of players slightly peeling back, he's at least wasted a lot of time. The angles that they've got set up on the hold, it's a bit awkward to get your approach on, but it does mean that if you can get one more body suddenly, with those walls being open, you can get a lot more direct. You can maybe even try and angle one of those grenades around into the corner, get yourself the opening without getting too close, or just smashing your way through.
Some long angles out here, and see Hungry currently utilizing that with the Mark 14 he carries. Clutch drones are coming in as well, trying to see if there's any utility they might be able to hack and use against the quickly taken down there right before hitting the Syria. We wanted to find some utility to use against the defenders. Now uses is in quite far, spots out a bulletproof, saw someone right behind the piano as it went off. And that's really the only person currently trying to challenge them from walking in. So if they find Jags, a plant is very much possible right here for him.
Hefty fight here on the piano door. Jags is holding one angle and you can hear Hungry holding the other. Jags goes for the swing and gets the drop, but they're going to see if they can get the smoke plant. In the meantime, Nate tucked behind the wall. They're going for the retake pressure on double door. They pull off the kit. They know that the pressure is swinging onto them. They want to try and win out the gunfight because they have the advantage and they're able to do that. But look at the time and look at Jags just trying to find a route. Nowhere was open. Hungry does find one, but Jesus. That's the final. At the end of that, there wasn't a lot of time to work with, but as I said before, because of the hold, as soon as they had a sort of heftily defined body advantage, they could just pressure that point and make it into their site. Kitchen Dining, MNM, as I said, it's the second site that's dangerous, and now Wild are on that statistical back foot.
Great round there for MNM, locking that one in. It's going to be giving themselves a little bit of extra time. Don't need to worry straight away with that buffer they have, as you mentioned. Just keep it going. Of course, there's a lot of pressure on them. They want to be making it to the major. They have shown to be a consistent participant over the last year with being there at SI, being there at some of the majors. They want to go for that first one this year as well, especially because there's only 2 of them now rather than 3. So that makes them even more important in terms of SI points and, having yourself a shot at qualifying for 6th Invitational. And if you lose this game right now, you aren't even confirmed of getting any SI points. That's the reality of it. Like, you might not get any points if you lose this now, because if you then get, instantly taken down in the last chance qualifiers, that's your chance of points gone. And then it all comes down to that next stage, second stage, that happens in months from now. And that's a really big gamble. So you really want to be making sure you win this game, because there's so much more at stake than you might realize.
It's that sort of new aspect, as you said. There is a lot of time between opportunities in the opening year of the system. Obviously, we're hoping that we might still get those sort of minor tournaments and tournaments announced in the loop and the dip between the 2 major tier 1 splits, but still, as you said, there's a lot of waiting in Siege.
Waiting is in these rounds as well, where first minute and a half are often just that information game. You're a defender, you're just sitting there, like you're moving around, you're taking care of some drones, but you're just waiting for that pressure to come through from an actual gun that wants to fight you. And sometimes when you're up against Wild, that comes earlier than you might expect. The Aces out there take some damage to survive for now, but needs to be careful. Putting up all these rotations here, MNM, just to provide themselves some quicker routes through on that top 4. Yeah, just making sure that wall's gone. Don't know what it did against them, but,
It's not going to do it again, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely not.
Jegs, once again, trying to hold this power position. He was able to get 1 kill, obviously, when the site was on the ground floor, on the second story before. Now it's on the ground floor. It's not quite as do or die, and he can pull back, but one more sort of bit of pressure, one more extra that he can work with as box gets popped open. The wall of the site should get popped open too. There's nothing to directly stop this. Solotov, he's just spraying through, smashing, making things awkward for the players above box itself. You sort of got to do the 2-story and 2-tier take here. Just want to try and catch that first kill. Looking for the angles, looking for the arguments. But no, the impact over the top. They're able to impact off the exothermic. Wow, that's made things a lot more dangerous here for the MNM push.
Beats coming in as well, and we're bouncing back, not quite getting Jags, but we'll take care to keep a barricade. New one has been placed, phone calls are going off, double kill comes through before Jags fights back, he gets a double over the top. But in the meantime, there's only 2 of the Wild players left in total, and one of them is down below, so MNM, they have an opportunity to just go for a plant here right now.
They're going to see if they can make it, and Jeg's going to see if he can make the distance. Teb's coming for some support there. Free-firing the angles, but it's a post-plant. Wrong place, wrong time, and as I said, Jegs was able to get the double up top, but he just needs that little extra, that modicum of support on his shoulder for things to quite come to success, because MNM are a well-oiled machine on this map. Even with the wall locked, it is going to make holding onto it a little bit more awkward because you can't do the long range, but it's the same for Jags. He swings around, gets his 3rd. They'll know the call of the player. There's a scrappy fight either side of the pillar. Jags is going in with the pistol, but a little bit more in Nafe secondary. Tab got himself around towards the kid itself. It's tucked just on the door. He's going to see if he can take the fight, but he cannot. MNM, they sit on map point for map 2.
Nello playing on contact there as soon as he saw the 9x19, just free-firing around the corner. He knew it was his time to just walk in and clean up those kills. And with that, find themselves on match point. MNM, of course, a bit of a bummer losing out that first map. due to something outside of their control. Here to fight, here to show that they are worthy of going to that major, and here to show they can do it in 2 maps as well rather than 3. And that first one, on the brink of success here. On the brink of getting that first. As they go back towards the bottom floor, Wild.
Yes.
Okay, for a second there I thought you crashed. I was just waiting. It's like, is there still...
There's
still an Emmy in this call? Yes, there is still an Emmy in this call.
I'm still chilling. Enjoying.
But yeah, what are you going to do now, Wild? Like, you have 3 rounds. You know you're going to go to club. You've beat MNM there in the regular season before. So, I mean, not too big amounts of stress, but it was a very close game. So, you know, 1 or 2 plays go the opposite side, and suddenly you find yourselves against the 7-5.
Yeah, it's that sort of... I think there's a mentality thing as well. I mean, Demo put it on the desk. He said, look, Wild came in, and you only really know how good you are when you've been beat. You only know how you can move after the times aren't so great, you know? And that is the position that Wild are technically in. Now, they lost. They suffered a loss, which, you know, depending on if they'd had a little bit more of an up and down season, it wouldn't be that surprising. But they had a fantastic run through the season in the split, and getting back up on the horse once you've been knocked off is a big tale. Obviously, they got the first map, and there was the technical difficulties in the run round here, but still, it's the play against it. The Claw will just be a bit too late, so he's pulled back. He's able to pre-fire on his way out the door. You got to be very ready to Kaid trick that, and by very ready, I mean literally have it in your hand to deploy.
Yeah, so I mean, it's still very risky of MNM to not just commit a second EMP to that, because if you know it's a Kaid, you could just, you know, you toss 2. You're always going to be sure that you are opening up that wall. Instead, they just tossed 1. Well, they managed to get open the wall, so there's no real harm there, but it wouldn't have hurt to be safe in that matter. But now they still have 2 for a different wall. Maybe that's the reason why they kept it, because there is just, you know, more priority going over towards the trench wall, and they wanted to make sure they opened that one up with a 100% success rate.
Claw ready to maybe try and swing on the opposite side as well, but remember how this happened last time. MNM, they were able to get these walls open, able to get the pressure, but they just could not convert any bodies. The site players had it on lock. They
second EP.
Yeah, didn't feel quite comfortable, and as that wall gets locked again, Packball will keep himself tucked into blue. Solotov does find the first. Aces goes down. Pressure over the top, with Tyrant getting one of his own as well, and suddenly they've struck on the top of the hole. They baited the players back in. Jegs, he's going to try and make his way over the top. There is the procs just above the door that Solotov doesn't want to get too close to, but he will get the close distance to the fight of 5 versus 2, the reverse of how it was before, where Teb and Packball were the men of the moment of the previous round. Now they got to be the only ones to try and keep themselves here onto Chalet.
Be careful though, it's still MNM in a 2vx situation right here. They might lose this one out, you never know. Without jokes, 40 seconds. All they need to do now is just find themselves a spot to get that diffuser down, to just start that countdown to go in their favor. Still 2 C4s though. That's the big worry here. If they just dig in deep, well, they might just get that C4 to go right around them like it happened before. So Nello needs to go for a different spot, and so he does. Plants right next to the wine rack. Tab in the meantime takes a lot of damage. Juices is out there for some support, and the drop through comes through. It's going to be MNM that will be winning them. The first map brings it back to 1-1, and that means it is all coming down to Clubhouse now, Emmy.
In the words of Nafe to MNM, Club next, baby. And that's where we will be heading to see which of these 2 teams progresses and which falls into the bracket below to try and claim a spot at Copenhagen. From what was once so close is now just 1 map distance and 1 map difference between these 2 teams.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Who's going to be able to put 7 on the board first against the other team on Clubhouse? That team is going to be going over towards that major in Copenhagen. The other still having to fight for that spot. With everything they have, there's a lot on the line here. SI points, major spot, not having to play 3 other best 3s in last chance qualifier against another couple Titan teams. It's going to be very exciting.
Well, we'll throw to a quick break before we're back with the desks and give the players time to, I guess, take a break. Have a chat about how that game went before they're ready back in the lobby for the next. See you after a quick break.
Hey guys, my name is Backbull.
I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Dibek.
I'm Bibu.
So my name is Noah.
I am Tyrant.
My name is Nilo.
My name's Mark Steinman.
A hard support and an IGL basically means that I'm playing all the hard breach operators. I'm joining in my team, making sure the job's done. I think the reason I'm so good at this role is because I'm very vocal as a player. I've got a deep understanding in the game.
I am an entry, but I'm also the person that can just go anywhere on the map. I'm kind of like that wildcard player.
And I enter the map like as fast as possible, obviously, and take the map control, which is pretty important.
In the team, I'm best known for helping people that are roaming from site with echo drones or falcams. Like a backbone of the team. I'm playing anything that's needed for the team.
As hard breach, if you die early on in the round, you're just putting your team at a massive disadvantage. So something I always try to do is make sure that I'm as close to the back as I can and let my entries do most of the work. That's their job.
I think what I like about entry the most is I kind of get to use my teammates to just get me in the building and do what I love.
It's a pretty aggressive role, I think, and I'm pretty confident on it. You need to be confident actually on that role. Like, you are normally the first person inside the building taking the first gunfight. What I like about my role the most is probably I have so much control over the round. If something isn't going right, it's on my shoulders to correct it.
The best part about my role is that I get to sit back, just join my teammates in and let them do the work for me.
Something I would suggest to anyone looking to go pro or at least get better at either IGL or hard support roles would just be to study VOD of either yourself or other experienced players on that role.
Make sure you're stern and you're confident in what you're calling, so your teammates know and they can trust you and understand what they're doing.
Communication, you need to have a clear communication, be calm.
Try to get your teammate involved to pre-place a camp for you that he can hold in the beginning of a round if you want to take map control fast.
Your mechanics, so like your aim or your positioning.
By watching other players, you can of course just see what they're doing and implement their tips and tricks into your own gameplay.
For me, I feel like you just got to have a lot of game knowledge and then self-confidence as well.
Just be confident. I think that's actually a very big part.
You have to be feeling like you're going to win every single one of your gunfights as soon as you go into them.
I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm definitely one of the best people to do what I do. I don't want to say too much, but probably top 5.
I can keep a level head in these intense situations.
My game knowledge is like, I feel like it's above like everyone else's in UL, to be honest.
I can adapt really well.
I can just go in any side of the map without even needing a drone half the time because I know that people are not going to be there.
I think I'm pretty confident to become the best. I think I'm extremely hungry for it.
I can always be working to improve, you know. If something goes wrong, I can always learn from that situation and do better next time.
It's been my dream like all my life, and now I've been given the chance to do it.
Welcome back, friends. MNM tied up 1-1 and bring it home. And one thing I really enjoyed, lads, is the trash talk that was happening to set Wild off as the game went on. Hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milos, with me are Demo and Extra Troika. Gents, how was it now, Demo? We got to see a chalet. Was there adaptation for MNM, the one that you talked about in the pregame?
I don't think there was much adaptation from MNM as maybe what we were expecting, but I think that's probably because we were on Chalet. This is MNM's fortress. It has been their map for such a long time now, and you'd think that just them playing their normal Chalet would be enough to really beat any team in the world. And yeah, that's what happened today. It was a comfortable victory. It wasn't MNM at their best that we've ever seen them at, Ollie, but it's the MNM that we expect to see is that kind of performance.
Yeah, we were expecting M&M to come out. Obviously, they had the unfortunate circumstance of a break in play in this game, and they've obviously entered that Chalet game with a nice fresh mindset. And yeah, they've been up for it in the server as well, getting involved in the all chat. Always good to have a little bit of friendly BM and trash talk getting thrown out there. And it was very one way. I'm not sure if Wild turned the all chat off potentially, just to try and keep their heads nice and clear. M&M. for me, it was highlighted particularly on their defenses. When they were able to get away with that 4-2 split, that's when you really start looking at it and going, we know that Chalet is a map where there's plenty of opportunity for an attacker. Look at the bans. We saw a Ying ban come in. We saw a Flores ban. Now, neither of those are too impactful in the way that you're going to play a Chalet. It's very personal picks that you kind of looking to remove there. MNM used a lot of Flores, and Ying is very frustrating to deal with, especially when you're looking at teams that like executes, which is what Wild do. So for me, the fact that MNM were able to get away with that 4-2 split, it set them a really good foundation to go on then and win the match.
Okay, Demo, what do you felt there was lacking from Wild that could be improved for map 3 if they want to take this win? Because like we were talking about, going through the LCQ bracket is a much tougher route to the major.
It is. You have to play a lot more games. We know that whoever loses this matchup will have to be on the BDS side of things, which is never going to be a fun case for any team who ends up pulling against the French Giants. Wild on that Chalet, communication was a big breakdown. It didn't look as if they had really a singular idea of what they wanted to do. It seemed to be Jags was going in by himself with no backup. Then you had Aces on the other side of the map. On Dokkaebi, again, what's he really bringing to the table? Then you would have the hard breacher trying to get the wall open. It just didn't seem as though there was ever like, okay, let's do this, then we'll do this, and then we'll do that. It was like, okay, everyone do their job all at once, rather than taking it slow, taking it step by step. They tried to do all steps at the one time, and that's not going to work. You need to cover each other, you need to talk to each other. That's what they need to improve on.
It's the same thing we saw in Chalet in a previous matchup, Ollie, and you mentioned it again in our pregame. Too many things happening at once, and also sometimes, especially in round 1, I think that was the best example of it. Of there's a minute and a half left, and the round is ending basically. Wild sometimes are able to flush over their opponents, and sometimes it's a bit too early to execute.
Yeah, it was a bit strange today against MNM because MNM play obviously a very different style to a VP, so it's not something that you can directly sort of correlate. But we didn't necessarily see the same 5 versus 5 plants attempted with full utility available here against MNM that we saw previously attempted by Wild against Virtus.pro. Instead, it was, as you say, much more disjointed. People were doing their task and doing their job, but they weren't all pulling in that same direction. Some of the plants did go off, and some, it did work a little bit earlier on, particularly into the Chalet. But as you say, when we got a little bit more into it and you got a little bit later into the round, there was some serious criticism there that you could throw around of people that just aren't entering the fight, aren't getting themselves involved as much as they perhaps should have been, regardless of where the utility is lying at that point. I know there was a plant that Packball managed to get down on the kitchen dining site, which a few seconds later he ended up falling to the C4 as Solotov just wasn't in the right position. And it was looking a little bit better, things like that, getting the plant down whilst you've got a little bit more space and a little bit more cover. So there were sort of glimpses of it here from Wild today, but it was by no means enough to take the map away from MNM.
All right, then some lessons to learn, and seems like those are similar issues that we had before with Wild, but MNM come back, they tie it 1-1, and we're going to move on to map 3. First of all, I want to show everybody what our third map was. As you'll see on our picks and bans, our decider was set as MNM's pick, which is Clubhouse. Skyscraper banned out before. MNM start off on the defense. Our lobby is pretty much set, so gents, what do you expect to see on Club?
MNM are on a bit of a run, I guess, in terms of Clubhouse. They've won it the past 2 times that they have played it, albeit I wouldn't say that the Koi game was particularly impressive, but they still get the win. Last time we seen both these sides go up against each other on Clubhouse, Wild took the victory 7-5, so I guess Wild, they do lead in that regards of favoritism.
They do. Wild have chalked one up. It's time for MNM to grab one back, and in my opinion, they will do it here on Club. Basically, based off what we've seen so far from Wild, based off what we've seen so far from MNM, they do show better signs of being able to take map 3 here. So I would back MNM here, Milosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, MBs, it is as easy as it gets. Whoever wins Clubhouse makes it to phase 1 of the major, and we're here to witness it. Demo, XR Troika, thank you very much, lads. Let's toss it back to our casters. It's Fulkin Hap. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, it is. And I still like that you can tell our rhythm and our pattern, because Milosh was like, yeah, the lobby's just about ready. And I don't think he meant that as a joke.
The lobby is ready for a while now, Milosh, but yes, we are ready to get going again. Did you actually sample that, or have you not?
I didn't know. In fear of accidentally blue screening my PC again.
Oh yes, it's very,
I'm being
very
less
good
silly.
choice.
Because I just don't, sometimes I have to put work first and not playing with the sample.
Production did give you permission though to be.
They did. They're all behind playing with the sampling and duplicating things, but don't know. I'm gonna minimize the chance.
Just record some basic lines and then it just cast by using your sampler. Either way,
That'd be the easiest day rate ever. I replaced myself with an AI. Ying. Yeah, fair enough. MNM. They know what they don't like. They know who they don't want to have it, and it's wild, specifically hungry, I think.
Just something tells me it would be hungry, yeah. But it is what it is. No Ying here. No Maverick either. Operator that, of course, is able to, let's say, bypass any form of electricity. He can just go right underneath through that wall with the blowtorch. Azami, very solid pick, has been very problematic. MNM been using that the correct way, and now the final plan to come through is going to be Solace again. So not having those drones.
Well, this is the really curious fight, isn't it? Because this is the fight that we had before, and you and I cast it when these two teams met on club back, early on in the season. It was around the third game, I think, the third game of the fourth game, and it was one of the ones where MNM could have won it. There was 3 1vx's won by Wild during the Clubhouse Showdown in what was a 7-5 game. Any of those go the other way, suddenly you've got yourself an OT. 2 of those go the other way, and MNM win. It was, you can't sort of get over how close it was.
You want to know what the bans were back then?
Tell me. Give me the good stuff.
MNM had banned Solace and Ying.
Yeah.
And Wild had banned Maverick and Azami.
Wow.
How coincidental.
You would say it's a coincidence. Just it's preparation, I suppose.
Maybe we've loaded up the wrong VOD.
We couldn't have. Yeah. If we have a 3-3 first half production,
you might want to check that we got the right VOD for the Clubhouse match here, because otherwise it's gonna be a bit problematic.
Now, it's not to say. Now, I know I've sort of said it could have been MNM's game the last time these two played. It's not because Wild were particularly underperforming. I would say that was because MNM were underperforming. There was a couple of gags, a couple of goofs, and a couple of things that just didn't quite line up. And they would obviously be more frustrated than anybody would in that situation. But it was Wild making sure that they could put pressure onto the mistakes of MNM more than, that sort of swing round of being overpowered or underpowered. MNM have to defeat their own demons, which is them in clutch situations.
Don't know how that's still around. After basically 2-3 stages now, we still mention that. It just keeps happening to them on a consistent basis. By the way, Jagsy was one of the players that didn't really had a great game the last two. These two met on Clubhouse. Nave is the other one. Both of them relatively low in the EPS scores. Many of them have a bit of a different game. That could be one of those big difference makers as well. Long angles are being set up towards the main stairs, not wanting to have to deal with that. Making sure that if anybody passes, you can just have a free kill at that matter. Hello, holding on to the dirt tunnel. It's going to be opened up very soon here. I believe Teb going to be making his way over to Skeleton Key himself a way in. But I'm not sure if Nello's actually wanting to have a go at a fight here.
Well, the smashing starts its way across. Obviously, there's still the heft of the site itself, or the ground floor needs to be popped and defined. That's the joy of club. It is hefty. You can still sort of do those wide holds, those big stretches, celebrating all the width and depth that it offers. And MNM, they're not going to throw their hands up too much. With the bans that we've got, you won't have too much played against the hatches directly. The kitchen has been cleared. The pressure up from the sleds. There's nobody underneath try and get the swing round. The grenades towards the back of the A case aren't quite netting the result, and they have the player inside dirt as well, which just means a drop on this hatch without a proper flood and flash first is going to probably be a bit detrimental. They do catch the side and Nafe on the back end of it. There's the blinds, there's the pressure, the bolt just towards the A case. The smoke is the cover, and the smoke is covered. Packbull is caught out, and he's pulling out the goo mine. He survives on a sliver of health, but it just takes that. The impact over the top of Tyrant is able to get rid of the end of Packbull. Teb suffered a lot on the top of the hatch as well, but they've got to get that kit back. The C4 a bit premature. Hungry's able to get the kit back up and try and get it down again, but you're still looking at that utility Nafe with the C4 over the top, the lock on the box, and one on the back of Jags. There's two, there's almost three. But MNM, they had the time and they had the hold.
4 players dropped through that hatch. 4 players dropped through that hatch with the intention of getting that diffuser down on the ground, and none of them were able to find success with it. MNM, they find that first. That's what they need. They need to continue that momentum they've built up over the previous map, because again, they are the ones that had the biggest loss during that first map and the outage that happened right afterwards. So they want to show that they can do it in 2, as I mentioned before. That's what they're aiming for here. So up towards Jim we go. And after that first round, while they had some early control, they wanted to go for that plant. Somehow Packbull survived in the middle of the smoke with a goo mine in his feet, like just barely. Not for long. It's going to be a different approach now. It's going to be more horizontal. You will see them open up these walls. It's going to be more horizontal gunfights. It will be no just drop in and hope for the best kind of plant plays, because that just doesn't work on this side.
Doesn't bode well for the conspiracy theorists that this is just the replay of the first map that these two played. In that the first round of their showdown was MNM winning a Judge Arsenal defense by elimination. So this could still be the
other game, yeah. And we actually went to Master and Gym afterwards.
They did go to Master and Gym afterwards. Slightly different upgrades, though. But maybe it's just a reskin.
We just reskin that. They just put a different overlay over it.
Yeah. But let's see how it comes. Yeah, there actually was one of the clutch rounds. It was Solotov got a 4K, and Jags was able to just clutch at the end of it and bring themselves back into the fight there. And Jags is always that name. They said it on the desk, as we sort of highlighted during the game. He was doing these big sort of hero plays, but a lot of it was by himself. There wasn't quite anyone to just give him that little extra support, whereas you see it from the side of MNM, there's always usually a second ready to swing. Nello just locks the box, keeps the pressure up. Solotov obviously has the rotate to eye towards the breach on the other side, but still with the extension, it's Jags that's taken himself the route round. For a second I thought it was on logistics, but no, he's sort of eyeing up the pressure on the window and underneath.
Just hoping that if anybody just makes a bit of too many noises out there, you can just go for a quick swing, take someone out. Opening will be made onto construction side. It's going to be opening up some extra pressure as well. You can also look into that from above, so that rotation no longer is that safe to use for MNM. The amount of players that are still currently offside, I believe that's 3 in total. It's going to be a bit more, 2 actually, going to be a bit more difficult to get back in. Solotov somehow just survives that grenade. It's going to be falling back a little bit further, heading himself into construction now, but he needs to be careful because, you know, just a single bullet of anything and he's going to be taken down as he is right now. That's the first kill to come through for Aces.
Straight into the site as well. He's looking for the next and he finds it. Aces tearing his way across. Packbull does get the credit on the kill, but with Nello at least getting one back, it's still a 4 versus 2. They have themselves inside the site. The pings are coming, and so is Tab over the back of the fight. Tyrant removed from construction. Nello in the bathroom. They know where he is. Hungry's just going to stick the kit as they watch for the swing and pre-fire the angle. Really, this is wild to throw away, but it seems like they want to just get one more for his trouble, and instantly they pulled themselves back. They know he's still going to try and swing the space. They've pulled themselves out to the side. There's pings. Going to take the second to go for, not the reload actually, just holds the defuse. You expect a swing. There it is. And Wild get one back.
You're talking about the conspiracies to come through, Emmy. Diffuser was planted, and yeah, elimination round in the end.
Yeah, so technically we're in a similar standing. Hungry, you know, had the plant in the round 2 of the previous game. It's you know, you have two. It's like alternate universes. It's
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. It's the alternate universe we're in right now. But jokes aside, it just shows how like consistent these teams are as well, right? That those first 2 rounds basically almost go the exact same. Bar the clutch, of course, because Solitov are taken care of a little bit earlier. But you know, same results to come through. It's gonna be fun. Like we have a direct game to just compare to now that was played just a couple weeks ago, and so far we are on schedule. I'm repeating that.
This is the first change actually. In terms of sites, we went to CC on the 3rd round last time. So this is MNM deviating. Will it be a successful deviation?
See, that's that, you know, alternate timeline we're pulling out right now. You know, like if we continue on with the previous timeline, we will lose. But if we change things up, we have an opportunity to win.
Because technically they did win their 2nd gym hold last time round, and there's users trying to get an early fight, pulls themselves back, and doesn't quite get caught out by Jegs and Aces on the far end. Almost goes back for more and goes back for more. Aces puts a chunk of damage into users as they rotate their way around. Still alive, still kicking, and still able to cause some trouble. But you talked about how obviously Solitov in the previous round was only a bullet away. It's such a dangerous position. You think about the very first round where with all the damage done to Packball, it just took the side of an impact to wing him and knock him out of the round with the kit. So
double EMP to be used, and that will make sure there's going to be no success with getting that wall electrified with an electric claw. Also believe there was a concussion going through from Tab, so even if there was a bandit trying to go for the bandit trick, now of course it wasn't, would have been stopped from getting success out of that as well. So that wall guaranteed to open, but a lot of utility used to make it happen. 2 EMPs, 2 concussions, means they don't have either of those available for something later. I believe just a single EMP left in Impactful's pockets. So the next wall could theoretically be bandit tricked, and there's actually going to be... Oh, Nate just pulled it off, so it's going to be opening up. If we would have let it stick, we've actually had the exothermic out there.
One of those things where we get to watch it, and technically they do as well, because the game has been played, and see how these impacts could have impacts as the game goes on. But with those breaches, with a minute 20 left, with Jegs underneath, just giving himself some cautious ideas of anyone that might be above. He's hoping to get that opening catch. He's just making the territory uncomfortable. The potential rotate back around. Here it is, over the top. Yeah, you want to be quieter, which is why you take the ladder, rather than the very audible rappel sound. And he's tempted to take the swing, take the damage, and not be revealed. That's the game, but he doesn't quite trust that he's as secret as he thought.
The thing is as well, if you walk through that, you might actually take that damage and let out a loud cry as users will find Packbull. Gonna be Packbull removed off the board, a wild player off the board, and that means MNM, they can just continue to trade game now. Hungry will find one, smoke canisters are dealing some damage, and it will keep Wild at bay, but just for how long left can they keep them at bay with these smoke canisters?
Users, he's tucked up aggressively. Tab does find Nate for the drop onto Logi, and there's the fight onto the door. Doesn't quite get it, and it's suddenly a 4 versus 1. They had the trade game, and then Wild had the guns locked. There's the swing around the door. There's the fight onto the first. They're down in a second, but Tab just in the position there to get the revenge kill, and Wild pull themselves ahead.
Well done by Wild there, just playing it very carefully in the end, not just rushing as soon as they had the advantage. I mean, they stacked up on the staircase, but they got those first kills, didn't instantly all take the site. Like, what they did is they basically set themselves up for a post plant already. They, you know, the diffuser wasn't even down yet. It wasn't even being planted yet, but they were already ready to have themselves in position to stop anything from happening at that point. So, well done by them there. Good composure. Keeps them in the lead. Or puts them back in the lead, rather. Now we're headed down below. Back towards the basement. We have deviated completely now from the previous timeline we had. So everything that we might have mentioned to be a conspiracy before is all out of the window now. It's just a completely new game that has been played 2 days ago. But results still unknown to all of us. Now, some of you might look at this and they think, oh, SSG roam. because, you know, as soon as you use
That's
like
old.
Castle,
That's
everybody
old.
shouts SSG Roam. That's just how it goes. But the hatch
they were the
close off.
They were the first, sure, but it was such a long time ago.
It's such a long time ago, and it's also not the Roam, considering, you know, hatch is closed. There's a bunch of other.
There's so much utility on the
out
top
there.
here. This is way
Yes.
beyond anything else. They've got the full extension. I mean, I said it at the time before, you can sort of play this site heavy down underneath, or you can stretch it. You can get yourself all the way to the top with how much is there, though. Ace is going to see if he can try and cut it right in the middle. If you can ignore the holders out, if you can win this fight, you've got 3 players around that stair set, though. So getting one and surviving is probably low on the odds. And, well, they don't even want to try and take the gamble. They've pulled back. And with all the extension they did to the top floor, at the 2-minute 10 mark, all of them are back in sight.
Feels like a lot of wasted utility at that point. Like, you've put so much down just to abandon it. I mean, sure, like, they still need to clear it. They still need to get drones out there. They still need to, you know, make sure there's no one out there. But it seems like they're not too worried already anymore anyway. Jegs already starts to open up. Bases is ready to descend down the stairs. I believe they just need to be careful. No, actually, no C4 currently in play. I believe Uses has his pre-placed, though, so that's ready to blow up at any moment. I'm just not sure where it currently is. So, unfortunately, cannot ask the observer to highlight it this time.
Yeah, it's sort of like Amedics from 3 days ago. Or 2 days ago. Or Red Like. I don't even know who observed this one. Good observing. Thanks. We wanted to see the hatch. That's right.
4x Carlos removed. It's going to be quickly putting back on the claw again, not giving them any opportunity of getting rid of that one. Basically, we'll have to use a grenade to get rid of that claw, and then also we'll have to follow that one up to make sure that doesn't, you know, isn't a second claw that gets replaced in there. So basically, kitchen hatch most likely will stay closed, and that means Wild will have to explore different avenues, and it seems like their eyes fallen upon blue mostly now, as a lot of them were looking towards that hatch direction. At the same time, we also have some players around the main stairs and the motorcycle hatch, so they might actually have more faith in going for a drop like that.
Oh, here comes pressure over the back, and there is the whip. As I said, they have more of an idea of a swing elsewhere, but stuck in the smoke. There's Ace is getting one instantly back. He's going to see if he can pre-fire towards AKs. Nobody's home, and the kit is driving its way down onto main on the back end. Packbull gets the lucky strike through the soft wall, as Aces is now just keeping the pinch on the far end. Tyrant gets Jegs on the back, and Packbull gets one more. He's trying to drive himself into the site for the plant itself, with Nafe going on the rotate round onto the back. With this broken, and with the flash just making that impact, they're going for a bit of a pinch here on the players. They cannot win it out. It's traded now with just Nello versus the world. As the one player behind the box itself holding on. It's Packbull, who's done so much work this round, and he drives it all the way. Wild pull once again around ahead, around further, and a timeout is called by Nello.
Needing time to talk while they find themselves on 3 rounds on that first half. And that's basically your cutoff point. Like, you want to get 3-3 as a split, especially on Clubhouse. Map that could go either way, depending on how good you are on defense or attack. But Wild finding themselves 3 rounds already with still 2 more to play could prove very troublesome for MNM here. And we mentioned it before, right? Like, Wild already, they had that first map. They came into a new best of 2, you can almost say. All they need to do is just win 1 map. Now, they didn't really get close on Chalet. MNM was in charge. Like, there was nothing Wild could do there. But now we're on a different playground. We are back on Clubhouse. Wild has beaten MNM before. They have had the opportunity to review their VOD against MNM, see if they might have, you know, spotted something they've missed before. Of course, MNM has the same opportunity to do so, but it's just a matter of who has improved the most on their Clubhouse compared to the previous time these 2 teams played against each other on this map.
I think that's also the drive as well, is there's just familiarity. You have a lot of knowledge. You might find yourself suddenly in this best of 1 against all the odds with potentially half of the game gone. You're looking now at this sort of isolated situation here where Wild have obviously got a familiarity with M&M's holds. They've got this patience. But if the learning game is a 2-sided coin, we're going to see a 2-sided game here. MNM feel they should be doing better on their defense, because you always do, I think, on club. You want to make sure that you can sort of keep at least the site as 100% yours. And with that loss, they suddenly do not have that blessing anymore.
Sure, there's no blessing there. Back towards the basement we go. Now, we've seen it. We've seen the drops coming in from Wild on their first attempt that were unsuccessful. We've just seen them be successful at their attempt of an attack when they were not granted with opening up the kitchen hatch. Forced to go for motorcycle. Take the actual church and go for a plant near the bar, near the black boxes. And they were able to find success at that point. So they wanted to go for some kitchen play, but they were denied the access to it. And they found success on their adaptation. And now, while, you know, they have another go at it, what are you going to do? You're going to go for, you know, the same attack that was just successful. You're going to change it up again and hope for the best, because, you know, MNM, they have an opportunity to counterplay right now. They've had the, you know, experience of just having played against you on this site. They saw where it all broke apart, and they have the opportunities to, you know, replace that weakest link in the chain to make sure it doesn't break it up.
Once again, quick clear over the top here, but Wilds, they've sort of made sure that they've done the most with the space off, but they haven't entirely thrown themselves headlong into the extended hole. They're still droning it, still checking, still being very, you know, particular about what needs to be seen and what needs to be cleared here. But still, from this point onwards, how, as you said, do they try and go for the collapse? Do they think that blue will be the gambit? Do they try and go on the back line? Either way, it's been the wider focus has had more of that success for them. Here as the hammer starts to hit over the top, they're looking once again towards the pipes, walls onto church.
Down slowly. Grenades are starting to roll through. So just bounced back. That could have been a kill if that would have actually landed where it needed to be. Ace is now changing the target for the second one right underneath. No, it's the magnet that will catch it. Impact grenade flies right past him as well, so it doesn't do any damage to Aces. And that's just 3 pieces of utility that were all supposed to hit someone off the board, not taking any damage to any of them on either side. Someone's have been denied.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love the Maestro bubble there. Just sort of swung around, did a couple of cheeky zaps there. With all the destruction on kitchen, it's really the only way that you can have anything in that position currently to try and stop it. Aces and Hungry, and Backball even to support as well for the drones. They're going high pressure onto the back of blue. They're just getting rid of that procs buried into the stairs. Now they can go for the full swing. There's a disc and a catch. There's a shotgun lockout from users that does get Jags, and Nave swings with Patbull getting one of his own. It's trades all across the board, but with blue becoming theirs as a pressure, another in a hyper-aggressive spot, they might be able to cut this. The fight in the middle. No, Teb wins it out. Tyrant gets the kill onto Teb. It's a 2 versus 2. There is the plant cold, and with only 2 seconds, MNM hold on, but it was pretty close.
It was way too close for comfort there. They almost had that plan down. If it would have been on the board again, would have to fight back into it. Just walking through the rotation just in time. MNM, they escaped with that round just barely. 3-2. A 3-3 split. Again, that's what they will be looking for. They're hoping to get themselves an even half here, MNM, to get themselves a fighting chance in that second half. And Wild, of course, looking to find the opposite. They've just got 4-2'd on Chalet. They want to find a 4-2 themselves to start off their first half of the third map with. Again, for those of you just tuning in, this is for a major spot. Whoever wins Clubhouse finds themselves qualified for the major in Copenhagen. And it's not just that, it's also going to be a bunch of SI points, which you otherwise might not be able to get. And again, stressing with the rework of the format and there only being 2 stages and 2 majors, every point will count even more than it did last year. And we already know how close that got with teams being like close to tied up and it coming down to like tiebreakers in the end on who would be making it through and who would not be. So you just want to make sure you get as many points as early on as possible.
Every little helps. Into the famous slogan.
Yes. That's very true. Every little bit helps. It's there's
a little bit out. Off the shoulder of Nath. Just
also help.
Tried to eco rotate round. And this, the aggressive mirror placement Now, this being deployed suddenly means that if you want to try and put pressure onto this, that can get popped open and they can impact out. It's going to get punched, but it's not used for sightlines. It's used for audio and used to try and stop breaches coming through successfully. They're going to swing against it and pre-fire onto the impact, hope that they catch it. Is one way of getting a response, but it gets opened. It becomes an awkward angle. It becomes an awkward entrance onto the site, and we can hear a Con6 pop elsewhere. In the meantime, you can see once again Wild, they're going for the wider take here onto our first swing on CC.
Now the thing is, that's a line of sight, but it's in that awkward situation, as you mentioned before, because you cannot really hold it from rappel well, or at least not fully, and crouching out there just makes you a bit of a target as well. So preferably you would have opened up the wall a little bit more so you actually had something to work with there, especially Packbull, of course, playing with the diffuser, needing to find himself a way in. Could be that mirror window down below in launch that's actually going to be looking up this staircase, so you're not going to be able to directly go and challenge that garage. So Wild needing to go for a different opportunity, and it seems like they will be going for a construction push together here. You need to be careful. Is Solotov still out there? On that Oryx would instantly pop up as Jax finds Nello.
Yeah, caught out there right on the breach of the site itself, trying to hide behind the bomb chassis. The smoke covers the motion and the swing. They're going to see if they can try and lead themselves in. Packbull's got the kit, and they're the ones to keep your eyes on because, well, they've gone to an entirely different position. Tucked right on the back of the smoke, hoping to draw the attention elsewhere, but Tyrant hasn't moved, doesn't need to. Because Packbull tings him and takes the fight anyway. They're trying to find the fight from underneath. They're going to plant right by the window. They're looking for the engagement. Solotov can go for the pre-fire. They move off, and they just catch the end of Packbull. And with the kit called, they're going to get the player back up. The rotate comes all the way around top red. Solotov's able to get one more, uses on the door itself. There's Solotov popping off on the side of red. He's looking for another engagement. Solotov! Absolutely unreal round.
What a round that was from him. Just picking him up one by one taps all around. Rotating back up. Now again, not sure what Wild was doing there. They lost, you know, their lights due to those C4s coming through. Then they went for the pickup. They lost the diffuser. Then they lost it again. It maybe would have been better to just let him be, go for that diffuser, and find yourself a safe spot to plant on. But what a round from Solotov. Or more importantly, what a beautiful 3 one-taps from Solotov, just like that. Insane. And how do you play against that? I mean, sometimes, you know, you have these strategical outplays. It's like, yeah, they just won this strategically. And sometimes you have players like Solotov that just do what they just did, right? They pre-fire an angle, or they just snap to an angle, fire a shot or two, actually manage to find heads all around. There's no way to counter that. You cannot play against that. Beautifully played.
A 3-3 and we find ourselves in, well, that confusing moment here. I mean, time is cyclical, my friend. And here we are on a 3-3 club with MNM now in attack. And as I said at the very beginning of this showdown, MNM, the last time they were here, they made mistakes. There was little things that didn't connect, most obviously on their attack. There was even this opening round on CC where I remember the sort of misthrowing grenades over the top. They couldn't quite get the angle, and Wild were able to just swing in and win fights. You expect and want to see, I guess, a different MNM here on the approach, one that's a little bit more ready for the approach of Wild.
Wild on the defense now. The Doc and Rook combo coming out. Of course, Rook makes sure you cannot be insta-killed unless it's a headshot. You always go DBNO. That makes it a nice combo with Doc, who now fully heals you back up to 100 and a little bit HP now. So the headshots are not part of it. So the player in Garage is going to be feeling a lot safer now. Hungry taking out 2 of these drones, being chased down by a sledgehammer and some shots through the wall, able to rotate back out. He's going to be finding himself fully back up to HP. Protecting the red stairs out there. The benefit of the Dock on the site.
Oh, with here, play underneath, caution from Wild. They're still sort of waiting for MNM to make a statement, but you're looking at a minute 30, and look at the positions here. There's only really one that's inside, and it's Solotov trying to win, and does. A scrappy engagement over the top of the bomb chassis, finding the pressure onto the wall on the site that it seemed like Wild were expecting a little bit earlier. The reach came through. I'm not sure if that Selma was just a little bit premature there. It was. Didn't quite get the connection with the ball. The impact did get off the swing. Impact was able to get Tyrant on the back of it. The rotate round underneath the hatch. They Got some of the ground back here. They're still a bit concerned. Naif waiting for somebody to try and swing round. It was, you know, a sort of, I don't want to say blinkered, but direct approach from MNM here that might not have quite come to full fruition. They're still getting the back breach open, but look what they've used and look what they've got from it.
Grenade coming in, dealing a lot of damage. Just C4 though will find Solotov. Man, able to find some beautiful shots right before. It's going to be Tab trying to do the same thing now. Deals a little bit of damage to Nave. Nothing too much to worry about, though. The big issue is that time is slowly running out. Nello on the opposite side still needing to find himself a way into that garage, but first wants to hopefully find a single player, but Jag's fully aware of it. He's going to be holding off on it, throwing out impacts. A Snake will find Tab. That's going to be a great opening they can use here.
There it is, popping his way around onto the side of red, getting the fight there, locking it in, and I'm going to see if they can try and stick it, but with 14 seconds and a C4 and Nello over the top, it's just Jags in a 1 versus 1 on the back line. Nello, he's got a long distance to go and a cold kit. He has the pings on the fight. They're hoping he swings into it. He's hopped off on out of there. He is going to an entirely different city. And he's finding himself with his feet up and comfy. Wild, they get themselves the round, and, you know, it seemed like a bit of a guessing game from both teams at first.
It definitely was, and you know, never really having a clue where everybody was going to be coming from. They had no idea what was actually happening. That diffuser going down, Nello having to make the call, but as soon as he ran through the door, we were the sort of rotations coming out there. That jump, running for your life. You're never going to be catching up on him at that moment anymore. So, well played there by Wild, able to hold on, take themselves back into the lead after losing 2 rounds in a row. Now going to bar stage on their defense. For those of you that don't know, verticality quite important here. You want to make sure that you have that top floor in control. Those hatches are very important and a very good tool to use to stop some of these default plants out. Especially if we're talking about stage, it's going to be hard to plan on there if you have the hatching construction under control. The gym hatch is often opened up as well, just as an alternate way back into pool, if there would be an attack to come from that direction. So keep an eye out on the top floor. Wild should be holding on to that with, let's say, at least 3 people, I would dare to say.
A couple.
At least 2, 3 people,
couple.
something like that. Yeah.
We could see MNM expected maybe a different side. Pretty much a full change of who they wanted to bring. And we've seen MNM do attacks on this side again that have been good, and some, well, that have been a little bit bad. I mean, okay, it's not that it was bad. I just always remember the round when Nello tucked the plant in the corner and Shaiko dropped and instantly diffused it. And they didn't quite have the swing and the cover. I think it was a Monty and even a Gridlock that was combined in that. And, you know, I think that's the thing here about MNM. They have these good spark ideas. They just haven't quite been able to turn them into something a little bit more than a spark. The breach and the pressure over the top on the backhand, as the gym wall will get itself open. They're just going to send the second through to make sure they don't suffer the pressure on the back. And there it is. Bandit is too busy offering full support towards CC wall instead.
Opening up further. There's nothing really they can do about that. Luckily, though, it's not going to be the actual site. That's down below. It'll be the next target. That's an exothermic already placed on top of that wall, breaching out as well. Could have actually been a normal breaching charge, not quite sure. But the wall has been opened up into pool. And it seems like that is going to be their main point of pressure. They want to get in there, but to do so, they need to get rid of the player inside the kitchen. Solotov attempted that. Tab now aware of the fact that he's being hunted. Solotov aware of the fact that someone's in there. So it's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game. How are you going to be dealing with this? So they're calling over Nave for some extra support.
Tab is a bit concerned. And he's just going to get himself holding the tuck handle, sees the drone, and it's an awkward fight to take on a swing round, but you always have that window just on the shoulder. Naif, in the meantime, the deep room sort of underneath. He doesn't quite want to full swing onto that. He's going to get some awareness here. Tyrant, in the meantime, the Nooks sneaking their way up to the top. Waiting and moving on the back of those calls, hoping to try and get the catch on where it is. They see that the hatch itself is open. Teb moves to the opposite side of the kitchen. As I said, there's a lot of pressure points. Nestelli being open with Solotov getting the first. There goes Teb. There goes the pinch onto the player in kitchen. There's a Nook that didn't quite expect Hungry where they were. Almost got the drop, but with a sliver of health left, they can keep themselves in that power position. The shotgun's locked and a slow creep comes around. It's just going to take a fraction of either of these two guns to connect. And there's the first fire. The smoke canister's just going to not quite get popped out as it gets shot down, but the shotgun is the shot down. Solotov does get the pickup on the top side of the stairs. 20 seconds though, and a 4 versus 3.
Jags coming down from below might be crucial here. The plant is already going down. Aces will find users. Jags coming up on the top now. It's going to be too late to stop the diffuser. So 45 seconds counting down in a 2-on-2 situation. Make that only 1. Nave needing to clutch this out. He's found himself up on top. Does he still have a breaching charge available? Doesn't seem to be the case. So the hatch is all he has to play with here to stop this diffuser from being countered off. Don't want to drop yet. You need to wait for some amount of sound, but as they went for the pickup, it is now a 3-on-1 situation. With 20 seconds left on the clock, he drops, he will find 1. The barricade there will stop him just momentarily, which will implicate things just slightly. Packbull going for the defuse here. Put up a C4 to cover if he hears the sound. Aces has the cover. No, he does not! And Nave finds 2! He finds the round for MNM, and he really shouldn't have at that point.
Unbelievable round from Nath there, and you can see the reaction from his teammates. And I know they talked about it on the desk. You hope Wild have the old chat closed because MNM have been just consistently in it. And after that round with that play, I mean, as you said, that should not have been one that they won out. A 3 versus 1. They had all the intel coming from the audio, the drops in the motion. It's just one of those things that really should have connected there for Wild. We find ourselves back level now, back and forth as it seems to continuously go, and they're not going to opt for bar again, instead down to the basement with the original lineup that we saw from MNM on the previous round. So this is where they believed they would go next anyway, and they're well prepared, and now they've got the energy from an unbelievably well played round.
Yeah, that's a momentum changer around like that, because I mean, even though it was, you know, a bit straight back and forth the last couple of rounds, if you win it that way in a 1v3 post-plant, it is still going to be giving you some extra energy. It's still going to give you the rest of your team whatever they need to perform just a little bit better at this moment in time. And it might actually be enough to slightly put a dent into the morale of Wild. Because that's also what you're going for. I mean, why else be active in the alt chat, right? Like, we don't know if Wild had it on at this point. But we know mentals are often a big part of the game in the Europe League, so a round like that, definitely hitting on the mental twice. Ooh, good drone.
Yeah, great drone. Has the eyes on the player on the top of the rafters. I mean, you know, when you find yourselves trying to hunt those loose threads, as we said before, MNM would have a full sort of extension on their defense and then hand a lot of it back over. They didn't want to sit around. How determined is Teb? Because if he's a little bit too locked in as the camera gets revealed, they're going to maybe hope for the player. The C4 goes towards the door. He wants to catch them on the rotate. There it is. The hop comes around. He doesn't get the kill. The grenade won't get the pickup, but Tyrant does. The trade out. It's a cost, but it's one that MNM threw themselves in with the knowledge it might have to be paid and at least come out with an even hand.
I mean, Teb did everything he could do there, right? Like, he was being pressured from 2 opportunities with grenades. You jump through the window, you're dead guaranteed. So all you can really do is just jump down, take the fight, especially if they're throwing in grenades at that moment in time. So I don't think he would have been able to get out of that alive. The only way would have been to not be there at that point. Phone call goes off, hatches are being opened up. It's all pretty much the default. The big question, though, is MNM. Are you aware of the roamer that's happening on the top floor? I believe it's actually going to be Aces, and EDD will pick up a kill. Packbull will find Nape as well. In the meantime, it's only up to Nello and Users. Now, they slowly start to clear up the side. There's one more player out there. The rotation comes around. Users is ready for it. We'll find 1. Is he going to be aware of the second? He should have been. He's still holding it. Rotation comes back around. Nello now trying to secure the last person on the side itself as well, because as soon as they find him, a plant can be attempted.
Here it is. Users come for the swing. They're able to win out the fight, and from where they were to where they are now, it's another round that's tragically falling away from Wild here. MNM, they're going to go for plant in the 2 versus 1. Users looking for the fight. Aces gets the rotation, and Users has the watch. It was a round where, once again, Wild, they've gotten a couple of kills. They've gotten a couple of motions there. The swing round, the lock inside the site, and sure, that's where some of the engagement started to go away from them, but still, it's a tenacity from MNM that knows that this game is the separation between them and the major, and maybe it's the pressure of that for the same thing from Wild here. They fall around back. They are only 2 away from falling down to having to play through another 3 games to have a chance at Copenhagen after what was such a great run during group.
Again, good realization of what was happening out there from MNM, right? They realized, okay, there's 2 upstairs. We just have to go at it right now. If we manage to win these gunfights, we suddenly hold the keys to this fortress. We can hold them as they come back in. They need to come back in as well because time is suddenly in our favor. And they did that perfectly fine. And now, Wild, how are you going to be cleaning this up? Because it's quite sloppy these last 2 rounds. It's time to pull it back together slightly. Play a bit more compact, maybe. Not quite sure. Because MNM, they are reading into your weaknesses and they are abusing them to the max of their abilities.
MNM, can you keep this energy going? I don't want to be that sort of worry in the winds that talks of tradition, but when things are at the closest, sometimes when things have fallen away, and that's been a couple of big clutch rounds in a row, you have to try and harness that. Try and make sure that doesn't fall away. It's all still possible for Wild. They still have their timeout as well to have a conversation if they want to. Solotov with the opening down onto Dirt, getting themselves instantly in across the full stretch of the site itself. And it seems like they have an awareness, at least on one of the players, and they had this awareness before. This time Hungary's not going to stick around and seeing what comes next.
You know what I said on Chalet about the drone game hurting Wild when they were, on the attack? Now when they're on the defense, they know exactly where all of them are. Solotov opens up, takes down Hungary. He was spotted to go downstairs on that drone. They just waited for him. They executed him and now are moving on towards the side, MNM. And their information game is on point. And Wild are unable to actually deal with it at this point, and that's really hurting them.
Now, as they flitter their way across the top, they've obviously been able to get that opening body, and they did it without the trade cost that they suffered in the previous round here. And, we think about the take. Last time, it was very late that they had anybody inside the building. They only really had one person putting pressure on the other side, and the hard breach did not quite work together. And even then, it turned into quite a dramatic round when push came to shove. Here, with this slight advantage, with a slight bit extra, they aren't quite able to get the catch, and well, unfortunately for Tab, he's just going to have to pull himself tucked on the side. The impact breach will stop it, turning into a full rotation. They just have the angle. They also still have the option to try and do more of it.
30 seconds left on the clock. Wild still being very compact around the side is what might be saving them here, because as long as they have that garage under control, the breach that Nave has just made is not going to be as viable as they otherwise would have wanted to. Especially with Ace is still out there on the top of red stairs. He's kind of in that pivotal position. If he survives there, he is going to be able to put up some damage. He's going to be able to just skirmish himself away around an MNM not having a way in. Not a reliable one, at least. Nello's going to be trying to cut off any rotations in form of this small breach that has been made. He's going to be creating a rotation fully, so he can walk in eventually. He is aware of the fact that there's 1 or 2 on the rafters as Tab will find users.
The pressure all the way onto the back of red. They're blinding absolutely everything as Nave tucks himself in. Inside the kit, he's been able to just find his way onto site. And he's going to see if he can stick the plant with Solotov, offering the cover onto the door. Nello gets 1 and 2 right on the breach itself. There's 3 for Nello, and Ace is left all alone on the top of the stairs. He's able to win out 1. He goes for the planter!
He got it!
It's unbelievable! Once again, another round in a row where it is just beyond words how these rounds are ending.
Managing to take him down at the very final moment. He realized he was being pushed. He realized the clock is on 0 seconds. And he decides to just take the gamble. Takes the fight onto the diffuser planter. Shuts him down. Brings it to 5-5. With that, they live another round. But how close that was. They're definitely not feeling comfortable on the side of Wild. But we do have something proven now, Emmy. They do have their ult channel. Because they started typing in that moment in time. They're responding.
The hip fire kill into getting the diffuser down with somebody swing on you.
That's something, you know. It's a big something that happened out there.
All of the endings of the previous 3 rounds have been
insane.
I mean, it's had the heat that you wanted. I sort of said it at the start of that. There's always still that up possibility for Wild. It's not that they're written off. MNM have to be the ones that keep their cool. And there it is. There is that sort of idea manifest. Aces able to just get that swing around, to just have the awareness and the sense and the wherewithal to know where they needed to remove the player. 5-5. Now we're down.
We've actually had a rehouse right before this final round because everybody's in like 0 kills, 1 kill.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at it, it's like, wow, how did they still have 0 kills after 9 rounds? But
wait, does that mean, yeah, so that means Aces, that was their only kill from the rehost. They got 1 and the down.
Yeah, the 1 and the down. That's all he did in rehost. MNM going quickly here, taking over that middle floor, instantly pushing down the hallway and making sure to have the central staircase. Right towards the bomb site they go.
Yeah,
this is gonna be quick.
Oh, they've realized it. They hit the Goyo canisters. Solotov does get aces. I'm assuming gave the call that they're coming their way through. Users just pushed the fire, got himself into the site, but with the others slowed down, Nafe is going to try and get the black plant on the back end. Teb, he wants to fight his way back in. He's concerned about dirt, but he should be concerned about a lot of places. There's one more. And there's a post plant very quickly. Hungry with a great take off the head of Nafe. 4 versus 2, though. 3 versus 2. The take onto the main double door with Jags coming his way around. They've sort of isolated themselves in towards the fight itself. They're going to see if they can strong arm their way back in. There's a big rotate coming around onto Kitchen. 2 players inside Kitchen currently. 1 down on the site itself. They've gone with the full hold above. They knew how important that fight was to win it, and they won it. There's the last for MNM on the round, and well, they're sick of playing a slow game. We find ourselves now on map and series point 6-5. 1 round separates MNM from some plane tickets to Denmark.
I really have to say I appreciate the quick pace they went with there. As a tech timeout was called by Wild, because you know you win 2 rounds just barely, then you lose a round that just goes away from you at like the final millisecond, because otherwise the kill would have come in the opposite side. So what do? You realize there's an opportunity to go quick, and you just go quick. They would never expect that to happen after rounds that have been so chaotic, after being like so systematic for a while. And then just that quick round to come in, a quick fire one, you instantly take that side control. Don't mind about the fire, just walk through it. It's only a little bit of damage. If you manage to get the kills, it doesn't matter. And with the MNM, they secured themselves a map and match point. A major point. Major qualification, that is. Not major point. It's not a championship.
It's not, no.
And bar stage is where Wild is going to try and fend them off before the overtime will hit. Are they going to be successful? Again, top floor. Very important here. Last time it came down to that clutch. Heave dropping down the hatch in the post plan, finding 2, and then finding the diffuser or counter diffuser as well. Those plays are not something you can rely on. Not in the long run, at least. Like, they will happen every now and then. But
I'm assuming that's why Wild have come back.
Yes, exactly.
They knew it should have been their round. They knew it should have been their win. And things went away from them. That happens in this game. Being able to pick your head up. It's the whole big statement about Wild is how do you swing back when you get punched? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Their first technical punch in the face was the loss against Virtus.pro. How do they bounce back into it? How do they change their swing round? I talked about a particular play that involved Nello and a shield and smokes, and how you might recall it, people at home, where they take control of main door, they cover it in smokes, they tuck just inside on the stage and go for the plant, and then they pull back. They did that, and BDS instantly just dropped the hatch from above and defused the kit. And it was a bit of disbelief then. You really hope for the sake of MNM it's not a bit of disbelief now.
Oh, that's all the openings. Second time this game already it happens that way. Not sure if that was an impact.
No, I think it was, yeah. Jags has used his impact, so
okay.
I'm going to assume that was an impact from above.
Either way, it's an opening they can use, and that means that if they want to go for a similar plan like they did before and someone drops the hatch, there's at least an angle they can now use to stop that from happening. There's 2 things they need to do, though. First of all, someone needs to be making sure there is no free roaming around construction and using the hatch. Someone needs to be paying attention to that window. It has been opened up. I think it will happen at some point as well. And besides that, someone needs to be making sure that there is no one actually inside the bar or in the kitchen able to use any long angles to throw up a C4, to throw up a smoke, to even shoot out the feed if they know exactly where the Monty is planting in reverse. And I believe that's what Solidor's job will be, to just take that kitchen hallway, because as soon as you have that under control, suddenly there's no more safe space for a defender to truly try and challenge Nello.
Yeah, the attack here is you don't need the hugest amount of space, but you do need to have an awareness on swing. You have to have a reflex preparation for popping anything that comes across, and that's what this setup is. A bit of pressure coming onto the side of kitchen door. They might see if they can try and pinch out that player, and there's Teb doing his best to hold on. He was the first body lost last time around, but then Wild were able to pull back quite a few of their own. The drones are causing him problems, but not as much as Solitov does on the window, with Nafe getting hungry as well, and suddenly there is a huge bout of pressure here. The pack ball, Jags and Aces, everything to try and keep Wild fighting in this series against what is coming up here, 40 seconds. MNM, they're proposing themselves the plant and the idea. They're just getting some final checks down on the rotate onto the back. As I said, they don't need to take a huge amount of control here for this plan to come together. Kitchen corridor, stage, construction, and a Monty with a shield.
There's only a single C4 available. The plant is happening now. Aces, you need to make a move, because otherwise it's 45 counting down. It is 45 counting down. At least the trade comes through. The Monty has been taken care of, but Solotov instantly finds the response as well. Jags, Pack, both up on the top floor. They need to rotate around. A lot of damage done by their own C4. Packbull almost loses his life. And what are you going to do now? Jack's still up on that top floor, still not going down. Packbull has just been taken down. This might be the end of the game. This is MNM going to the Copenhagen Major, unless Jack somehow pulls something out in the next 11 seconds, which he won't. Tyron locks it off, and MNM, after losing the first map due to internet problems, coming back 2 days later to play the remainder of maps, will qualify.
Well, MNM. Credit to them. Revenge on Clubhouse and revenge for what transpired on the previous days. They find themselves pulling ahead with pretty much a mirror reflection of how the last time these two teams were on Clubhouse. Most importantly, a much more precious prize was at the end of this one, which is a route to the major.
Yes, for sure. And I said it when we started off, only one or two plays go the opposite side, and suddenly MNM would have been the winner. Those plays went their way right now. They played it well. They managed to find those mistakes of Wild, especially in those, 3 out of those last 4 rounds, punished them perfectly. But I'm sure our analysts have way more to talk about regarding those errors and how it was punished. So before we head back to them, let's head to a quick break.
Hey guys, it's Blaz.
My name is Daniel Gabov. I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Savas. My name is Pasha.
Hi, I'm Nathan.
I'm LM.
My name is Kendrew.
Hi, my name's Max Sterman.
So roaming is pretty simple as it says. Basically, you just roam around the map. You look for the first entry fights into the building, stop them from getting inside.
Being able to pick between multiple operators and having flexibility and basically what we need.
In this role, you have to be a risk taker, because if you don't, then you are either not helping your teammates or you are not making the enemy's life harder.
If I would have to describe my role, that you're normally the person offside trying to waste time.
Can give info to my teammates to allow them to get kills, or to myself so I can get kills as well. I think I'm one of the best on the role.
Best thing about intel gathering is, and what's one of my favourite roles is, it means I can be more creative and I can counter the enemies, come up with ideas and plans for us on defense to come up with good team plays.
I like the defense play because you don't be attached to only one position.
The creativity and the flexibility that I have. If I want to play more supportive, I can. If I want to play more flexible, I can as well. I have to have some creativity.
I think the thing I like the most about roaming is that you're always in their faces. You're trying to stop them from getting that early play in, and it really influences the round and how you play.
Also, the freedom that you get. There's a few shots where I get a lot of freedom to just try to help around my teammates.
I'm free to play whatever I want. I can go in roaming sometime. I can play site. I can do whatever I want, so that's pretty good.
I can move pretty freely around the map. I can be there where there needs to be help or where the enemies are pushing, and I can just play my style.
Yeah, the skills I think you need to have for the intel gatherer is having good communication and coordination, so you can tell your teammates where to go, what to do at the same time.
Learn when to take the right gunfights and when you should be peeking. Play smarter. Let them come in the building first, maybe play off your teammate, bait each other.
I think you need to be smart and know where people are gonna push.
Try to predict the enemy and try to figure out what the next step will be, so you are always one step ahead of them.
You need to feel the game. That's all. You need to find so much frags as you can and need to waste so much time as you can again.
What makes me the best at the role that I'm currently playing is like having experience on more supportive roles beforehand, so I can kind of see the game differently.
Knowing my surroundings and where I can dive from and where the enemies will be and where I'll be.
I'm good at wasting enemy time, my aim, and I think my flanking.
I have good gun skill and I have good map knowledge as well, so I can use that along with my teammates to make sure we're winning those gunfights.
What makes me great? The map knowledge.
My best asset in this role is definitely game awareness, to know what's going on in the game and being able to act on what's going on in the game and what the other team is doing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. It is done. 2-1 scoreline. And after losing the first map, Villa by forfeit, then bring it back. Now they go to the major. Well done, MNM. Incredible performance here in Clubhouse. It got a bit close at one point, but in the end, MNM do take it. Demo X, we're back here on the broadcast with our scoreboard. Demo, you happy with the performance?
I'd be lying if I said yeah. I would be. I think both teams wasn't the greatest of Clubhouse in terms of how it should be played. Very scrappy. I think both teams had moments where they just completely lost the plot. Wild, a lot of rounds that they should have won, didn't. Same with MNM. Rounds that they should be winning, didn't. Both teams kind of relying on each other's downfalls almost. So yeah, it wasn't the greatest from a strategical point, but in terms of entertainment value, yeah, it has the lot, I guess.
Yeah, I think M&M have gone out there and they've done the job, haven't they? It's not easy to come back after, losing the map 1 due to a forfeit and the circumstances surrounding that, and they've made the most of the opportunity presented to themselves here, still with a full shot at the major, and just having to win a best of 3 the same way you would if you lost map 1 regularly. Solotov is going to be our MVP of that final map. Did a fantastic job. There was some incredibly fancy footwork at the top of Cash stairs on one of those Cash defense rounds. I just don't know how Solotov manages to pull it off time after time. Whenever you see his name in the top right, it very rarely is just Solotov gets a kill. It's bam, 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 back to back. And he was doing it again here and now today. Good team performance there from M&M. I think everyone dug pretty deep. Tyrant had a little bit of a quieter time of things. However, on the whole, it was a good result there. And I'm sure that they'll be very pleased now knowing that they enter phase 1 of the major.
Yeah, now MNM being one of the teams that has attended the majority of events over the past year. It's pretty impressive to see that only a year and a bit ago, they had just been coming out from Yukon in the day, had just been formed at the end of 2021. And here we are now with the team attending yet another major, yes, in phase 1, but that's still an impressive track record for the up-and-comers. And you mentioned Solotov, Ollie, but the man not only is getting kills, but he's also, has time to type in the chat, stop baiting, and a bunch of other stuff. So multiple talents, I guess, on the player. But this is MNM. They make it through to the major. What do you think should be our expectations for MNM going there? Because there's a lot of hard hitters and a lot of, I guess, unexpected teams. I'll mention Japan for just a second, that actually qualify to the major.
I hate that question because I feel as though me and Ollie could be here for about another hour going.
Well, you won't be, but
about M&M. I think They'll have a good run. I think they will. I think they've learned. Look at Invitational, for example. But it's more the case of if they suffer a loss, how do they bounce back? They didn't do that Invitational. They went flawless. Undoubtedly the best teams in groups. Get to their first big game, lose the game, and fall flat in their face. And that is the issue with MNM. So I think we need to actually see them lose. And I would love to see a lower bracket run from MNM this time around, because then it shows that they can do it all. That's what I want to see.
I think winning all the games in the groups at SI and then facing their first loss, it was the worst time for it to come. And you see other teams that have a little bit more of a turbulent group stage and still manage to make it out of the group, and then still manage to go a little bit further on. Look at a team like Astralis, as you say. You're looking at the competition that's already locked in that they're going to be going up against in phase 1. They've got teams like Space Station, W7M. They've got teams like Sandbox, Team Bliss, Falcons, and then Northampton. So by no means is it a foregone conclusion that they stack up against those teams. You got some big heavy hitters. W7M in phase
could
1.
Be a BDS, could be an Oxygen.
And then
Falcons in phase 1.
Falcons in phase 1. And then you even look at who we're going to send from Europe as well. So it all of a sudden becomes, you've got yourself out of the best of 3 with Wild. You've avoided that last chance qualifier. I mean, there's still a chance that Wild might end up. It's one of those. They're going to drop down into the lower bracket. We can't write them off entirely. It's unlikely, I think, but there's still a chance that they end up.
Yeah, I mean, we said the same about Wild when we were starting out the season. Demo even mentioned it at the beginning. Who would have thought they'd be topping the group? Well, there's nothing that would stop Wild from also going through X10 Star, then playing whoever beats Dunlimited or BDS in that game. There's a lot of tough hitters in there. They're all best of 3s. That's something that Wild will definitely have to work on until over the next few days, really, in preparation for LCQ on Tuesday. But that is a conversation for our desk on Tuesday to have really before we kick that off, because we still have one more game to go. Another best of 3 series, but this time to tell which is the best team in Europe, which, let's be honest, is, I'm sorry to say this, Demo, I know now you're, NA Shell and all of that, but the best region in the world, EU. And now we need to see which is the best team of the region, because it's G2 versus Virtus.pro. And I'm so excited for that. So how about we take a quick break? We come back, we fill you in on G2 VP.
We're feeling confident. We are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys. Let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team MNM. That's how you can own that trophy.
TT9, we are gonna win!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. I'm Alex Medic, your host. With me are Demo and XR Troika. We get ready to see and tell which is the best team in Europe Stage 1. It's G2 versus Virtus.pro, and let's have a chat about our two teams. Starting off with our world champions, G2. They've made it so far up into final, and they've taken a 1L specifically against this team earlier on. But Demo, I'm told you're a certain fan of G2. Can you tell me what to expect, at least in your mind, for today?
They're okay. That's just they're all right.
They're hiding it.
That's it. Not too. Nah, they're not too bad. Want a trophy here or there. But again, I think for G2, they had to suffer with the they're a current champion, world champions in this case. This is where they're now supposed to drop off and do absolutely nothing for a stage, which has happened to pretty much every single team apart from the old G2, way back in your day, Milos, back in the 18th century. So I think for G2, the pressure was on just to keep up with the passion, keep up with the meta, and don't drop off. And they've done that. They've qualified for the major. I think this is probably the best shot that we've had of a team doing back-to-back championships since the old G2 team.
That's a bold claim, Demo. It really is, but it is a claim that I'm kind of willing to back. And I don't know if that's just a little bit of sort of copium that's sneaking in there. But they've not really looked matched, to be honest with you. They had a slightly slow start to the stage, but beyond that, they have gone pretty flawless in their group, dominating so far. Second, of course, was Virtus.pro in their same group. And I know that there's a little bit of a history between these two teams. Obviously, the history is mainly between these two organizations. A lot of the players have changed across the years, and even the organization name, of course, we're talking about Old Empire here instead of Virtus.pro. But the last time that they faced off against each other, 8-6, the scoreline to VP. That was played out on Villa, second week of the stage. So you look at that and you think, yeah, there's definitely something that gets in the G2 players' heads about playing in front of these 5 players here.
They're all good friends, though. That's something to keep in mind, that there's a lot of love and respect between all 10 players here. And we'll get to see now Virtus.pro on the screen for you. It's the OG4 from Team Empire with Pasha, that some would say is even an upgrade in many ways.
He's a good player, Pasha. I think he always has been since he kind of broke into the scene. I think late 2019 was whenever we seen that guy start to play a bit of Siege. And yeah, it's been good. I look at this team and I thought it was going to go one of two ways. The style of Siege for Virtus.pro is just Virtus.pro. They are the only team in the world who play this type of Siege where it is very old school. It's way back in the day. We've seen this team dominate in the exact same way they are now. So I think it's kind of showing that their style of Siege is almost timeless in a sense, which I think is something that we've never had before and very unique. And I looked at the way this team was going to go into EUL. They were either going to do really well, which they have, or else they were going to get just sat down and being exited out of the group stages very swiftly on, because the style of Siege is so outdated, but it's working really well. And I think the team, I think they have made little changes, little adaptations to kind of bring them in to the 21st century, but at the same time, they're still sticking to the roots.
So how about we take a look at our maps for the series? Again, it's a best of 3 series, so you gotta win 2-0, 2-1. You know the drill. 9 map pool, 6 are out, and we're left with Bank, our first pick. Virtus.pro starting off on the attack, Skyscraper second for G2 as they go on the attack, and finally Oregon, G2's pick. They ban out Chalet, start off on defense. Our final one. General thoughts on our map bans here, Troika?
I think you never call me that, Milosh.
Yeah, Ollie.
Both teams have kind of got a good map in here, to be honest with you. I mean, G2, they don't play a great deal of Bank. Skyscraper, we've seen how that goes, and we've seen how that goes fairly recently here for Virtus.pro. It was the only map that they lost against Wild in the upper bracket semi-final about a week ago now, 4 days ago. So that's obviously a vulnerability that G2 wants to try and exploit. G2 knowing that they're a little bit of a weaker side on Skyscraper, are happy to pick that into Virtus.pro. And then on the flip side, you think about a map like Bank, kind of suits Virtus.pro down to the ground because, you know, they've seen the way that those rounds play out. They can play that very predictable style. And I think we were in the interview the other day, Milosh, and Joystick put it best himself, where he said, if we play in a similar fashion, we see the outcome. We see that round 100 times, 200 times, 1,000 times, and we know all the different permutations behind it. And it is something that over time that will yield consistency. And I think that that's maybe a good opportunity for them there to kick that off in map number 1.
All right, with our lobby set and ready to go, Demo, any final thoughts?
No, again, I think it'll be another good game, and we'll see if G2 can keep the legacy going.
All right, there it is. It's the biggest challenge now. Virtus.pro versus G2. Doki was afraid of facing off against them. We'll see if his 4 other teammates can carry him through over the finish line versus Joystick and VP. Demo X, thank you. Let's toss it to our casters. Hap and Fluke, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, this is the game between G2 and VP. It's for 20 extra SI points. It's for 10,000 extra euros on the bank. But most importantly, the first seed of Europe that they are fighting for.
I wish I could spend a couple of hours playing and getting but
you should ask your friends that are, you know, you're trying to coach through. You should say that's your coaching fee.
Yeah, just be like, hey guys. No, I joke. Obviously, they've played a lot to get to this point and be fighting for such a big prize pool, but it shows the importance of where they're at. It shows the height and heat of these two teams. But as we said, you know, they've got themselves stamps and tickets. They're ready to go. Let's see if they can try and decide who's going to go there with a little bit more spring in their step. Now, as it was sort of highlighted last time, well, that when these two teams did meet during the split, during the season, it was sort of a Benjamaster and Dan-led brawl.
I was going to say it was basically a 1v5 though, because if you're looking at it, you know, everybody of G2 was very, very, very much negative on the kill department. It was just Benja that had like the 16 on 10 that kept them in it. I think on like, if you look at Virtus.pro, like Dan Shepard, always positive, Joystick, Pasha, -1. So, you know, they were definitely in the kill game a bit more. So it's still amazing to see that somehow G2 was able to bring it to the way they were. Of course, a lot of credit to Benja's performance out there. But that's when we also start looking at, okay, but if back then it was just Benja performing and the rest not showing up, what kind of a game are we going to get if the entirety of G2 shows up?
I mean, they have been showing up more and more as well. I think when we saw them play on the Monday, that was some of the most put together siege they've played. They went up against an MNM that were pushed aside because G2 were playing as a team. They were playing as a unit of 5 players. It's not something they've entirely been able to get together. However, being the first team that's broken the major curse over the past year and a bit, where they've won the most recent top trophy and then qualified for the next show, not even won it or put pressure onto it, but at least qualified. It's weird that that's a sort of curse that a team has had to break, but they are the ones to do it. Can they sort of keep that roll on and say, well, we're still ready for the top flight fight?
That's it. And, you know, with the fact that they came in within the first 2 spots of the Europe League already, that puts them in a position where, you know, they're not going to get first rounded because they don't play the first round.
It's for them, it's the technical first time they're fighting a team that is otherwise also qualified for Copenhagen, where they both know it. They've both come into this game now. They both sort of sit at each other and go, right, we're going to be potentially facing each other at the major. We're 2 now, written in ink, teams that are technically the best in the world at the game at this moment in time. Is an extra little bit of pressure, especially with the fact that they've already played not too long ago. They've already got a score technically to settle. Sure, you've got the best of 1, but who's got the best of 3? Let's find out here on Bank. VP start, and as it was sort of highlighted, it's an okay G2 map, but it is a pretty good VP1.
And that will lead us into a what should be explosive start of this map. Now, I'm not going to be quoting the statistic of this specific site with G2 in the defense. Actually, I am going to do it. Back in the 6th Invitational, they only lost it a single time. So they know how to defend this map.
I'm never going to be able to stop you. Couldn't stop you if I tried. Yeah. As you said, it's that sort of side. It's the problems that come across it. And, you know, it's something where if you know there's a site where a team plays it very well, if you can take it from them, if you can sort of break against their metal on their favored place, suddenly you set yourself up for a very good jaunt around the bank here. And it's going to start with the jaunt and the pressure over the top. Joystick smashing his way around, all the way across, getting their rotations and getting the angles up for the hatches. They do like to play a bit of an extension into open. Sometimes you'll sort of see them tucked over the top, and as Pasha gets... Oh, the Gemini are very deep down green.
G2 really panicking as it walked through, of course knowing it's a Gemini, but that's a lot of information gained from Pasha. They're able to just walk up so far. Little rotations are being set up right now by Virtus.pro. They know there's no real pressure coming down on that first floor, so Joystick just has that free reign of doing whatever he wants with that sledgehammer, making sure VP players never have to walk longer than they should have to with those walls open up.
And now as the pressure comes over the hatches, they've got all their rotations.
Oh,
to play against it.
This Surya laser gate just destroyed. Okay, no, so they disabled the Surya laser gate with the EMP. Then the electrification went on afterwards, I believe, to destroy the heart breach that was on it.
I'm not sure. Either way, Doki's the first gone. It's a very, very tight and narrow, and unfortunately, not the clearest picture on my end. I don't know if it's easier on yours, but...
No, it's very pixelated, but I mean, if we're dealing with it.
Yeah, Virtue goes down next. Second grenade, almost the second direct victim from the back of it. They might be able to get him back up, but look at this. Virtus.pro, quick and hasty, rotate round onto the back. They know what needs to be done, and they're making sure that they can sort of get it done. There's the pick back up, and you've got your 3 smoke canisters back. You've also got Dan getting Blur over the top. They're trying to creep their way through on the plant with a 4 versus 3. They finally get their first kill back in response. There's Joystick, though, still hammering home onto this site that was, as we said, their sort of backline bastion. They're going for the plant. They've tucked themselves all the way in. Alamau, he gets in the site, gets one in the kit. There's Pasha with the last, and Virtus.pro open up for the first round.
And as you mentioned, if they do manage to take rounds away from G2, if they're playing on lockers, that's going to be a very good start, because suddenly you win a round that a lot of other teams playing against them on bank have not been able to win. And now they have it. That's one on the board. G2 instantly swapping off, going towards staff room and open area, not wanting to stick around and try another time. Of course, that will come at some point. They will be going back towards the basement. Probably in a round or two. G2 wanting to continue their rotation right now. Great round from VP. Able to isolate the G2 players, just shut them down. Not really giving them an opportunity to have an impact in the round. As a result, you know, you can just start playing the objective. And yes, G2 players will swing at you. It's what they're also known for. They're very good gunners. And yes, they will drop the diffuser, but if you're ready to go for a refrag instantly afterwards, that's not a big deal for you if you have that man advantage, like up by 2 or 3.
All right, VP, first round is yours on your map. The perfect start to a series. And one of the things that we've sort of seen from Virtus.pro is sometimes they're a little bit slow to get the gears moving at the very beginning of a map or a showdown. And we've sort of had them as that engine that kicks into gear and starts to chug and get more powerful and more pace as the game goes on. But getting that opener, and it was very pacey. The attention to where they needed to be, how quick they're able to move, the grenades and the response towards the pushes coming back from the side of G2 was very well put together here from VP. And as that drone gets caught out on the side, oh no, still got 1 for his use. Only 1.
It's painful losing a yokai drone like that. It was pretty well hidden, and like a drone up on the top as well. Like the idea of it was to stay hidden for a long time and then just pop up and you know, get some stuns out. But losing that early on, it's definitely going to be very painful for the side of G2, having 1 left to play with now. Minute has passed in the meantime. Still plenty of time for VP to make stuff happen here. They're just holding off on some of the rotations, getting themselves in position. Of course, they want to be taking that top floor first, because as soon as they have that top floor, start working on verticality. As soon as you have that verticality, start limiting places the G2 members can safely play in, which will make it easier for you on the execute to just, you know, limit the amount of angles you actually need to cover on drops and just walkthroughs.
Pasha getting control of the top of white, hoping that someone pays him a visit on the swing around, but they're sort of prepped again once tucked on the hatches. They've got themselves all inside the side, put them soft. They could take a rotate underneath if they wanted to. They sort of kept them soft so they can't suffer from the other side of it. With the angles above, Doki's hoping to get one as they rotate in on the door. It's always that might be the victim of this. Oh, and they are, Doki. Great watch, our observer. I know you're watching this from home and you've already got the catch, but perfect.
I guess for the observers as well right now. You just sit back and relax, knowing they've already spectated this game once before. Just like the players who have already played it. Great first bit. Now it's about keeping that momentum if you're G2 and making sure that you look at the possibilities of Virtus.pro. Grenade comes around the corner. They'll be caught up by OMI discs, so not dealing any damage. For the second one, about to be tossed in, I believe, from above. Pasha walking in as well, unaware of the fact that someone might be in the elevator. At least he seems to be checking it, but is he fully 100% aware? Yes, he is. Gets the kill onto Benja, not giving him the opportunity to fight back.
30 seconds, and Virtus.pro is starting to try and angle themselves around towards the stock hatch. They're making the statements, rolling the grenades to the back line, just getting the clarification no one's there, and there it is. Joysticks in, and Alamau is off. Doki with one back on the far side. There goes another for Doki. A triple for the round, but Shepard is sticking the kit with Joystick watching on the far end. Pops up round, goes for the swing itself, and it's a post plant with one more for Joystick. The impact over the top. The next whizzes on by. Doesn't quite get himself. The quick exit with Virtue getting one. There's Shepard on the back. A 1 versus 1, but it's Doki from the top for the quad. Took the rotate, took the round.
Managed to rotate up just in time. They hadn't realized he slipped past. As a result, able to find themselves in a spot where he could clean up from top. Ooh, actually almost got caught up by the Claymore that was placed on top of the staircase and square there. So, you know, that shows that could have been successful. By the way, 1-1 G2. Going to the top floor now. Having that first defense under the belts, it got quite close. The diffuser did go down. Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs. Now continuing on. Now this is a site that often requires you to bring an architect. Sometimes it's Castle, sometimes it's Mira, sometimes it's Asami, and sometimes you have the combination of 2 out of the 3. And that's what we're seeing right now. We see the Mira coming out, we see Asami coming out. Definitely going to be making sure that, you know, this is going to be a way more complicated site to go through. I actually really like to keep a barricade they just set up on the couch. Again, sorry, we cannot really highlight it as it has been pre-recorded, but it makes the rotation a bit safer. Like, you have the opportunity to just walk out of janitors. You saw it on the right-hand side. They have it on blur screen. And it allows you to just, you know, use that rotation safely. You don't need to be worried about instantly being shot.
All right. Move on. 1 apiece, and G2 getting the perfect response. But as you said, in the words of Doki, it was close towards him not quite being in a position of, what do we say, power, and more in a position of, I got caught by a Claymore. Here it is. On the side and the split. They're just getting their awareness. Virtus.pro, as I commented from before, they've been very sharp on their approaches here. They've had the awareness of what G2 seems to want to do on Bank, which is exercise their routes around. They go for swings. They sort of play around with a much bigger bubble of what they would consider safe than a lot of other teams, but you're seeing Pasha take heads on those routes on the way towards the site.
Ooh, what a shot mid-air onto the mirror window out there. Definitely something they did not expect to happen. That's going to be gone now. That's going to be one worry less for VP. Still 2 players up on the rappels, though. We're going to be trying to cut down as many of the G2 players as possible, especially if they walk out. But this seems like they have a bit of information of a player downstairs. Just somehow misses the opportunity. Benja makes himself to be known, instantly rotates back off. Knows he's being chased by a drone. doesn't want to lose his life yet. He was the carrying force of G2 the previous time these two teams met. He hasn't really had the impact yet.
Creeping his way up onto the back. He's in a bit of a dangerous position right now. He's looking for either side to offer him a head first, but it's not being handed to him. Doki gets the rotate out just before it becomes a little bit too dangerous, but still, Dan, this is that precarious position. All of them stacked up in the window as Bergen in the first always goes down. They still have the kit in a position where it can get picked up, but you think, you know, if it goes down, look at where Shepard is. He's on the other side of the map itself, holding onto the big windows. Joystick gets one back. Pash is going for the hunt and finds Benjamaster below. They've got some control of the site, but there's Alamau getting Joystick. It is this trade game, this back and forth, and Pash is inside the site, or underneath, as it were. But with Virtue getting Dan, now suddenly Shepard has to make a big journey to offer some support to his teammate.
Us, of course, having Alamau ready with these spectacles could stop any smokes to be used that Pasha still has available. So even if they are going to try and go for a cheeky plant, it is not going to be able to go through because Alamau just able to look through. They need to clear out Janitors. That's what they need to find. Actually managed to get a shot onto Alamau, but the player prone on the ground, and Janitor actually finds the kill. Shepard coming across the corner through the barbed wire. They know he's there, and Doki shuts him off. Shepard falls. And G2 leading by a round.
A slight slip into the front foot there, and you could see that they were making things a bit awkward. Virtus.pro can be a bit slow at times. It's one of those criticisms that I think's been levied against them for as long as they've been in the game itself. They want to get everything sorted in. They want to get everything locked out, and Bank, it can have that as a safety, it can have that as a primer, but as long as there's space, G2 will opt to try and find it. Now they've got 2 rounds in a row. Can they go back to the site that is statistically one that they've been pretty good at before? As there may have been heroics and a quad kill that got them the first round. The second there that we saw was much more back and forth.
It definitely was. It was very back and forth. And, you know, last time G2 were here, they were picked off quite easily, not really being able to fight back. I mean, if you kind of look at Benja, he's got that 1 assist and 3 deaths. That's all he currently has. The man was 16 on 10 the last time these two teams met. He'll be definitely keeping a good eye on him right now, making sure he doesn't really have that same impact. Probably have learned from their mistakes in that previous game. Luckily for G2, the rest of the team is slightly stepping up, but, you know, last time they were down here, they were basically handing them the round over towards Virtus.pro because unable to get any of those trades out, unable to put any pressure back to them. Just clean kills coming in all around.
What will be the change of face here? They're going to be able to get themselves a bit of a lead in. There was a heavy hold onto Blue that sort of pulled itself away when things got a bit dicey. The couple of grenade kills that they lost inside the site itself. I'm wondering if, well, there's the wondering answer actually. I was going to see if Benji would try and hold on to open a bit longer. Did not intend for that fight to be extended.
The lead in, knows someone is coming up at the top. Doki finds the kill, low on HP though. Needs to go for an amazing shot or fall back over the staircase. He's gonna go for it, but shut down. Pasha with a very tight angle finds Doki, brings it back to a 4-on-4. Should at least 2 of those grenades stay in pocket from Virtus.pro after they just lost 2 already.
Pings coming out, the coordination on the player. Alamau with soft, went a bit fishing. Some intel there. Hasn't been handed to him. As I said, they'll try and piece their stories together as time goes on. Now, with the pressure coming out over the top, there is once again a game to be played here on this hatch. Look at that. It's prepared for the pull-off. They have the player underneath so it stays open. He's waiting to hear the plant. There's Benjamaster, but it has already been removed from the board.
Against your laser gates on these hatches to waste an extra piece of utility from VP on opening up these hatches. Don't really seem to have too much issue with it. So Tomek onto the soft wall could theoretically be shot out, but no one really dared to try and attempt it. No one daring enough to attempt that, and that means that the wall has been opened up. Next order of business, though, is get rid of those mirror windows somehow. And how are you going to be doing that? Well, maybe land the grenade right behind it after an EMP pops up. So you destroy any piece of utility that might be out there. And that means that, you know, anything that could have been catching things like the ADS that's out there, now destroyed. Utility can now just fly through safely. Nothing to worry about. And LML, whilst he has a C4 prepped, well, there's still fire, there is still a smoke on the ground. They cannot really go for the plant just yet. And as they hear the box to be called,
trying it, he's trying it. The C4 will get shot out by Dan as the perfect cover, and we're in a post-plant situation. Now, how do you break your way through? Shepard with the fire, stop the rotate round as well. They couldn't get the extra. He wants to see if he can go fishing up top, but they've otherwise pulled themselves really far away. They kind of expected that move, and now they got to see if they can try and break expectations. Pasha holds onto the swing and holds onto the double for his third of the round. And as I said, he's been very good so far at guessing and playing against the game that G2 loves to do on this map. There's the catch on Alamau, and there's Dan with the last. And a perfect play there. They took what they needed. Virtus.pro have shown that they have very much done their homework on this site.
Yeah, especially that side. And you saw it out there. There was still fire. There was still a smoke. As soon as one dissipated, instantly going for it. Yes, you can afford to take a tick or two of damage from that fire, especially if it's about to extinguish itself. And then the smoke canister not quite in a position, or not quite in position early enough to get the kill down. And then it's a post plant, and you're all sitting there inside that red hallway. You don't have any other control. Like, there's just no way back from that. You're not going to be able to get all those kills, especially not if the top floor is also under control. So very well done by Virtus.pro. Just taking the bare minimum of what they need, not trying to go further than that. Just focusing on getting that plan down. That's what you like to see. But these next two rounds are also going to be important, because if it's still going to be a 4-2 split for G2, then it doesn't really matter whether or not they always win that side below, and they have it now, because, you know, if they win the tertiary side and if they win their secondary side, both on their attempts, it's still the same scoreline, still the same outcome.
Background to the top, and this was a heroic jokey round. That was the response previously, and it's going to be the Solus to see if they can try and set that up once again. The dangerous gun and the dangerous operator, especially with people's penchant for rappelling onto these windows whilst on cam. He knows always is tucked onto one corner watching, which sort of lowers the idea of we can't do this in there. He sees the explanation as to why he can't do this. The drone watching just round on the double door on the top of square. So joystick is free for this, and Dan finds blur free as well. There is the opening kill into their favor, straight through the window of the site itself, gets themselves whipped onto the back line. They're going to see if they can try and force this territory once again to clear the backside of the site.
It's always a very poor start if you lose at a player like that early on, like through the window, all the way at the end of it. You now lose Doki as well. Suddenly you find yourself in a 3-on-5 situation. VP so much time to play for. They're even aware of Virtue's position. The grenade just barely misses the mark right there. Deals a lot of damage, not quite the kill. But they don't really need it at this point, right? Like, they know where he is. They know there's only 2 people on the site. Still going to try and go for confirm, because why wouldn't you? That opportunity, still having someone out there, but there's only 2 players on the side. There is always the opportunity of VP to just go for it. If they ever run low on time, they could just literally try and get the kill out there. So the Gemini Replicator gets used now to see if they can actually get some extra information out on the horizontal side of things. Pasha misses the opportunity of spotting Benja there. Actually just found him. Things are probably going to be focusing on him a bit now.
Ooh. Virtue getting one. Wants to see if he can step into the next fight. They're actually on the other side, and they're just going to peel themselves away and wait for some support. Again, it's an isolating position that you're playing. On that window, you think how separate you are from everybody else. Pasha on the lobby, and then the kit in the hands of Shepard on the big lobby windows too last seen. It's 3 very, very different locations. 3 very, very different spread out positions. And you have to make sure that if you act, you're acting almost as a unit with the support from far opposite ends. Now, pulls himself back, 45 seconds, and Dan getting his third for the round as a perfect response to the play before. The C4 pops off, finds always. And with 30 seconds, Dan's going to see if he can get a 4th for his tally. It's Pasha on the door fight against the pillar side itself, wins it out. Suddenly leaves nobody as Dan does find his 4th. And, well, now we have this continual back and forth, really coming in blow for 2 teams. As we said, there is a familiarity, there's a history here, and there's now a 3-2 with a G2 timeout. A time for a conversation.
Yes, because they're now on the verge of losing the half, right? Like they're expecting this to be a 4-2, and if that doesn't happen, it needs to be a 3-3. And that means that this round is very crucial. You need to make sure that you're taking out this win here right now as we speak, because otherwise that second half is going to be way more difficult for you to deal with here. So, as they have that time to talk, we certainly do not get to see their faces this time. They have a choice to make as well. What side are we going to go to? We're going to go back to lockers. We're going to go open area. We're going to go CEO. It's always the question they have available to them now. Full availability for them, and it seems like CEO is what they're sticking with. So continuing that rotation, playing every side twice at least.
I mean, you've got to, at this point, you've got to sort of keep the game live, because it's not that they're entirely being brushed aside. And it's always worth remembering, this is where Virtus.pro wanted to come. It's a best of 3. It's not that you're up against an inexperienced team, regardless of the fact that there is, you know, changes on the team, and it's still a long history of these players with what can be a deep match. Well, this is them going to the one that they believe they can beat you the best on. So, seeing if they can try and keep themselves just level, just on that 3-3 half, even if this map doesn't quite come to their favor, moving into the potential slower, heftier map of Skyscraper, one that they really enjoy playing, and one that they know that they can, well, Virtus.pro can lose on. That's the easiest way of phrasing it. Rotate round on the opposite end. Benja finds himself a little pocket of safety, and that is that benefit of the soul. This is not just hunting, but also avoiding and playing a bit of keep away.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like you have the opportunity to either hunt the drones or to avoid them. And avoiding them is sometimes even more deadly than taking them down. Of course, like taking out these drones always helps in the long run, but well, never mind. It's just Benja picked up by Shepard. We've all the theory crafting just out of the window like that.
Yeah, take those notes and throw them in the bin. There it is.
well.
You barricade will go up onto the top and buy themselves a little bit extra safety, but Benja, for all that he did in the best of 1 showdown that they had against each other not too long ago, has been entirely shoved off of the map by Virtus.pro so far.
Just that single kill he has and a single assist, it means that you've only like hit 2 players so far, I think. It's just very painful for him to play that way. See if he can still lean back into it in that second half, though, because this one is over for him. He's on cam duty right now, just trying to provide as much information to G2 as possible, who are still trying to salvage out a 3-3 even split on this half. Because they want to make sure they get that first round. Again, it's not direct qualification for fighting. That's the kill. Yep, that Blur taken out cleanly by Passion.
No avoiding that.
As soon as he went prone, that was over.
Yeah, I mean, it's well rehearsed. You got to think of where he was. He was right behind the core wall where he's been able to get kills from before. The last time they were here, he was actually the opening person to get a kill. So shut down the position, do it in a slightly different way where they were able to wrest control underneath 5 versus 3. And there's the swing round. They don't quite get the full drop on the player. That was potentially the kit knocked out as well. They do get the end of it, but Dan gets 1 back. A 4 versus 2. And as the blinds come towards him, they're just going to click on the glasses and protect them from the door itself. They're trying to find anywhere that they can swing, and there's Dan for the end of Doki. The pop-up, the shot round, but 4-2 here as it comes through for Virtus.pro. They're keeping themselves driving wheel here, and there's a lot for G2 to try and piece together on their attacks.
There's a lot of ground they need to make up, and you know, it's only 2 rounds of a difference right now, but again, they need to go for a 4-2 split themselves to go to overtime. 5-1 split if they want to take this map, just straight up. And VP starting off on lockers and CCTV themselves as well. Attackers need to locate and defeat going to be attempting to do what G2 could not, which is to take that victory. But I said it at, I believe it was round 4 when it started. It's like, That's great. You won lockers and CC twice, VP. You need to do it on the different sides as well, which is exactly what they did right now. Managing to find those 2 rounds. Absolutely crucial for the remainder of this map.
G2. How do you bring yourself into this now? You bit of a back foot. You use your tactile match. You've only got the game ahead of you itself. And, well, they're getting themselves that aggressive hold. The extension over to open, the play round and the drop, and we'll see if it can be something that otherwise threads it. The double lock, the full rotate around. They've got the echo, they've got the hands off. It depends how punchy G2 are feeling. Pretty. As Alamau instantly starts hammering itself all the way down towards the back end, right towards the side of that hat. They're just putting a bit of fear in them. They're sort of saying, look, you know we're coming for you. And Pasha says, yeah, we know.
No need to worry, right? We know we come in. That's kind of your goal as attackers. You just put some extra keeper barricades up. Your bullets won't hurt me that way. Of course, their goal is to hold out onto this top floor as long as they possibly can, and maybe even deal some damage, get a kill on the way out. Because they still have that one hatch they can drop through if they need to. Of course, you don't want to do that too early. You want to make sure that you hold control for as long as you possibly can. And as right now, VP is receiving some pressure. The fallback comes through. They're turtling down on the side. A minute has passed. It's little time compared to what we usually see from G2 back when they used to fall back. That was always on like the 1 minute 15 mark, 1 minute 30 mark. But the Yokai drones are going to be making sure there's at least still some worry. Just getting those stuns out when there's no one there to follow up, it might actually make G2 believe that someone is there to follow up at some point.
Well, with the minute 30 falling past, you can see the Echo drones rolling back into sight as well, and that's the physical gesture of pulling their hand back and sort of saying, yeah, we've wasted enough time elsewhere. They've still got to get control of the hatch. They've still got to get control of pretty much the rest of it. And there's Goyos. There's watches over on the site. There's the break and the angles towards it. There's still a lot of humming and hawing G2's going to have to do, and the longer it goes on, the more that those pocket utilities, the C4, the 3 smoke canisters, the Goyos that you can start to hear maybe get popped sooner rather than later, it just gets more and more dangerous.
We're getting ready, some damage being done with the 416, 2 shots to the chest, and it's a guaranteed kill. So Dan losing that much damage, basically hit by a single bullet. Grenades flying in, hoping to find something. And they're on the other side directly, not fully cooked either, but it's just to keep them out of the hallway just for long enough so G2 can start doing some preparative work. Clear out the fire, make sure there's an opportunity to go for the plant soon, waste out these smoke canisters, of which there's only 1 left with 25 seconds on the clock. But the big worry is it's a 5-on-5 situation. I mean, and that means they could just start throwing bodies at the problem on VP's side.
I mean, that's it. And look, the Echo drone is there. They're watching from the hatch itself. The smoke canisters, as I said, with all of this still alive, what do? You lose. Down with the C4 onto Alamau. The Echo drone comes in. It just has to head up to the roof. It will get the first knock, push them off. A second left. They've got to see if they can stick it. Virtue has the cover, and Benja does get one, but there's Shepard. I was about to say, maybe I was going to eat my words, but really it would take a lot. Love the EMP that was thrown there, just in case.
Just making sure that if there was another C4 to fly through, it wouldn't have gone off at that point, but I mean, the Echo drone already did its job, managed to stall enough time and allow the Echo player itself to just move up. Shepard there to pick up the kill. And VP to find themselves at a 5-2 scoreline now. 2 more rounds in the lock of the very first map. They are very far ahead on G2 compared to the previous time these two met. And the carrying force of G2, that was there the last time around, hasn't really shown up yet. Just made his 2nd kill of the game. But overall, VP really had Benja's numbers so far. Been able to just shut him down, neutralize him before he becomes too problematic. Like on the last defense round, we saw him just playing a little side office as Solus, trying to avoid as many drones as possible. But they were aware anyway and just shut him down from the windows. So VP did their homework, know exactly how to counter him and how to counter G2 so far.
Oh, it's starting to slip a little bit further and further away. G2, obviously, it's not their map, and it's a best-of-3 series. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and that's something that they've got to sort of keep a hold onto here. And the danger, though, is that, you know, Virtus.pro can warm up. They get heated up onto the map. Skyscraper will be good because naturally it will slow them down a bit and not give them the pace here, though. Let's see if they can try and get that slightly sharper response onto this round. As I said, you know, we had 30 seconds left and every player still standing with pretty much every bit of defensive utility still in pocket as well.
Around, he's getting some pings here. Something he can work with. Throwing out a grenade, wants to open up the castle barricade so Alamau can go through, I believe. Let him lead in. Let him be the face of that attack. Big giant shield that is impossible to penetrate with your bullets out there, so just let him go for that scouting role. Now, whoever was out there from VP already has left, so there's no need to worry about any other players out there, and VP doesn't have to worry about losing someone early on. Cheaters now realize that and are going to try and repurpose themselves to see if they can push the B bomb site. Plant right behind the bomb chassis on that kitchen and make sure that 45 seconds are going to be on the clock. Now, both of these Electroclaws have been pinged, so this EMP is going to be stopping that from happening. Instant Selma on it. It's just going to be making sure that it opens up.
Yeah, I mean, they doubled down, but you know what you've got to do here, and that is get this wall open. It's the most important part of this push. There's obviously the castle, which means that they can't swing entirely, but look at the player on the top as well. You've got one sitting inside CEO. They've got the pressure potentially going to come back over the top, and that's where they're going to go hunt them. Dan has an angle, and they have to be cautious of it because Dan has been tearing fights across. There's Virtue to get the important take. Joystick suffers a little bit inside the site as well. They've lost one body. There's a lot of time. Always was trying to find a fight, but just saw one of the problematic two up top with 50 seconds, with one body and with the opening done. Can they try and get the remaining player of Pasha tucked out? I'm not sure if the hatch is open next to him. Maybe we'll get a taste. You assume he'll have a chance at a drop.
At least he has a C4 available, and I believe he's also running the TCSG, so can open up the hatch if the need is really there, if it's not reinforced. Always the opportunity to fall back. I think they're just going to try on G this side to try and get behind the bomb chassis, go for a plan there. And Monty's going to play a crucial role with that, but Blur almost losing his life as he was trying to provide some cover. Alamau finds himself in the middle of the site now, but what are you going to do? There's still two players watching you. One gets taken down. Benja finds Basher. Virtue coming in on the opposite side as well, but gets tripled for it. Plan does go down. No, does not. It gets denied by Joystick, and that means the time might be running out.
Blur down on the door, and a bit of a tragic moment there. Doki picks it back up. It is just Doki holding onto F. Do they know the player's down? Will he finish this in time? Doki with the hop up. Doki can get the kill! Well, that almost went into a nightmare tailspin there for G2, and they just held on.
The plan's just being cancelled. Someone going down, able to just recover the diffuser in time, and the VP player being just too far away from being able to actually get on top of that counter and stop that plan from happening. That hang on to, like, you would say multiple threats, but it was really just one threat, and it was about to snap for G2 out there. VP almost able to turn that around. Keep it to go their way.
I mean,
too close for comfort. Multiple times.
From what was that sort of, let's say, a 4 versus 2, and be a bit kind, they lost one body on the back, going down as the cover in the door, just getting themselves in position to get that trade out as well. Oh, it's always that moment, and it would have obviously put you in that 6-2 position. They hold on, and it should have been their round anyway from where they were at, so let's say hold on rather than clutched out. But skin of their teeth couldn't be more of an apt description there. G2, they keep themselves off map point for now.
TCSG having some struggles opening up the wall. We'll find it eventually. It's a nice little slug shotgun, big scope on it. It's always nice to see those snipes, especially with the suppressor. Very satisfying sound. By the way, good drone for a second. It's been just taken out. Benja trying to go for a quick response, but unable to quite get the connection he was looking for. I believe has been opened up just to allow Doki some quicker play out here. Sugar is someone out there to cover, stop any jump outs from happening as well. Not that VP has been looking like they want to go for those, but better be safe than sorry.
I mean, they still safe than sorry seems to be a gambit that they'll still pay. Dan, terrifying force throughout the entire run of Virtus.pro to be where they're at. He's at that level where for a long time, we hadn't really seen full danger Dan. I think this is it. And then you sort of see the stack up joystick as well. Pasha having a fantastic game here on the opener of Bank. And we talk about the sort of strength of the Gunners. That's the worry we haven't quite had from G2 today that we had from them on Monday.
No, for sure. Of course, there's also less at stake. We always have to remember it. Yes, still a side point. Yes, still first seed. Yes, still an extra 10,000 euros. But at the same time, you are both qualified. You're both in the same stage. You do not need to show everything now. You can already start preparing for Copenhagen. Not saying that's the case. Just saying there is a lot less pressure on this game compared to the MNM Wild game we just had. Now, moving on.
Yeah, creeps his way forward. The Nook playing a bit of the surprise strike, and they haven't quite been the strike they wanted. Alamau goes down. And there's the heavy hit over the long side. Virtue couldn't quite get it, and wow, you blink and you missed all of your teammates being removed from the board. They fully know where Virtue is. And I mean, that was just 3 engagements, one across the board there. Virtus.pro, they didn't even really have to shudder and shake too much to get into it. That isolating factor of this map I talked about. Look at this, the C4 prepped. There's 1, there's 2. There's
another impact ready. I'm gonna see that maybe. I don't know. They know where he is. They're just gonna hold him off. Like, there's nothing he can do at this point. Basha just walks in, gets the kill, flawless round. And with that, we will find ourselves with a VP map point on the board. Very casual map point coming out from VP there. Very, very, like, low stress last round we've seen from them. Like, it starts off with taking out the ace. That's a big blow already. The ball actually gets tricked, so you don't even get the full like sight of Kento. Like 3 gunfights go your way on all opposite sides of the map as well. And now at that moment, you're just hunting down that last person. You're not really in there any amount of stress in that last round. And I'm sure that if we would see their face cams right now, like we usually do, there would be absolutely zero emotion. It's just continuing, just another day at the office, no stress, never in doubt, just keep going on.
Just chilling.
Just chilling.
I mean, Virtus.pro, they've just sort of come into this saying this is our map. It's good to see this team play, I think, this fluently, because we've obviously seen these players from the heights and the slight roster change that it was when it was the runners-up and SI, albeit but a year ago, to missing out on a stage, missing out on a position, to coming back around. This is the strongest they have seen. It has been a fully upwards trajectory from that point onwards back again, and G2 hitting them at this stride. It says good things if you're a Virtus.pro fan and an EU fan coming into the major, but if you're a G2 fan in this game so far on Bank, it's a bit riskier. Alamau takes the head off the joystick and gets himself a little bit closer forward. Pasha still rebuilding inside the site itself. Look at this. Much quicker pressure here from G2. Oh.
Guns are coming out as well from the Yokai. Pasha debating now whether or not he should drop or still stay out there, and Dust decides to drop even quicker than in the last round. Of course, lost joystick. Bit of cover, a bit of extra support out there, and don't really want to be losing an extra body there for no apparent reason. Actually, when Alamau now takes them down as well, really doing some great work there with the Twitch DMR. Hits like a truck. It's really in his hands. Just saw where joystick died as well, close to the hatch. That's a very long angle, probably just pre-fired, opening up that window, finding the connection. And now G2, you're in a 5v3. You have 1 minute and 40 left on the clock. Plenty of time to start wasting all the utilities still in the hands of Virtus.pro. 2 Yokais, 3 smoke canisters. That's literally going to be it. So you cannot lose this one. Like, okay, you should not lose this one. They can definitely lose this one, but they should not lose this one.
Holding on close and waiting to just get a bit of punishment here before they rotate down. They want G2 to be a bit overzealous. They want to try and hoist them by their own pacey petard as they're still trying to apply that towards the site and the pressure. They're angling themselves up. Blur will be on a mission to get the plant down, and with a minute, an Echo drone getting a stun and a smoke canister. You can see Virtus.pro is sort of playing their hand. They have to a little bit earlier. Doki does step into the territory. Pasha is now moved off and handed on. Gets a great take onto Benja, but didn't expect Alamau right on the corner. Alamau keeps hitting. Can he get the 5th for the full A story? It's a scrappy fight over gold. Doesn't. Doki just gets the cover, but Ernest Alamau had gone down, and that is G2 finding another round, keeping themselves alive at least for one more step.
Keeps them in that game, most importantly. 6 rounds on VP, 4 on G2, 2 more, and you find yourselves in that overtime situation where suddenly you can flip it. And suddenly you can be the ones leading into the second map as the victors of the first. Because that's, of course, what we're playing for here. Just trying to get that first map under control. Just alleviates a lot of stress in the best of 3. Because if you now lose this one and you have to, you know, play 2 more maps to win it, any mistake could be very detrimental. Besides that, we're going to open area. We're seeing the frost being used, set up underneath the main window, underneath the hatch that often gets dropped. Seeing the openings being made above the wall, so we do not purely rely on only the electro claws, but there's also the opportunity this time around to use impact. Because that's how they opened up last time. They sent in the drone, they realized where the electro claw was, they used the EMP impact to instantly follow up with Selma's, and at that point there's really nothing you could do anymore. Yes, you can throw an impact right after the first one blows up. There's still a giant hole in that quad wall they can use to find themselves a line of sight through the site. You want that bird to prevent that from happening. And of course it opens it up to be prone to grenades as well, which could take out those electro claws, but I guess that's just a risk they're willing to take on VPs.
G2, everything to play for, and I really enjoyed the pace that was applied on that previous round. If you can get yourself into overtime, if you can sort of you can get yourself one further and take the map, that really puts Virtus.pro in a danger situation. Dan just slips and slinks his way out, waits for the shooting to stop, and re-barricades towards the top. Around the top white, can push towards Kanto corner. It's being watched, at least for the cover of anyone that's trying to get it open as well. So they have a bit of time. They have a little bit of swing there. And talking of, Doki wants to swing his way through. Benja trying to offer some support from the top of square.
Moving in. Still not having the best of games. Hoping to find himself in it. Because it's always, you know, better late than never. Because there's still an opportunity to bring this back. Still an opportunity. Okay, never mind. Beautiful shot from Dad. There's also the Frostmat that will catch off Alamau. It's not going great for G2 on this very, very important round where basically this entire map is on the line. I mean, Benja just getting his head removed from the opening that I thought was only there for impacts, being used to actually use guns through as well. That's a nice twist of events out there.
Pressure starts to look its way at the top the cross of square with Shepard waiting for the chance to rotate round underneath. Remember how the push came together on quad wall last time? That's the position that Shepard wants to be in. It's often droned out. It's not an entirely risk-free place to play, but being there means that G2 cannot quite go for the same straight take that they might have otherwise wanted to. And to be fair, it seems like they want to opt for the stock side instead, but without the removal of the players in the corner, with the loss of Benjamaster and 2 of those grenades, it's going to come down to this, the reliance on guns and swing on the back. Doki is a bit of that reliance. This second grenade will be used on not the castle, and that's a big blow. Look at Shepard on the back end, slow creeping up round. He's ready for the swing. Doki's not ready for him.
Just a free kill to come through. 20 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser is in hand for Blur. He smokes himself. Not very helpful. They're actually not going to be smoking out the Frostmat there. So if he drops, he might actually catch himself inside the Frostmat. somehow still survives, walks out. The last man standing, 8 seconds left on the clock. He needs to find kills and get that diffuser down. It's fair to say that won't happen. Pasha shuts him down, and it's G2 that lose it, and VP that lead 1-0 right now.
It's a good first map for Virtus.pro. They got themselves set up with all the statements that they needed to say this is our map. It was not the biggest distance for them, but it was enough for them to really set the pace here and get themselves prepared. I mean, Pasha and Dan, between the pair of them, terrifying game.
VP overall, very terrifying game being played against G2 here. They basically had their number all around. G2 unable to really find a response that was able to stick. Let's hope there's going to be different around a second map if they want to have a shot at being the best that Europe has to offer for stage 1.
Well, to find that out, we'll be going to a quick break before we're back with Skyscraper.
It's a really cool map. It's on top of Japanese style building.
The map's a 2-floor map. You have a lot of windows where you can enter.
The bomb sites on Skyscraper are karaoke and tea, barbecue and kitchen, armory and office, and master bedroom and bathroom.
On this map you have to do everything fast. The team must be coordinated, be fast to rotate around, and be fast to enter inside the map.
Opening breaches and playing from outside as an attacker is very important, and as a defender, when they open these breaches, not exposing yourself and losing your life is vital to winning defense rounds.
Always have one lurker that can surprise defenders from the other side, because it's hard map to attack, so I think you need to have that surprise factor.
My big tip for Skyscraper is making sure that when you push, it's timed with the rest of your team to make sure you have key areas of the map and key angles to trade out gunfights.
The Impact is a 2-floor map.
The map is big, and there are 4 bomb sites on Theme Park. There is obviously the throne and rock lab on downstairs, and then upstairs there is daycare bomb site and the office bomb site.
Attacking Theme Park, it's really important to make sure that whatever the enemies contest, you ignore and you take the other parts of the map that are free.
If you're a rat on defense, it definitely favors you, because if you hide the corners, make the enemies to drone every single corner, waste time, then it's definitely gonna favor the defensive side.
I think the hardest part to play is top dragon area. You don't have space to move, and attackers have a line of sight into you.
Essential operators on Theme Park for defense are up bandit and impacts to deny breaches that the attackers might go for. Operators like Jackal and like Dokkaebi are very helpful to the attackers to take map control and make it harder for the defenders to roam and hold map control.
There are 4 bomb sites on Villa. There is the main AVG one, then the trophy one upstairs, and then downstairs there is the kitchen bomb site and the living library bomb site.
At the start, Villa was mostly like Oregon, like very defender-sided, but right now I think it's almost balanced, because people learned like some really good attacks on that map.
I think the best way to attack on Villa is obviously try to get early info how the defenders are set up in their defenses, and then figuring out is it worth to push them directly or try to push from the other side.
As a defender, my favorite is the one where you play a lot of strats with the utility. Can be really enjoyable even to play with an aggro playstyle and try to deny the entry point of attacker. That can be really different because there are a lot, and I enjoy play that.
Villa is a really good map, one of my favorites actually.
Welcome back, everybody. Virtus.pro taking map 1 on Bank against G2, despite Doki's efforts in the server. We're back here on the analyst desk. I'm Milosh with my Exer Troika and Demo. And Demo, some surprises here. Virtus.pro, exemplary performance on map 1.
Yeah, clinical on Bank. It's a map that Ollie touched upon. It's going to be a good fit for them. Obviously, it's their map choice at the end of the day. Bank is a map that, you know, I kind of said that the VP style of play is very timeless. I kind of feel as though Bank's very much the same. Still a very timeless map. It plays out pretty much the same way that it used to back whenever it was, 2018 and it got taken out, then it got put back in again. Exact same way it plays out. I look at G2, Blur, Benja, not stepping up to the plate like you mentioned. Milosh, it's only Doki who kept him in it, but you need to see more, especially from Benja. You need to see more from him.
Yeah, Benja had a bit of a shocker there, hasn't he? Which really goes against what we're used to seeing from this player. 3 and 10, -7, only a 27% cost as well. Had it not been for Doki, a lot of those rounds would have gone over to Virtus.pro, and we wouldn't have even been sat here with a 7-4 scoreline. I think back to round number 8. He had a fantastic clutch there, but it wasn't to be enough. On the flip side of things, though, Virtus.pro, Dan, he is our MVP of the map. Closely followed, in my opinion, by Pasha. The two of them went 26-12 combined.
It's pretty impressive, and even more to it than, yes, Dan has better stats in one way, but the cost that Pasha put forward has an important impact on every single round, Demo.
I don't know why we're not talking more about Dan. I feel as though Dan always gets overlooked. We think about, the best players from Europe. Is Dan ever in the conversation? You tell me right now, if you're starting to see people sit there in theory crafts, who's the best? Does anyone ever bring up Dan? They don't. No one ever brings up Dan. People will put Joystick any day of the week ahead of Dan. It will always be Joystick in that team. But over the past 6 months, it's been Dan. Dan has been that guy. Even whenever things have been going bad for that side, he's always played well. Back where was it? Was it Stage 2, whenever they were sitting like an 8th or something like that? It was Dan who was doing all the work in that team.
That man, Dan.
He is. He is. I mean, we've talked about Darkwing Duck, but here we got that man, Dan. He's doing work. He's setting it up. And now I want to take a look at map 2 in the series. So let's take a quick glance at our map bans. First up, Bank, picked by VP. Very comfortable on it. Their starting attack side was pretty comfy too. Now G2 on Skyscraper for the attack. Now VP, the question always is how well practiced they are and how deep is their map pool. And potentially Skyscraper might be something that fits outside of their, I guess, would we expect their actual gameplay style, Demo?
This is definitely a lot more of a modern map that you would say inside of the pool. I think Virtus.pro, we've already seen them be kind of exposed on this map against Wild. I think Fresh, Jack, it has to get his mention today, I guess. There's my mention to him. He explained it very well, the way that Wild were targeting things that Virtus.pro, would kind of throw them off. VP aren't going to change too much in their actual lineup. We've mentioned before, they do things, kind of one-dimensional, but they do extremely well down to a T. For, I think, G2, it's a lot more of a fluid map. They can really get out and about, stretch the legs a bit, can kind of use a bit of momentum. I think that G2, they're a team, if they have the wind behind them, we can see them clobber teams. We can see them stomp teams. They've done it already this stage.
Whilst they have done that, I'm not sure if that Bank performance is one that you start to base any sort of clobbering off the back of. They're going to need to quickly forget that and get themselves into Skyscraper, because the two maps do play out very differently. But we are in a situation here, in my opinion, where Virtus.pro, they are looking fantastic. They are looking like a team that wants to go through to the major in that preferable seed. Both these two teams already qualified into phase 2. The big difference here, and the thing that we're mainly playing for, is going to be that seeding into phase 2, whether you're going to be in the top part of that Swiss bracket or whether you are going to be in the bottom. And for me, Virtus.pro, they're the team that have come out so far, and they've shown that.
It always feels good to see these two teams going up against one another, especially when they're both back in good shape. There's a lot of history behind this game. Now the question is, will it be a 2-0 for VP, or will G2 be able to strike back and take it to a map 3? Your casters in game are ready. Luke, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I like how he very confidently says we're ready. I wasn't asked if I was ready.
No one asked me if I was ready.
You're not ready. You're still muted.
No, I'm not muted.
You're not
Am
ready.
I muted? I was muted.
Milosh.
See, they never ask us if we're ready.
Never
I
ask.
wasn't ready.
Never check.
So
they just throw
the teams always get a ready check. Like ready, yes, okay, then we go. Where was our ready check, Milosh? What?
Now Hab's made a fool of himself.
Now I've made a fool of myself, like I usually do.
And it's all Milosh's fault. Anyway, map 2, G2. They are now one map away from second place. But there's 1 map away from continuing the fight here. The social vote is opted in favor of GT for this map, and fair enough, this really should be a third map, you'd think.
You'd hope there's going to be a third map. I mean, we are only deciding the best team of Europe in stage 1, right? It's like that's all there is on the line, nothing more than that.
Oh.
Okay. Skyscraper. Not quite sure what's going on. Oh. I think... Okay, never mind.
I like...
What's happening? Like, how do we end up being on the wrong map in a pre-record?
Apparently, everybody... So it said chalet for everybody.
But we are here on Skyscraper.
That's interesting. We're definitely on Skyscraper. It would be so funny if that was an actual problem that needed rehost and we still didn't cut it out of this pre-recorded file. Like if they were just like, yeah, we'll keep it in.
We'll keep
add
it
to
in.
the
It's good for
realism.
memes.
Yeah, keep it in. Don't cut that. Skyscraper, Kaid, Thermite, Ying, still continually banned in all of the series that we've had today.
Having seen quite a lot of bans, yeah, on Ying. So removing that. Cade has apparently been a problem, so we're getting rid of that Thermite as well. And Azami, the final one. I mean, we've seen Azami cause quite some problems everywhere, on every single map, on every single site. It's always a solid choice to go with, so nothing to be upset about there. Now, G2, you've lost the first map. It's only, 10 grand and some SR points on the line. Nothing big, you know. What are you going to do to bring it back? How are you going to bring it back? Well, yes, play Siege. That's a good first step, Emmy. Okay, so step 1 is play Siege.
Step 1 is play Siege. Step 2, play Siege well.
Okay, yes. And step 3, play better than your opponent? Is that? Yeah. Okay. That's how you win the Invitational, everybody. That's Fabian's known 3-step plan on how to beat any team. We've just outed him right there.
Can't argue. Got 3 hammers.
Yeah, it definitely works. 3 steps, 3 hammers?
3 steps, 3 hammers.
Yeah.
It's a simple
mathematical equation, yes.
So when Virtus.pro were on this map, in the series that got them here and they lost it, it opened with 3 rounds going away from them. And they went quite quick. And we had a couple of questions as to their hold setup here. Most notably, they sort of had a weird extension towards the top of black. They'd put a shield there and not really have anybody sit around and keep it. They wouldn't try and hold on to the territory, which you see a lot of teams do, which is fine, depending on how the hold's situated. But they ended up just accidentally giving utility towards the approach of Wild, who made full use of it. So I'm curious to see what changes Virtus.pro have here on their defense, where at the start, as I said, things were kind of easily punished by their opponents.
And very quickly here. Just going to be hiding now, lurking around. Maybe a drop comes through 1 point, or maybe someone moves into the line of sight at some point. Doki already up very close into the back stairs, takes out the barbed wire, but instantly rotates off. Of course, it is quite a big telltale if you punch that out, so it's not going to stick around for too long. Now, VP, the majority of them are actually on the opposite side, not really able to directly contest if a side execute does come through in the next couple seconds.
Well, there's the wall getting popped open, down in a position to crossfire against it, and Shepard giving them a rotate round onto the back. Oh, they have the player tucked underneath the hatch itself, and they're maybe hoping to get a lucky catch on a rotate. Always giving it some space, and Blur is going to give them a bit more space as well. Suffered massively from a bit of damage dealt towards him. I'm assuming that was the cap cans rather than a direct impact, but now will only take a sliver of the impact to knock him over to the end. Almost a full catch onto Shepard as well. Well, we're blinking health bars on a couple of different people. He's going to sit very close to an ADS for some safety.
Better be safe. Better be close as well for that safety. Putting up the shield out there. Very much aware that if another impact hits, it's going to be the end of his life. G2 slowly creeping themselves away in. It's just that, you have these openings up in the wall now for Karaoke, but the wall on the opposite side has been opened up as well, so plan's not really on the board here. Need to find a different space, a different safe space. Look at how heavy they are indeed underneath Karaoke. looking to take down the control always. He might be going to go for a drop there and actually try and contest it.
They're sort of making the statement of where they want to go here, but you've got to draw some attention away because, I mean, the health of Blur, it will not take much to get rid of him on the board, and you have smokes, you have impact, you have dangerous positions of these players that can bounce their way across. Talking of, whoops.
I mean, he didn't have the best of games in the first map. That isn't a great start to the second as well. Blur is about to be getting that diffuser down. Pasha will take down Virtus.pro before Elamau comes in with the cover just in time. He's still out on a repel. That's going to be a saving grace for G2. Blur might have been able to make his way out in the meantime as well. As Doki just comes across. He's outside of Gage, just holding on, seeing if he can provide an extra angle for later on. But as Blur now drops, it's basically up to Elamau. He's the one close to that diffuser. Doki is being covered off. There is a player still prone out there, and they're going to go for a swing instead. No. They're going to go and try and go for the counter defuse. Elamau somehow didn't see him in the first attempt. It is going to be the kill that comes through. It's only up to Doki now. He gets down. Is there enough time? Yes, there is. Joystick is going to be able to get that defuse down in time and secure the round for Virtus.pro.
Oh, there's a bit of moment there. I think if you're Doki, I'm not sure if he thought someone was on the kit. If he'd have held a second, then it's a 1 versus 1, and even if he loses it a second later, he wins. They had the read that a player had hopped out. Elamau got the one that was on the kit, and maybe there was a miscommunication there. Oh, that is a bitter moment for G2. Coming in on the back, they lost that first body to an accident with a grenade, and then still got the kit down. Blur, as I said, for what he did with barely any health, is great. However, that last step is one that's probably going to haunt Doki a little bit.
The thing is with Blur, right? He did everything he needed to do. He got that defuse down in a spot that was quite defensible. It's just that for him, there was no way out. Like, the way out of that window is to repel, because if he would have jumped, if it would have even been possible to jump, he would have fell to his death. So it's like he would be doomed either way. So he just decided to stick it, hope for the best, got smoked out and destroyed. Doki, as you mentioned, had to wait a second and he would have been fine, and it would have been a round win for G2. But like Blur, everything he had to do, he did right there. It's just a shame he lost Benja that early on to that self-nade. It's not really having the best of day today. Or best of day as
2 days ago.
2 days ago, yes.
Yeah. A little bit of time ago. I mean, it's a bit of a tragedy, I think, for G2, you know. And it's fair enough that you can sort of say, well, he's had a fantastic season. He was a big part of him getting the hammer. The drive that he's had is incredible, but it just shows you how much you miss him when the performance is, you know, everybody's got to have an off day at the office from time to time, or an off map, and you hope that Kiz is just the map, the C4 to secure the wall. They can get the kill on the back of it, but another Selma will come through and they go for the swing, but Doki has the catch on Dan. The bait and the preparation, the wall will open. The back is now a lot more dangerous, and you see Joystick under pressure around Drum as well a little bit onto the terrace window.
Coming up, rotating around, Joystick with that Oryx has the speed, has the opportunity to be versatile here, flexible. In the mirror window as well, it's going to be finding himself in a way where he's going to have to stop any form of rotation from one side of the building to the other. Phone calls go down. It's going to be helping G2 to try and lock down these loose players, of which Joystick, of course, is part of.
He's doing his best, just keeping awareness on all the different sides, but as the calls echo out, he's expecting a swing sooner rather than later. With the pressure in the back of Drum opened, Blur doesn't quite feel confident enough to go for it on a full take. There's the drone reveal of Joystick. They slip him back. Pasha's there for some support, but they're going to hand some of the territory over. Pasha actually moves in. Joystick takes control of the Shrine, is maybe going to lock in the support over to it. They're just sitting under the procs. And if they're baiting a swim there, but they do get rid of it. He's just on his drone. He doesn't care.
Waiting for that utility, waiting for the next push, G2. They have that opening, they just need to find a little bit more to make something happen here. I think Always is in a very pivotal position out here in Lounge. Benja finds Joystick. This time the grenade will land on the right person. Always is going to be leaning into the fight, unable to quite get the kill. Walks right in front of the breach as Doki gets the kill. And now they're in on the side of G to a C4. Will pop off onto Benjamaster. Doki finds himself on the side, but gets taken down as he panics a little bit trying to run through. And that means the diffuser is now dropped on the ground. In a 2-on-2 situation, Blur and Alamau not having it in hand. Free Fire is also missing from Alamau's side before he finally gets Shepard.
Plant is being attempted on the swing. Pasha is able to get one more. It's another post plant 1 versus 1. Pasha hops up, drops down, and there's Blur. Is able to just get that final kill. Had a little bit more time, had all the audio, and had the catch on the up and the down. G2, they're able to keep themselves level early on. They get the first back, and to be fair, that was how the first map went as well. They did get the second too, but they're looking for that decisive third. They want to try and keep that pressure up as we go to the same site once again, staying on the top floor here. And G2, and good early take to pretty close to the wire execute.
He's close to the wire, but the round count is all that matters in the end of it. It's it's better to take those 5 extra seconds if you need them than to just start panicking and rush through and basically offer yourselves up to Virtus.pro in that matter. And yes, it gets close to the wire at that point, but you might be more secure doing it that way rather than the panic. That we did see slightly from Doki as he tried to dig in deep. He wasn't really able to find a safe spot, was being shot at, trying to take out a Mew Gemmer at the very same time, and then got himself killed. And those things could be coming in very costly later on. Still weird seeing Doki on like a heart breach with the diffuser though. It's not something I would have expected to see when we started off the map, but
I mean, sure, Ace is hard breach, but
also has a good gun with the AK.
Also has a good gun. Has, I don't know, Ace can give himself angles and mobilities. A bit more of a swing virtue with the grenade, just bounced
unfortunately
underneath. Yeah, did not quite get the Mew Jammer. The wall will fall. It's just a matter of how much you got to throw at it to get it open.
That's always it, right? Like, you're expecting these walls to open up. It's just how much utility are you going to be tossing at it? Like, how effective are you at opening up these walls? We have Alamau in all the way alone. There's no support for him yet, and that is quite problematic, especially as I believe there is going to be a visitor coming in from VP. Just realizing there's a shield out there, dealing small amounts of damage. Be aware of the fact that the shield's out there. Benja now trying to provide some support from down below, just waiting for some calls to come through. And, as that mirror window gets pinged out, a grenade gets tossed in instantly afterwards. Just a shame no one's about it to be caught off by it.
Ooh, a bit of a scrape from the far side as well. Benja's watching to make sure they don't go for the full rotate. The blinds over the top, and you can see they just wanted to forcibly take this territory this time round. Wants to drop the cap can so he can enter. And there it is. We'll just slink his way through. They have a second impact, and that's going to put Alamau very low. Still standing, though, and the opponent's answer know just how close he is to death. It will only take a sliver of another explosive, but look at the force of G2 coming behind it. Shrine Windows under pressure. They have Terrace, and they're trying to sneak their way in. Joystick's trying to sneak his way right back. There's a strike onto one. The kit is down. They got to quickly try and pick this kill back up. Benja, he's looking for the engagement, but Joystick wins it out once again. Retook the drum and hit it as loud as he liked to sort of say the statement, I am here. And now G2 is not.
Also, I wanted to say, like, Pasha ready to go for a bit of a bait. He's still out there with that C4. Has it ripped for like, oh, just put it back in. I was going to say, has it ripped for a long time. As always, finds Virtue. Only Doki and Alamau left now, and this round seems pretty much lost. There's 40 seconds left on the clock. Doki just leading into an actual fight out there, having opened up with the Selmas. His position now given away by the proc sensor, so he has to jump back out. Doesn't want to stick around. And as that Selma didn't open up any further than that as well, he just gets his head removed by Dad. And Alamau's just shaking it off. He's like, oh, what do you do? Like, okay, what do you do as a multi right now in a 1v5 with about 20 HP in 20 seconds? That's a timeout. Like, that's talking. There's nothing else you can do.
Watching the Monty as well. No cams. They're all just buzzing around
on the balcony,
looking for the fight. Oh,
just too late for the kill.
Just too late. I mean, it was a great response, the perfect response from Virtus.pro there. They lent back in, and obviously how much of it was joystick, retaking that control there. As you said, Pasha was there for some support. They did the damage to the Monty, but it was the good read of they're resting a lot of weight for control of this space specifically, because they know that we played this space specifically, the swing between the sort of catwalk and shrine at the top, where they've got the mirror window, is where Virtus.pro held up a lot of time. G2 thought they had the way to crack it, but Joystick had a different idea. Back to Karaoke, and this could have very easily, the difference was a second as to being G2's round.
Now, Virtus.pro, when it played against Wild, of course, lost Skyscraper with a 7-4 scoreline. That first half was a 3-3 split. They were playing that on the defense. There's going to be a benchmark we are looking out for if VP is going to be able to get 3 or 4 rounds. They are, you know, doing either just as well or better than expected on their defense. So that's going to be their goal. And try and expand their lead to 3 now, and then see if they can find another one elsewhere. Alamau bringing the sense, though. It's not an operator we see often, and they're the roly-polies or the light screens, whatever you want to call them, often do... They can get used in like an execute where you quickly try and run through and gain as much ground as you possibly can, but, you know, if they meet Dan on the other side, yes, those impacts he can just use to destroy those light screens. And the Warden on the board as well, and Pasha can just look through. So they need to be very careful on when to use them and, you know, when to go for them.
Venge's tucked, waiting patiently underneath, and as we said, you know, him continuing to not quite have a big taste and impact onto this fight is costing G2. The longer that goes on, you know there's the possibility of him activating. He just has to get into that position where he can. Doki, in the meantime, he's doing the lead-in work that he's done so well so far. They're seeing if they can try and get a pinch onto the players. There is some of the ADS support. Shepard should be safe from at least one, but it's always that finds Doki, and Joystick finds Alamau. And there with the hop round, the Jaeger, he's able to get himself all the way around the side of Black. And I said it at the very beginning of this whole showdown, is the caution that was sort of paid to Black.
Beautiful.
Great take. Wasn't the full read. And look at this, talking of, swings his way in, tries to find a fight on the side, pre-fires the side of the door and gets himself out there before it becomes the full true danger. Talking of my original point, it seems like they're paying more attention to the danger of Black. Ooh.
Beautiful shot from Pasha to come through, and for a second there, G2 almost had the opportunity to truly capitalize off, you know, that first kill. They managed to find onto the grenade, instantly able to move through, but quickly taking damage right afterwards. Virtue having to fall back. Instantly the ground you just gained has been lost. You've given VP the opportunity to try and get back into it. It's funny to see, though, if you're looking at VP's hold. The side is Karaoke T. It's only 2 players on the side, and the other 2 are watching from afar as Blur takes a lot of damage. That's now playing on contact. They know he's in here now. Is he going to be able to get the catch on the player out there? No, not the case. Virtue will find one, but it's going to be a 1-on-3 now. He needs to clutch this out to bring G2 back onto even scoreboards here.
Oh, it's not going to be the easiest task, and with a small amount of time and with everything being prophesized ahead of him by bullets, Virtus.pro aren't handing him anything. They're keeping everything close to their chest. They have the swings and the side angles, and, well, he might have the kit and he might have a view onto the site. It doesn't mean he has the safety to go for it. Still not being handed anything. They finally pop up, and oh no. No more bullets in that gun. What a tragedy.
I mean, that round was basically over already, you know? I mean, sure, there is an opportunity to always clutch it out, but there was basically no ground for Virtue to really walk through. He didn't really have side control. There was no opportunity for him to get the kit down safely and then play the post plan afterwards. So tactical timeout gets called after 2 rounds where they basically slowly ran out of time, being in like a 1vx situation very early on. And thus now Fabian having the time to talk to his team to see if he can get them back on the road. Something that worked incredibly well during the 6th Invitational. He had to shout against them once, and after that, no timeout really needed from that same sternness anymore. Won the entire thing. Do you reckon he's shouting at them now, though? Or, well, 2 days ago?
I reckon he's got some strong words.
What kind of words would he use, do you think? We've worked with
Strong,
him, so...
Swedish words.
Don't think people would understand that. Maybe Benja would, but the others, I don't think so.
Doesn't matter. I think, you know, he'll be... Get him off his chest.
Yeah. No. Loud and clear. And just after the timeouts, VP have already achieved what they managed to get against Wild. 3 rounds on the defense. Now, they only managed to get a single one on the attack, so it's business now for VP to get as many more as they possibly can on that defense. Try and get themselves up to 4, up to 5. Buy yourself that buffer that you might need. Because the desk mentioned it, G2 loves to play Sky. Doesn't really come out yet, the way they portrayed it. But yeah, that could just as well happen in the second half.
Well, that's why they're taking that time out. That's why they're having that conversation is, for G2's money, it should be going better than it is. Their play isn't as unified as they can be doing. They're not quite in this position where they're having these ideas, they're having this momentum, but the siege itself just isn't quite cracking what they're up against here from Virtus.pro, and the big telltale sign of that is how sort of balanced the kill board is across pretty much everybody. They're generally all getting into fights, but Virtus.pro as a unit are just succeeding more with the motions that they're making, and that's what's missing from G2. They have to try and rein everybody back together and sort of say, look, technically we're doing the right thing, we just need to try and find a way to execute that with a little bit more sharpness and confidence in what we're doing. The Pacia break over onto the side, the preparation onto Shrine.
The line might be a difference maker here, bringing in the E1Ds to stop the moving as much from VP. Also, of course, together with the Dokkaebi might be a recipe for a bit of a quicker push at some point through the sites. As soon as they find themselves an opening and have themselves an ID formulated, those two together could be a deadly combo on isolating any player and taking them down as a result of it. The issue is that VP has been very aggressive early on, and they have been very happy to just lean into fights, even after they have been spotted. Example on your screen right now, Pasha. One drone spotted him, second one is about to. He doesn't mind, he's just going to be taking a fight.
Benja trying to dig his way right towards the side of Sushi. He's, just missing out on a bit of a wing of Shepard inside the site. Another call. Another bit of awareness, and it's Doki this time. Might find himself in the near miss. The flash towards the tuck. What do they know of that? There it is, Doki with an important first take. Pulls himself away as he drops the camera there. The quick reveal of suddenly the position of the player, but there's the one on the reveal inside the site itself. Isn't going to overextend, knows his angles, and Dan's able to win out his against Alamau. There's at least one fight of that push of 3 that's come together, but it was a very good coordinated bit of motion there from G2. They knew when they could take the first fight, they knew when they could lead into that on the second itself, but they still need to try and get Blur with that kit in towards the site with some safety, and without the vertical lock-in, it's not the easiest ask.
It's the issue, right? And now trying to get back into that horizontal flooring as well. It's Benja. It's getting into it finally, finding his second of the round. For now, trying to get himself inside a barbecue, still very afraid of a potential push to come through as Benja flashes himself. Well, he's not really busy on working on that. Joystick rotating around as well. He's going to be able to find one, but Blur already getting that diffuser down. 45. Counting down. The damage being taken on the VP side there.
Yeah, caught over the angle as Blur gets one more for his trouble, and
the EDD killed him. Attacker walked through the Capcom trap, killed himself and the last defender through the hedge. It is a way to end the round.
I mean,
it's not often I've seen that happen.
Yeah,
it counts as a team kill. It's not like you don't actually.
It counts as a team kill. It was Dan's kill.
Well, I mean, that's a new way to style on your opponent in the end there. But G2, they will find themselves a second round after basically you know, making good use of the Lion and the Dokkaebi. Like I mentioned before, like they work well in tandem. Suddenly the players cannot really move anymore. And if you know where they are, based on drones, based on information or prior knowledge, that's just easy pickings. Like you just follow the sound and you pre-fire it as you come around the corners. Not much they can do against it.
I mean, Dokkaebi is in a terrifying sort of position in the game. They're unbelievably strong. You have them sort of outright as their own terrifying force there. And as I said, the unity that was offered alongside how they moved as well was the thing that I loved. Because we've seen the operators played. We've seen that collection and the sort of coalition of what G2 likes to bring. The operator selection hasn't changed too much, but how they approached it there. With Doki going for the first swing, Ben just sort of prepared for the next. They're not just throwing themselves in. You could see the communications on, okay, we've got a bit of pressure here. We need to now put a bit of pressure here and pull it back. And that is what they were sort of missing as the magic touch. Can they get it one more time here?
Going around, Benja quickly trying to get himself in from the pantry. He's hoping to chase down an entry kill because that's what he usually does, but again, not really having the best of influencer throughout this entire match. He just managed to find a great double kill in the previous round, and instantly you see that big success that G2 has. But Joystick just leans in, and this is what I said. You can spot them, you can do whatever you want to them, but VP, they're not afraid to just lean back into the fight.
I mean, he's happy to be terrifying, let's be honest. Joystick this game does get traded out, but you can sort of see a bit of pressure is trying to be reclaimed there on the far side. There's the slight swings of the cap can just in the top corner. They're making sure things are still questionable. Things are not safe, and there it is. It's not safe. Dan gets Blur. The kit is now outside of anyone's hands. The Prox pops off. It's been in the same place every single time around, and it's given the game away a couple of times there. That's 2 kills we've had on the back of that Prox over 2 of the rounds we've played up here.
Great use from VP there, able to just punish G2. Sama to be tossed on. They know exactly where he is now. Shepard playing close with that shotgun on an elevated angle. It's going to be very difficult to deal with here. As Doki opens up wide, he's going to be able to provide some support. They were afraid that someone might be hiding in a corner. Now that's not the case, and as Alamau is about to be swinging around the corner with the SMG, he needs to be finding these kills, but they know exactly where they're coming from because that default cam was still up.
Now, as we pass into this, the final minute, there was late executes on here before, and the 1 versus 1, they've been able to sort of still keep the pressure hot, even with the body disadvantage, but how much of it is Virtus.pro just sort of taking the step off? There's Doki putting the step right back on. 3 apiece with Pasha getting a quick response. One of their own up the house stairs. They just swung around the corner, so Virtue knows one's close, but he's hoping he's gone undetected here and he can get this to take. Sees the side of one, can't get the full lock in, does just find the end of it, but that gives the game away as to where he is. They had the shotgun lock close up for the other fight. He wants to see if he can bait an engagement from the mirror. They're not giving him anything in this 2 versus 1. There it is, the swing round, the pre-fire and the pepper, the statement on that they know where he is. 15 seconds. And he's just got to see if he can try and pick up a new, slightly different angle. There's a pre-fire. Can he take a fight either side? It's the first is going to be against him.
The mirror actually playing with the IT-12S as well around the corner, was ready to go with the small handheld shotgun to try and use it anti-personnel. It's not ideal for it, but almost worked out. If it wasn't for the English shotgun to take the fire first. And Virtus.pro, they have improved on their previous record as they played against WoW. They now have a 4-2 split rather than the 3-3. Next order of business is to win an attack and then win a second one to put themselves up onto map and series points. And what a comeback that would be. Allowed to play under the name of the organization again, all and everybody back on the team, roster revitalized. And they instantly would take the first place in Europe, like they never left. I'm living for it. I want to see it.
It's a story. I think that's it. It's a terrifying sort of story if you're up against them, but if you're a fan of EU in the region, you want as many of our teams to be contenders as possible. G2, current hammer holders, recent hammer holders. It was a great performance by them against a lot of teams on a death run across a lower bracket where every game was do or die. If we're now getting the pressure put to them by Virtus.pro, who are once upon a time, in terms of these players, not specifically this org, are top end danger. Well, I mean, you kind of get a bit excited as an EU fan, right?
All the reason to get excited as an EU fan, because now you're seeing that, you know, these world champions that looked so good, they can bleed best of threes. VP seeming to be in a very good spot here to perform well. And what was it they said on the desk about the amount of grand finals they've played and attended right here, and then, you know, just dropped off after they were the second best team in the world because they were out of the roster. Like, the potential has always been there. At some point, they will become a championship winning team as well. Alamau in a very crucial position here. He doesn't know it yet, but there's definitely some VP players around, and if he falls, if he doesn't hit that first pump, that is going to be the black stairs handed over. That's VP suddenly having a very solid ground to work with here.
Yeah, he has to be very well prepared and very ready. Doki, I mean, just look at the G2 players. They're holding themselves steady, but a lot of them are in that ready to swing position. A lot of them are in that ready to make a mark position, get this round off to the start. Alamau has pulled himself up, doesn't quite get the protection on his own shield, so goes to the bottom of the stairs, sees it being shot open from the window itself. And he's going to suffer the call too. There is just a cacophony of pressure. And he'll use that smoke canister to buy himself a bit more time as time starts to be ticked away from him. Every single Flores drone that removes another ADS, he knows is just a grenade that's more likely to follow soon.
With a calm before the storm coming through, grenades landing, they know about the player close. But how are you going to be dealing with them? This grenade should just be cut off by the ADS. Alamau going aggressive, gets the first kill. Doki will actually get the confirm instead. The smoke will be stopping Joystick from moving in, but that doesn't actually scare him off. He's just going right after Alamau. Where's that? Hello. No, he's not actually going to go for a Shepherd, though. Leans into the serial laser gate, gets the kill, and survives with his life. Quite sure if Emmy dropped, but we continue as Doki finds one more. Blur looking to go aggressive. There's only 2 members left of VP. They cannot afford to lose this very first round. Shepherd, he has the diffuser. He needs to try and get away to plant it, but it is going to be potentially covered up. Pasha, he is the man that needs to be there for his teammate here. He needs to make sure that the cover is on point as Doki comes around the corner, locks it off. Blur gets a kill himself as well, and it is going to be G2. That is leaning back into it. They are getting that first round of the defense locked in.
I mean, they had to, with how things were sort of piecing together, with how close to the wire was. The tack timeout is used. They're 1 map away from a second place, which they do not want, especially on Skyscraper. They have to make sure that they pull themselves back level before trying to push themselves over the edge on the opposite end as well. There needs to be that G2 that's terrifying. There needs to almost be the statement of being like, yeah, you're playing good Siege, but we're still #1. We're still playing better Siege.
That's what G2 hopes to show. As we are here still on map number 2. VP currently that 1 map in the lead, now also a round in the lead. What has just been 2. As G2 setting up their defenses again, we're headed over towards the secondary site. Exhibition. And as the mirror comes out, you're looking at VP's side, there's no direct counter to it in terms of like a Twitch. There is going to be the Selmas that could be used to open up those windows. But often, like, do you want it? Also, I'm not quite sure where the mirror windows are going to be located. I would assume that's going to be up on the top floor near the actual exhibition room. Yes, it will. This Benja will be playing below to stop any verticality out there. He's going to try and play his life there, make sure he at least wastes as much time as he possibly can, and maybe even pick up some kills on the way out.
Virtus.pro, they went in with a bit of an attempted sneaky first foot here. They took a bit to cook, a bit to boil, and it allowed Alamau to do all the heroics that he did on the back of Black Stairs for as long as he did, and then Obviously, with push coming to a shove, the less time you have to try and get that execute down is when things can become dangerous for keeping your head locked in, especially with how compartmentalized this map is. It's a lot of shoeboxes, a lot of small squares and rectangles tucked together with a lot of corners to clear because of it. The drone rolls close to Doki. Doki wants to get rid of it, but he's also in a position to sort of wait for it as the calls will stop some of the awareness and some of the watch coming through, and some of the rotations of the G2 players pull themselves a little bit back, just keeping an awareness that Virtus.pro haven't just run to the site, have they? Because look how far away they are, and look at what Virtus.pro is eyeing up.
To at least find some quick pace here, but they're still not fully certain if they can go for it. It's going to be a bit of an entrance from down below. Joystick, he definitely should have been heard by Benja as he just walked by. And then that big question is Benja going to be leaning in, or is he going to be staying put, waiting for a free kill as they try and rotate around? Because Doki now coming in to support as well. Dan, I believe he just went for a jump in, shut the mirror window, and got himself back out.
I mean,
wasting any time out there.
Yeah, it's a bold move, and it's paid off this time, and it sort of shows, as I said, like G2 have to have an awareness just where Virtus.pro are, because I think they were knocking a bit closer to the door than maybe G2 had the full read on. You can see they've tucked themselves generally all the way over there now. And with 2 minutes gone, you've got 50 seconds now for Virtus.pro to try and find the final step. I don't know if Virtus.pro maybe knew how empty the site was when they were sort of right on the shoulder and the side of it. They're taking control of Shrine. They're forcing the player out. It's Virtue caught in the rotate. And the first body falls. Pasha goes down in the second follow-up with what sounds like a C4 on the far side. They're in a dangerous position on Terrace door, and as Blur waits for this slow move to come, it's Benja that gets the lock onto one. There's the fight, and Dan wins it out. A great take onto Blur. Doki steps in. The C4 doesn't get the catch, but they do have it. The VIP wall opened, always peppers some heavy shots through as Benja finds Dan inside, but Joystick and Alamau, and it's all over the shop. Suddenly it's just Alamau. He's looking for the shaky engagement, but Virtus.pro has him surrounded.
Every single kill VP got there was when a G2 player just killed someone through a rotation, then turns around to engage on the opposite side, and then a VP player just comes in from the rotation someone of their teammates just died from to clean up the mess. Every single time these G2 players got shot in the back because they were diverting their attention, and then the breach or the doorway that was being used by VP suddenly lands them a kill. It's very well done by VP, just playing that trading game, playing on contacts, like, oh, he's focusing on me now, it's safe for you to go in. Then in Russian, of course, because I doubt they would be speaking English that way. And then just finding the success that way, you know, opening up the side and then just using those angles, basically making it so G2 cannot go anywhere anymore. And now you're 2 rounds away from being first seed. That would be, like, amazing for them after the year they've had. Or rather, the year they didn't have.
Yeah, I think that's the main statement of it, isn't it? It's not so much that Virtus.pro sort of dropped off by their own entire volition. There was obviously something outside of their hands which tragically removed them from the game for a period of time. And then since then, it's been the rebuild. It's been the rundown.
All right, Virtus.pro, you got that 1 round you also got against Wild. Here you get more. That's what we're aiming for here. Can you get that next step? Now, these Captain Traps are going to be hacked out by the clutch draw. Of course, it's a very bright blue light that's flashing through there, but let's say you come in from the restaurant area, you just turn left through that door, you might not be checking those Captain Traps. It's all about the way you're coming from. At least they are neutralized. They don't no longer hurt your own team in terms of, like, the attack doesn't get hurt by them anymore. That means they just have that bit of extra safety to walk through. Goo mines as well being shot. I mean, that just allows you to jump in. And there's no sound cue that you have in terms of the goo mine that hold, which might make Benjamaster less inclined to actually watch through any of these verticals to see if someone is down below them.
That is
so many hacks.
Yeah, cleaning up every single time we've got back to him. He's hacking something fresh, and you know, the Bravo, it's a powerful gun in the right hands. Dan's hands are pretty good, and the gadget, if it's able to sort of roll itself around, it's sure quite boxy, but it's very quiet and it's very quick. Talking of joystick, quick in, quick back out. Doesn't want to sit around and see what happens if he sits around. So instead, they're sort of going for that smash appearance and pull back, always with the pings on the loose player. The drone right inside the site, getting the read on the motions of Doki.
Oh, that's going to be dangerous. He thought it was going to be safe, didn't bother to check up on his drone after the call and gets taken out. Benja finds Shepard as well. And now VP, they're finding themselves 2 down. So much work done by the clutch drone. Dan will find something back. But the question is that going to be too late? Because you lost those 2 so, like, unfortunately, because they thought it was going to be safe and they could go for a hunt.
I mean, tragedy as well. Caught him in the middle of an animation of deploying and could not get the connection. Doki gets away with it. Benja obviously getting one as well. There's another for Doki. And they've been able to remove Virtue. Pasha's going for the pressure onto Benja, who's just tucked, holding quite close. Moves in, but the swing is going to come from... Oh, I'm not entirely sure what angle. Joystick is still on the roam up. Have the single loose player, the Frost Mat. Yeah, just going to knife it.
Dangerous move. You might just step a bit too close and get yourself stuck in it. But, you know, worked out this time.
Well, there's Pasha getting one. They're inside the side. Joystick, he's to your right. Not that far right. And with only Pasha trying to find their way around. This is G2's round. They keep themselves back and forth, but they don't need back and forth. They need to find a second in a row, and they go back to the site where they did it before, I assume, next.
Especially those first 2 picks, very crucial for G2 there, because the idea of VP there was like, okay, someone just walked into pantry, I'm going to call and I'm going to be jumping in. The call was meant to distract Doki. However, he didn't really care about it. Just walked back in, he's like, let that phone ring, it's not going to be hurting me too much. Puts down an extra goo mine and sees someone jump in. So it's perfect timing for Doki. It's not something they were expecting on Virtus.pro side. Because they were thinking, that's a free kill. Like, I can just jump in afterwards. The goo mine is hacked. They do not know I'm inside. Unfortunate timing.
I mean, yeah, it was almost that moment where it was like he had the check, he had the read, and they just sort of tried to go for the execute by themselves on the back of it. The fact that there was 2 players as well. There was someone else had made their way in.
Someone just appeared.
It's siege timing.
It's like, that would be a Tim death.
That's a Tim death.
Yeah. Like, everything is clear, goes for the phone call, suddenly there's like 3 people in the room just aiming at your window. Out of nowhere. Either way, VP still very close to be taking it here. And all they need is 2 rounds, and G2, well, there's still that 1 map down, so they need to close this one, and then they need to be going over towards the 3rd and win it on Oregon. There's a lot to ask.
There is. And that's the sort of pressure of the 3rd map, of the danger of we've got to keep going. There's more and more and more siege. I think there always is. Flores making their way around. It's so rare to see someone on the roof there.
I don't often see it.
No.
Great way to get your Flores drones in, but unfortunately shut down, not able to actually get any damage done. So small amount of information gathered, but that's literally going to be about it that you've achieved with that RC return. This Dan, I believe, has rotated out. It's going to be using his RCs in a different way. One that doesn't require him to be on the roof. Very far removed from all the action. There's a full rotate coming out from VP. Everybody's just moving up this way. Very dangerous, though, because Doki, I believe, is on the staircase of house, just ready to pick someone up. Now, phones are going off, so he's turning that off in the meantime. Joystick must have heard that. Himself below, needs to be careful to not be hunted out here, but he's also aware of the fact that someone could be around, so wanted to get that grenade in the right place. Decided against it, and that might actually miss them a kill twice now. First for not going for the staircase, and now for not committing to the actual grenade.
Well, look at that, hot droned all the way up. Jason Stokey there, who we've seen lives lost on that exact rotate that he suffers, but there's Benja and Alamau getting one apiece. They're holding on to the opposite end. They're swinging for more, but Shepard does get it. However, all of this combat, all of this violence is happening on the far other side. They've got a minute now. They've got a minute to try and get their way to the other side. They've lost Joystick and 2 grenades. They've lost the Flores drones, or what remained of them. They still have the capabilities of hard breach, but it's been a lot of time and a lot of bloodshed and utility for a cost of just the other side of the top floor.
They're not going to be used to burn the Sur laser gate out there. It's going to be allowing them to move through whilst still holding onto the utility. You never know if that's going to be useful afterwards. But once will be stepped upon, still 2 grenades in pocket. Those might be crucial. If you manage to find one player with that grenade, suddenly you open up so much extra space.
Oh, they almost found 2!
Virtual almost found 2 instead. That would have been huge. But the opening to gold is there. It's just that there's not enough time. They need to find a smoke because Alamau still has 2 in pocket.
Well, they're trying to get the tuck in. He wants to just be close enough to get the prompts. There it is. He tucks himself around. That's a misthrown smoke. Do they know it's going down? They might hear the ping on the back of it. There is the close fire. There's that smoke canister, but it's a post plant, and Shepard suffering damage, but he's got the kit. Doki is able to get to it. It's a 2 versus 1 at this point with Doki and Alamau either side. They have him pinned to a corner. They might see if they can try and go for the engagement. Alamau suffers and they want to have the cover for the plant. That's the important step. Doki, he's holding on. He pops up to try and get the fight and gets the down and the finish. A triple for Doki and an even game for G2.
Get attempt by Pasha there as the diffuser went down. It's really all he could do at that moment in time. Wasn't really in the best spot to deal with it. The missed smoke canisters there almost made it quite tricky for G2 to deal with, but as you mentioned, even game, 5-5. Now it's an even sprint to the end for both of them, and Virtus.pro is going to be using their timeout to have a bit of a chat because they realize what's at stake here. It is the extra SI points, it's the extra, you know, batch of money you're going to be getting out of this, but also that first seed. And I think that these players on VP, they definitely want to be making that statement of, hey, we were second in the world. We were then discontinued by our organization. We've now have that second home. We are here to show what we're worth. And not that any of us doubt about it.
Oh, no.
Not that any of the viewers at home doubt about their skills. But it's just them wanting to show it. Show they still have it.
Now G2, they find themselves putting the pressure on for what really feels like the first time this series. And sure, they had a couple of rounds in the first map. They had a couple of rounds up to the first half of this, but it never really felt like it was G2 driving the pace. They're starting to get there. We're starting to see that multifaceted approach from the guns of their team. We're starting to see Benja. We're starting to see a little bit more. Are you starting to believe, Neo?
Am I starting to believe?
Please tell me
I
you've
don't know
seen
yet.
The Matrix.
I have seen the Matrix, yes, I have. I have seen that movie, even though, you know, I'm still probably being flamed for not having seen Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen Lord of the Rings. This is a federal crime.
I'm sorry, I haven't been arrested yet. I'm probably still a wanted man in many countries.
The police are coming. I've called them numerous times.
You don't have my address.
Damn. Well, look at this. Dan going up on the far end with the rest of the team. Quick attention towards maybe the loose players here onto the side. It's something where you wonder what they talked about, and maybe it is that matter of let's try and pinch some of this early on. They're still setting up. They're still exploring. There is usually about a minute left before the first engagements start to really come together here. The double prep on the Claymores. Safety first.
I have safety first. So, rule of the business, you know, you need to make sure that everybody's well-being is being considered first, and then you start considering the not well-being of your opponents. It's a nice way to put it, I guess. Hoping that there is a magnet in place to stop this grenade from catching a player. Yes, there is. Benja will catch Joystick, though. A very welcome opening kill on the side of G2. Of course, as they are looking to be pushing this towards a map number 3. Second grenade about to be tossed in. Pasha's still not certain, though. There might be a second magnet ready. Yes, there is. Playing against OMI, those grenades were never supposed to hit.
The calls come out. He's got the impact. He's ready to sort of hit and run if he needs to. And Dan hits nearby Benja as well. But, you know, we talk about what they're clearing and when they're doing it. Still looking at the site up in Exhibition. You're still looking at Fire on the other side. They've lost bodies on the far end. They've lost so much utility just trying to get the players out of these positions. And at what point is it the sort of sunk cost fallacy? At what point do you go, well, we've put enough here, we need to start paying some attention elsewhere and try and pull them back and direct the firefight into something a little bit more on our terms? Dan, he's going to get this swing breach open. He can hear the mute jammer, though, and I'm not sure if they've got anyone in a position to get that open. They have the pocket EMP, but they might need a more expensive use of it.
Deciding to go for it. Dan already rotated back around. Be a better way for it. There's still some good pings coming through, though. They know exactly where these players are. Fire is about to be coming down, but they need to make sure to have the angle for him to stop Alamau from actually being able to rotate out. He's just looking through the smoke, finds another kill, takes a lot of damage before he's being shut down. But still, they wanted to remove him freely, but being able to look through the smoke as the Warden is what netted him another kill.
I mean, that was it. The fire came not long after. They sort of expected them to try and tuck into the position and maybe just spray through, but still, when you have an awareness, you can get the first. There's Dan picking up the rest of the pieces. The C4 pops a bit premature, but with 10 seconds left, what really is premature in this window? They're all caught on the swings of G2. G2 find themselves 1 round away from taking us to map 3, and VP are 1 round away from OT.
That's what they need to aim for now, otherwise we are headed to Oregon. And again, they only managed to find that 1 attacking round against Wild. Can they improve that scoreline as well, like they did with their defense? Now will be a massive time to do so. Also the only time you can do so.
Which makes it the massivest time of all.
Which makes it the most biggest and massivest time of all, indeed. To get that extra round. Of course, we're headed towards an overtime after, and I'm not quite sure who's starting on which side. Could very much be that VP has to play 2 attacking rounds. But rather go out in OT than go out on regulation.
G2 still sort of driving themselves into this. They're still finding those little pockets and pieces, and Benja, I mean, the return to form over the past 4 or 5 rounds has been a bit of the secret sauce they've been missing, that's for sure. Still, VP, they're so close. They're pushing themselves what is technically the tertiary site, but obviously they lost this the last time they were here. A couple of little mistakes, a couple of little missed moments. You think if, you know, maybe the swing engagement onto the kitchen window itself had gone into their favor. You're looking at a bit more direct, and there's as direct as it gets. The opening kill within the opening 20 seconds.
It's exactly what they need on VP's side, though. Take out Alamau. I mean, it is playing on the Valkyrie. It means, you know, going to be active to watch their own camps now. But also that C4 out of play. That's most importantly, that piece of utility. Also, Alamau has been able to put quite some kills on the board throughout this game so far. Not just this map, also the previous one. So moving in from that board is always a nice help. Breach though is going to be blocked. It's going to be a mute jammer on the opposite side. They need to clear out before the Selma will pop. Smash is making his way through. They're clearing out some of these black eyes. There's still 1 hidden. I believe they might just found it. Of course, due to the hacks they have on the phone of always, it'll be way easier to find those Valkyrie caps.
Pasha starting their swing round onto the side of Drum. They're looking for, well, the hole in the floor underneath the pressure inside. Blur's gonna get himself tucked a bit closer to the rotate. They can pop the fire if they think they're under too much pressure, and one of them does seemingly get popped from a slightly different angle. But you can see the width here that's coming from Virtus.pro. Pasha is tucked close. Joystick's just on the swing, waiting for somebody round on the far side. Dan on Shrine. It's a full sort of hammer across the top they want to hit here and catch the players. Pasha takes a lot of damage, rotates his way back out because he doesn't want to get caught through the breach in the hole that happened when he's that close to the danger. He thinks his ticket might have been red. Now with the grenade going down to the back line, Benja just on the cusp of death, picked up by the rest of it. Shepard does get the end of the kill.
He was just kind of looking at the grenade rolling in, though. He's like, oh, that's a grenade. Almost lost his life by it. Rotation coming down from Blur, not quite fully off the stairs yet, but he is, you know, still pretty far down. Luckily, the other side is going to be on Barbecue. Virtue finds the kill onto Shepard. Quite necessary. The grenade, though, will find Virtue. It's only up to Blur and Doki now. They need to start falling back towards that side. It is on that ground floor, so that's what they need to protect. But as Pasha finds Doki, Blur, he needs to hide. He needs to be in the perfect position to strike and waste just enough time to not give VP any chance to get this diffuser down on the ground. But as he's been spotted and been taken down, it means we are going to overtime to decide whether or not it's going to be Virtus.pro to lock off this map, or if G2 will push us to map 3.
Well, they got the one just when they needed it on that site there, Virtus.pro, and with some of their quickest motions in terms of attention paid towards the G2 players. G2 are starting on their defense. They still have that in their favor, and they're definitely warmed up into the game itself. And this way they don't have to play that third sort of site. They can stack on karaoke, they can stack on exhibition if they find themselves there. Whereas we're also sort of looking at, you know, how the rotations of sites is coming on the side of Virtus.pro. Their first pick has been an almost from G2. You think at the very first round of this game, where there was a second difference between it technically being over or not. It's still so close.
It's very close. And now VP on those 2 attack rounds in the next 3. Basically, they need to just find one in a defensive round, and it's over. If they do not get their next round, then they need to win this and the 3rd. Those of you unaware with the, or unfamiliar with our overtime rules, it's a best of 3. We swap sides every single round. It's 2 out of the first 3 wins. So whoever gets to 8 first.
Thanks, Zap.
No worries. So VP, can you get an entry kill again like you just did? Can you then afterwards just completely collapse on top of everything that G2 owns on this side, on this map, and secure yourselves with another round? Nate from below, potentially. Seems like they're pushing some pressure down onto the house area.
Yeah, they're looking for something here, and they did get, you know, they've had early catches on the other side of the map. They've also had big slows on the other side of the map as well. It's really down to just what might be gifted to them. They're going for the grenades. They're going for a catch here on a player. The calls come together. They have the ping. They have maybe Doki's number. He rotates out there, I think, just in time. But with the cam watching as well, he has the awareness to tuck himself a bit closer back. The cam goes down. Joystick, they still got the pings on the player. And Doki, he's being watched that whole time. If anything, he's a bit lucky to escape with his life there.
Lucky to escape twice. He moved away just in time so the grenade wouldn't catch him. Also, didn't take a single point of damage from the gunfight right afterwards. Doki's literally been the driving force for G2 in this entire match. So if he would have fell first, and now Benjo was the next in line to actually be receiving some pressure, very difficult round for G2. So good they managed to hold on because, well, VP knew literally about their every move.
Now, about 20 seconds faster than they got the control over here last time. They're able to pull themselves inside house, pull themselves across the VIP and start putting pressure towards Drum, towards Terrace, towards the big split. Potentially as the drones roll through, it's sometimes a bit of a brick wall. You still have to try and draw some of the focus elsewhere, open up at least another side to the angle and approach. And Joystick slinks his way in via Shrine. Virtus.pro has wrested a bit of control, but without the players behind it, it's still a dangerous approach as they've suffered before. Benja goes down. Alamau suffers a lot at the same second. Blur is holding an aggressive position, looks away at the worst possible time, but there's a frost mat that's caught always in the meantime. Down inside Geisha. Joystick slips in with the kit. Gonna see if he can get the stick in the meantime. Hope the cover comes. The smoke canister will not stop it, but the C4 will just be a second too late. Post plant here, 40 seconds, and well, there's Doki getting one back. A 3 versus 4, but the player back up now. They're at least all holding guns. Pasha holding the trigger. Alamau gets one more. There's the fight. They had the last 2 in the box in the corner. Pasha's down. And it is G2 clutching that round back.
It started so well for Virtus.pro there, finding the kill, finding the almost injure, and of course, yes, the Frostmat, it hurts, and, you know, forcing to rotate over, but the lack of verticality there from VP. No one down below to catch Virtue as he went for that C4. That probably cost him the round, because first of all, that would have been a kill. Second of all, that would have been Joystick secured and able and up and fighting. So G2 now, map point. Pushing again for map number 3. Now they will be on the attack themselves. They've been able to win 2. In their first half, they were attacking. Now they need to win one more, and it's over. Otherwise, we're going back towards the defensive round. Where's Virtus.pro struggling on their attacks themselves, so even if they lose this one, G2 doesn't spell the end of the series.
I enjoyed the Dan take your lasers off.
Yeah, you know, okay. Sometimes lasers do give you away. it's
a friendly bit of advice.
It's a friendly bit of advice. Like, hey, you might want to, you know, take them off right now so you give yourself away this round. Very important round we're up in.
It's a friendly bit of advice done as 7-6 in a do or die first place game.
So sometimes you see, or often you see, lasers used on shotguns, like Shepards, the British shotgun, because it tightens up the spread. But what you do then is you often aim to the wall close to you that isn't actually inside of the opponent. Because that way you hide the laser from their view while still having the benefits from it. What a lot of players do not realize is that, you know, if you see a laser on one part of the wall, you can basically realize where that player is if you're smart enough. And have played the game enough, right? It's like you see the laser on the doorway, you know he's not on that side of the doorway, so you could just swing the other one and just go for a free fire. It's just how it goes. It just gives away your position so much.
G2, as I said before, they were quite close on their very first attack here. They've had those sort of dicey moments. It's just getting the actual confirmation at the end of it. Doki is underneath trying to fish. Blur's been very quick to get in. Isn't caught by Capcans this time around. There was a prox that was popping off to give some of the game away, but still just sort of setting themselves up for the angle. Shepard holding on, has the smoke canisters, and there's the first Talon shield removed by an impact, and there is still one left in the pocket of Dan as well, so they've got to use the second sparingly.
He's so careful around on that balcony. Yes, there's an ADS, but he's been willing to toss in a grenade earlier. It could have been having a double there if it was covered off just well, but always starts it off well. Finds Doki. That's their grenade underneath gone. That's a massive player removed as well. There's going to be some pinks coming through, but no true response from the grenade that Benja just tossed in. And that means he's going to try and go fishing elsewhere again.
Well, the fish doesn't quite get the catch, but it does open an angle, which they punish them through. Benja gets always. And suddenly it's open right up now. They're back in the 4 versus 4. Alamau's found his way through. He's concerned about a swing from Drum. He's concerned about a swing from the stairs as well. And there's somebody holding the angle. Benja's also under a bit of pressure and Pasha's on the chase. But Blur, he's going for the plant in the meantime. Amongst the chaos, he's tucked in on the window. He's trusting the cover. Another trade out happens. And the kit isn't going down. But there's Alamau still getting kills in the meantime. 40 seconds. And it's a 2 versus 3 with G2 holding some pressure and some of the cards. But Dan making sure that they can just stay a bit at bay with Joystick on the opposite ends in the door. They're trying to find the full scratch, trying to find the full bite, and the kit is still isolated. Dan digs in close just before the E1D and gets himself tucked in the position. What do you do? Banjo wants to go for the hop onto the back. They're trying to go for the pinch on the player. They know he's isolated. There's the reveal, and there's one. It's just down to Joystick in the 1 versus 2. Goes for the rotate. They punished him once upon a time, the very first round, the very first time they played this. There's one more. And we said it was in that room. He was positioning, suffered him with 3 seconds left in the same place. Can it be the thing that costs him out? Oh, he just lives!
He managed to hit 1 shot with the deagle, not the second. And we're going all the way to 15 to decide whether another map 3 is going to be played. Virtus.pro barely hanging on in here. Way too close for comfort. G2 so close to be winning that round, winning the map, and going to Oregon. But now they need to defend one more time. Exhibition and Office seems to be the play to go for. And Virtus.pro, all you need to do is attack one more time and you find yourself in first place. It hasn't been kind to you so far. But in the last 2 times you attacked, you managed to find those opening kills, and those have been crucial. Yes, you didn't win in round 13, but you got so close to it. If you manage to get that opening kill yet once more, you'll lock it off.
Well, I said it might come back to this site. It almost didn't. And they're doing everything to try and keep themselves going here. The spread of players with 6 breaking 10 kills in this game. I mean, it just shows how much there is to this, regardless of the fact that, yeah, both these teams are going to the major. Only one of these teams is going to be able to call themselves the top.
Battle of the Titans between these two. Of course, one, a very experienced roster. The other, well, a lot of experience on the players, but still together, relatively new compared to, of course, the amount of time that people like Dan, Pasha, Joystick, Shepard have together. On the hunt for that first. That's the game changer. Checking for Capcan traps. There is a Capcan on the board, so it's always a good habit to have. Drones are checking with them as well, and Joystick now ascending the staircase on the back. He hopes to find that free kill, or at least the opening. It doesn't matter if you take a small amount of damage. As he punches the barricade there, that gives away the fact that someone's out there. It's just, do they expect him to be inside already? As Stan finds Benja and instantly gets out. He doesn't want to stick around.
I mean, it's the perfect thing. We've seen Virtus.pro try a couple of sort of hop in, hop out, bits of pressure down in Joystick, the pair of them, and finding some success, finding it early. In comparison to how long it's taken them before, it's dangerous for G2. Blur pulls back past the big open double window somebody was rappelling up to as he rotates. Another moment. It could have been costly. Joystick pressuring himself in, but with a minute 10, G2, they folded themselves back to site.
It's a lot of ground. They've just given up. They're not looking to hold on to things like Drum, like Terrors. They're giving that away to VP now. Of course, knowing that there's only a couple doorways that can really go from, but there's still 3 grenades in pocket. And we've seen VP, as soon as they're allowed to open up these walls, play these crossfires perfectly. So if they do that in these next 50 seconds, there might be problems. And as the first set of Excaliburs are going to be deployed, Doki has just been spotted on that drone. No, he actually hasn't been. He finds the kill onto Joystick, instantly falls back. The timer is equal as C4 pops. It's not going to be finding the kill.
No, he just sort of hoped he could get someone premature, maybe give the game away of, look, they know I'm down here. They might just try and put the pressure onto the site itself and take the territory. There's 30 seconds, and he was a little bit eager, a little bit misplaced for where the C4 needed to be, but as they drive themselves through, Pash shows the reveal and the ping on a single player. He takes the hatch drop. That'll be another read. The C4 just in a position, but not quite blown as of yet. Hoping somebody drifts in and tries to get the plant on the far end. There it is. The slip through. Blur and Doki with always getting Alamau on the end. It's suddenly just always in the 3 versus 1 situation, but he's out of time, and we are going to a third map.
Virtus.pro unable to lock it off. Doki crucially down below. Able to find that one kill and get himself back to side and fight it in an even manner. And G2, after a very hard-fought victory here on Skyscraper, are looking to bring it, and will bring it, to Oregon to decide.
It was always going to be a long fight between these two teams, and we get the full taste of that. You want it. You want to make sure that what we're sending is a team that is ready to bring the fight to everybody, and that is exactly what we're getting from them.
Not only sending one, we are going to be sending both of them. So without further ado, let's quickly go for a quick break before the analysts will break this down and preface Oregon, the final map of the night.
What?
Where is that?
Oh, come on.
Ooh, that's ridiculous, by the way. That's ridiculous.
Hi, my name is Jack Doki Robertson.
Hi, my name is Mark Steinman. My gamer tag is Jum.
I'm Tyrant, also known as Luke.
My name is Noah, and my in-game name is Noah Urs.
So I'm Bibu.
I'm Leon Giddens, also known as Leon Gids.
I'm ready to play the game, and guess where the drone are?
I actually don't know. I'm going to say bank the drone hole into server.
That's, I think, a drone hole, or is that a microwave?
I've seen that microwave many times in my lifetime. Many maps, but I'm certain this is the bank one.
And there's like a microwave on every single map, so I'm just going to go with cafe.
Oh, it's the microwave. If someone gets that right, that's like no-life material.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you play this game too much. You know what microwaves look like.
It's a constant microwave. I would have never guessed that anyway.
If it's anything like that, I may have lost this whole game.
I was actually so ready for this game. I thought it was going to be easy.
These modes are actually hard. I'm gonna guess a villa in study.
Like a bathroom floor, bathroom stalls and border.
I can't think of a white carpet anywhere. I think it might be geisha room.
It's like a Asian carpet, like, in geisha maybe.
I'm gonna go skyscraper.
One of the MNM players is going to get this one right. I know that for sure.
Let's go, 2 points.
Every time I drone geisha, I just see that in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, why is that even there?
Oh, it's a rug.
That's not fair. I'm going to say that for everyone I get wrong, that it's not fair.
Oh, that's villa on top main stairs.
On villa, let's just say I put my drone in plant pots too many times.
Oh, and we got it.
There's so many people that put their drones up there in the UL, and if they didn't guess it right, that's terrible.
What? Oh, it's that late.
So you give me a really easy one, and now you give me a really difficult one.
I think theme park, maybe somewhere in lobby.
I'm gonna say this one's on consulate as well, but only room I can think of is Visa.
I'm going to go border break room.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Ooh, it is consulate, but it's Visa.
We're meant to be world champions, you know, but apparently we know nothing about the game that we play.
Oh, this is easy. This is games inside the foosball table.
If it's not there, I'm going to retire from Siege. I'm never going to play again.
Yeah, let's go.
Easy peasy. But everyone's going to get that. No, man. I should have got that consulate one.
If anyone is going to beat me, I think it'll be Doki.
What's that, 3 points out of a possible 10?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm going to be in that top 2 definitely first, I reckon. I reckon no one else has got this right.
Hello, lovelies, and welcome back to the broadcast. We continue on with our match that tied up 1-1 with, I gotta say, a very exciting skyscraper. I did not expect Virtus.pro to push G2 to the edge that way, but still, G2 are able to take it. Ollie, any surprises in our game?
8-7.
Yeah,
that's probably the biggest surprise, Milosh. Who would have thought that Virtus.pro would be good for 7 rounds and to push G2 to have to go all the way here in this one? A very back and forth game. All the way, Des. A very back and forth game, as we can see highlighted there on that top bar. The star of the show in the previous map was, of course, Dan. He was there, pride of place at the top of the pops over on the side of Virtus.pro, but he was overshadowed this time by Doki, a consistent performer throughout map 1 and map 2. And this time, Doki was joined by his team. Almar and Benja previously didn't have a great showing. I mean, no one did really on the side of G2 aside from Doki on bank. But this time, everybody going positive or neutral, with Virtue just at the bottom there, just lagging behind somewhat. But it was enough to get them that second map and to put us onto a 3-mapper.
Demo, what a wonderful time to be alive, really, seeing this Doki versus VP game.
Yeah, he's played very well over the past 2 maps so far. Jack's just just that form. I think the past 6 months or so is just something inside him just hatched, and look at what he's been able to do. I think it's a player where if they're just on the form and there's really nothing. Yeah, I can't remember last time I think Jack has really come out of a series where you think, oh, that was really bad. We used to say that back in the day, but not at the moment. He's hitting everything. I still think G2, they'll be unhappy with that map, even though they get the win. You know the mentality of that team. You know the standards that Fabian sets. They will definitely be back on that again. Even though they win it, they'll be back, seeing what they can do better, because if they take those kind of skyscrapers to the major, yeah, they'll be out of it very quickly. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and I know you call him Jack because you and Doki are very good friends like that. At least that's what we'd like to think. So just to make it clear to everybody out there. Anyways, our 3rd map for the series. Let's bring up our map bands on the screen just so everybody sees what went on so far. Bang, skyscraper out of the way. We're tied 1-1, and it's one more map. A classic Oregon, between G2 and VP to decide who is the best team of stage 1 of Europe. How do we see this going, Demo?
Oregon is the decider. I think it's a good map for both teams. Again, it's an easy map. I think you can say it's a good map for every team in the world because it is that simple to play. I think G2, I think they probably have the momentum behind them, which I think is a big thing that you have to take in consideration. Ollie will tell you, whatever team wins the second map in the series usually go on to win the third. So True. I'll go with Ollie's theory in that case.
It's a good theory, Demo, and it will guide you to some good predictions. Ultimately, a straight shootout on Oregon. We turn now into a best of one, and it really has been an action-packed day. I think G2, they're coming into form at a good time. Obviously, one of the reasons why I do like to say that, Demo, is because teams sometimes have a sleepy start. They sometimes have a slow map one, and it seems like that's what happened with G2 here. A couple of things that I wanted to pick up on. Doki, for one, last week when we interviewed him, Milosh, he was scared of going up against this team.
True.
Now, I know he's dabbled in a little bit of acting at this point.
He's scared of that team. He's always been like he hates that team.
I know that he's dabbled in a little bit of acting. You know, he's done a few little small
Stabbing
movies,
sushi, yeah.
as we should call it. But he's getting really good because you wouldn't sense those nerves here today in the server. And second thing I wanted to pick up on was the timeouts from Fabian. He's bringing these timeouts at a really curious time. We've commented on it both times, Demo. It's round 5, so it's just as the sides are going to switch. Now, obviously, we've got to listen into timeouts at SI, and we got a little bit more insight as to what the coaches actually talk about. And Fabian did come out with some pretty good timeouts, to be fair. So obviously, that's having a little bit of an impact as well. And it seems like they're just getting their act together a little bit ahead of this third and final map.
All right, Demo, final thoughts before we can go into our map?
Let's just hope G2 wins. Let's just hope that happens.
Oh, whoa, just flat out there. I just hope G2 wins.
Hey,
not even try and sprinkle the bias in. Just throw it full
just
in.
What's the point? You may as well just get it over and done with. I think everyone would be questioned if I didn't say that. You know, I think the team are they're that good. And I think if they don't win, yeah, it's a massive shame because they should be winning this league because they are, guess what? The best team in the world.
But what does that say then about VP, who are just still hammering down?
It says,
despite the fact that they're so predictable,
that this VP team on LAN, which they will be on LAN, they're back on LAN. This is, you know, a scary team that I think the rest of the world needs to take in consideration. G2 wiped the floor with everyone at Invitational, and VP are putting a heck of a good fight against them now. So there you go. There's another team that everyone has to be careful of.
Okay, fair enough. We should almost be ready to get into game. Just waiting on one final confirmation here. But for an Oregon metagame, I mean, everybody knows how to run Oregon at this point, Ollie, but this is it's the graveyard of empires.
It really is. That would have worked really well if it had been a different team. But maybe we'll see how Virtus.pro stack up on there today. Obviously, a lot of execute based sort of things that you can try and work on. Something that I will say about G2 and the way that they are able to navigate these maps and particularly the way that they're able to defend and attack, they are very fluid, and it's something that is inherent in their play style at the moment. And I think that VP might come up against a bit of obstacle going up against that sort of fluidity and just how flexible G2 can be.
Well, lads, it seems like our game is ready and our casters are ready. Let's toss it to Fluke and Hap. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, we are ready. Ready for one more map of the day and one more decider between two teams to really see who is fighting on the edge. Obviously, a little bit less heat than our first game of the day.
Now, if you want to know why we weren't getting started right away, rumor has it a player wasn't in the lobby yet. So yeah, we were just getting that sorted out, squared out. All 10 players are in now. We're getting ready. I love this music.
It's very dramatic. A lot of the Blast music has been very dramatic. There's like some orchestral pieces in it.
Yeah.
That really changes the tone. I hear it when I'm in preparation for work. I'm like, I feel like...
I hear it when I'm sleeping, so...
I don't hear it when I'm sleeping. I don't listen to it enough. Maybe I will.
Not yet.
Like, I have 20
because
seconds.
The future is now.
Maybe the future is now. Maybe it's...
I missed that song.
What was the Parker one? What was the...
The what?
What do you call next? Round 1?
What does it take to call next? Or join us in the next episode, or second episode, or whatever it was.
What does it
Yeah,
take
we have a couple though. Yeah, I don't know. He still didn't tell us.
We'll never know.
I'll start asking him every day until he answers me what
He
it takes
gets
to call
mad when
next.
you ask him what does it take to call next. Not that I know from a personal history of asking him, but
So everybody that's watching at home currently, totally do not tweet out. Totally do not tweet out to him.
Oh no.
Asking what it takes to call next.
Oh no.
So do not go, hey, at Intero, what does it take to call next?
Oh no.
Don't do that.
When does it take? Nobody asks why.
Why does it take to call next? Yes. Totally go for that. Totally don't go for that. Don't go for that. Sorry. No.
Ying,
Bad.
Zami, Mira, Thatcher, Oregon.
Yes.
Yeah.
And laundry room and supply.
And laundry room and supply.
Starting
Yeah,
off in the basement. Doing a laundry.
It's a fair removal. I mean, the Azami, you know, we've seen it as a tool used by pretty much everybody. It's not like it's a specific removal against anyone. G2 are quite good with an Azami. I'll give them.
Might say it's because their
what
skin.
Perfect timing for that skin advert. When I make the point.
Directly supports G2.
So
If
by
you want to be paying for
Virtus.pro
Doki's salary.
banning- It's like a personal attack towards the G2
Yeah.
skin. I see the game.
It's attacking their salaries right now is what they're doing.
Fair enough.
So it's a different kind of way to go at them. Mentally. Mental warfare. It's all what it's all about.
Talking of mental warfare, now that we've sort of
Okay,
had
yeah.
that map get so close, who do you think it works better for? Obviously, as they said on the desk, for the side of Skyscraper going well for Virtus.pro, they've got a lot working there. But also, it stretches both these teams out. It's an exhausting, long-run fight where towards the end, obviously G2 took it, which sort of heralds and signals the idea that they had a little bit more energy in the banks. They came back from a 3-5 deficit to win it in max OT. Is that something that's going to cook with them a little bit more momentum?
So it was that big question. The thing about Oregon as well is it's like one of those basic maps, right? It's basically on the same lists as a clubhouse, I would say. It's like it's been in siege for a very long time. It's been slightly reworked as G2 gets the first kill. Doki finds Dan. So it's not only going to be like who has more gas left in the tank, but it's also like who's going to be able to just respond quicker to whatever the other team tosses up, and who's going to be a bit sharper on these executes and the gun game in general. But that's often what it comes down to.
Joystick for a steady clear, cutting himself through the middle here. They're obviously at the body disadvantage, and they wanted to find Doki loose, but they've all retreated back, got the entry body, and headed back towards the site itself. There's still a lot of time here, and if you are caught out, especially around that sort of stage and meeting area, you can get isolated and cut off by multiple different directions. So you got to make sure that if you're in and you're out, you're definitely out in time. There, the long angles, the bulletproof, and the ideas on the players. They're watching, they see the feet, they see the sort of tuck and the roll and the motion of the players. They want to see if they can try and force a backline, but running directly into Freezer would be a bit of a death sentence.
You don't want to just directly run in. You need to wait for slightly a little bit, get some extra information out. Drones are there. Hatches are opened up now. VP, what's your next move? What are you gonna do? You're gonna start descending down the stairs. What Joystick's doing, trying to find a kill around the pillar. That's exactly what he does. And that's Blur taken out. There's gonna be 1 or 2 more players around there, though, that he could potentially try and challenge and skirmish with. But more importantly, is it gonna be safe to actually go for Hatch? Drops out there. Joystick goes in again. A grenade rolls through. Alamo just escaping with his life out there.
Well, now is he going to try and retake the stairs itself? Doki with an important first fight, swings back to the Shaiko position, gets blinded and leans in first for his third of the round. 20 seconds, 2 versus 4. They drop themselves into the smoke. They got to take a bit of damage if they want to make the motion behind it, but the C4 is the full stop to a smoke-filled sentence. There's at least a down, but not the finish, as G2 holds the first round.
And that's it. Able to just hold on, even though the first kill gets away from you. That's the kind of stuff we always see from G2. Like, even when it's a 2v4, 2v5 situation, they're also not out of the count. Of course, this one wasn't as close as that, but it's just that ability to keep getting back into these fights, to keep turning these men advantages around and still win the round. I mean, we saw it in Skyscraper in those final 5 rounds. VP got the opening kill like 3 times out of those 5. And every single time, G2 able to turn it around, win the round on the back of it. It just shows the quality they have as a team to not be bothered too much by those entry kills. And by just staying calm, being able to rely on the others, their individual gun skills, to turn themselves back in. A clash on the man who has 3 kills.
And, you know, it's how you angle it, how you play it. Doki on a clash. I'm not going to say that's a common sight.
No, it's definitely not. I'm not used to be seeing that.
No. We've seen Doki on Heartbreach. We're seeing Doki on a clash. Just going to sort of play and try and hold on to trophy as long as possible. You assume they can be a bit mobile if all the pressure comes onto double window. You've got that as an option as well. But it's Doki playing that role, which is, I guess that's the question mark. You're like, huh, okay. Is this Fabian just punishing him?
Like, you are now forced playing with the clash. And you're not using the SBS MG9. Very last man standing. Has it out now, of course. So he's already disobeying the orders. There's VP slowly gathering some ground here. They have the small tower under control, the showers. They're basically having the hallway in front of the kitchen towards white. But that's where it stops for now. That's where the control halts. That's where the dangers lie, because that's exactly where G2 have members present, able to fight. Shepard playing with the Amaru. Of course, always having the opportunity for the quick zoop in. Pressure clearing down below kind of tells me that they might be debating going up the hatch at some point. But it's not a weird sight to see someone clear right underneath the door. Especially grenades could be very useful there. The player inside of security. It's always good to have 2 angles on that person if you're going for a clear, etc, etc.
Well, there's the clash. Sort of saying hello, and Doki goes for the steady rotate back goodbye. There is the one loose player under Freezer. Obviously, unfortunately, we can't go to the ping there, but they're coming up to support the security room player of Ver. There's still the control underneath, and you can sort of see, as you said, Virtus.pro, they're trying to find the route in, and it might be Dan. It's probably not Dan. They seem to have a good awareness of that player, that location. Virtue with the corridor swing supports Blur. They're going to see if they can try and stick the kit. Shepard went up. And now he's just going to hold on. Flat dive. The C4 just stops it in time. There's a team kill. But the kid is cold, so, you know, it's a strange way to make an omelet, but you got to smash some eggs. Doki, as the clash pulls themselves back ground and pops the shield back on, it's just going to get the zap and the slow, so Blur has time to come up from the back end, but doesn't want to give them the engagement. They seem to have awareness. And Dan hops out, hops around. They're going to hold the angle as Joystick gets one more inside. The clash is able to find Joystick at the top of the stairs. 30 seconds have now gone, and Doki still has the clash after getting one, is able to keep themselves going. Blur up around the back stairs to give the clash some support. The shotgun isn't quite able to get the lock. They're going in hard onto it.
Oh, no way!
One more for Doki!
Oh, Doki!
What? No! Come on!
The 360 into the 180. Finding both with the clash. There's going to be a Swede that is very proud of him now, and it's not going to be Fabian. Or maybe there might actually be 2 Swedes very proud of him right now, and it might be also Fabian.
I mean...
What a play.
It's like the start of the round, you're like, they're going to clash, that's new. What's going to happen? A 3K with a 1 versus 2 technical clutch.
I was saying as well, it's like, you know, man, with 3 kills on the clash right now, it's like I can drop 3 kills with a shield.
Come on.
Don't question me.
Come on. I mean...
I get the first, right? Like, the shield's on the back. But then the person on the back, like the person from white, of course, like at the moment Doki kills his teammate, only has a shield to shoot on. So,
I mean,
so
imagine
it buys
being
that time.
anyone in the world and you kill, what was it, Joystick, Dan, and was it always the last one?
I think so, yes.
And you're like, yeah, I killed those 3 players that was playing Clash. Or they are,
in quick succession as well, by the way, you know. Oh, they were not. No, they were not lined up. They were all on different angles. Of just, you know, just the general Clash thing of making some 360s happen.
Phil. All right, well, that's 2 rounds, and Doki's had 2 3Ks in a row. 6 kills after only 2 rounds. And he's been the sort of hot shooter throughout the whole day, throughout the whole series. But it's from height to height right now. There's the approach on the back end. Joystick wasting no time, getting some control down onto Shower.
Sensor there is going to be given away. The Joystick wanted to open up, but it's not that anybody's out there to try and challenge him. So, you know, it will just be opened up. It's not going to be challenged whatsoever by G2. The true challenge will be coming through on the actual side. And LMAO just being out here, getting spotted right now. Instantly followed up. That's what you like to see. And that's going to be an opening. And now, you know, that one player still out in attic, one still in dorms, are a bit more vulnerable.
Doki's making some motion, just misses the tail end of a drone, but with that open and with 3 players stacked up in an active drone that's, I don't know if it just stopped shy. Oh, there's most of a wing of Pasha, but he knows he can't stick around too much. 4 players, 5 if you count the Shower Corridors player, have surrounded Doki's position at this point. And yes, you're playing for vertical, but not even the man with the 6 kills after 2 rounds can get out of that. Dan with Blur on the back end as well, and that suddenly leaves Benja quite isolated. He's going to see if he can do a bit of a retake here over the top, and only 1 player inside side as well. Virtue's going to have to hold on for as long as possible, because with that drone and that reveal, they now know. Gets 1. Could opt for the hatch if he wants to, but look at this. I think they've read just how far away everyone else is, so instead they can maybe focus on the single player.
E4 used and not able to find anything. Benja holding on very tight, steps out, finds another kill. He's been gifted 2 at this very moment. The top floor now being taken by remaining players. Don't tell me he gets a 30. He does not. Virtue, the last man standing now in a 1v3 clutch. He's going to take that top floor under his own control as well. That should be 1 free kill at least. Yes, he does. And now a plant attempt is coming down from Virtus.pro. But with Virtue being up on the top floor, it's going to be very possible for him to try and stop this from happening. 45 seconds on the clock, actually sees a player, goes for the drop, finds the kill, swaps around, not in time to actually grab the shotgun back out from the pocket. And Shepard locks him off, finds that final kill, and VP able to put that one on the board, but that got way too close.
I mean, it was a moment, and I guess after the 2nd round, you're like, is that going to be a moment here? And it was just almost swapping the guns, thinking maybe the player was a bit further away. Again, the fact that they're getting that close on the tertiary side in a 4 versus 2, when they know that one of the players is on the other side of the world. Oh, I mean, G2, they're swinging hard here. And at this point, you know, this round, if it goes the way of G2, which could be likely with how it went before, then you're looking at the next, and at what point you sort of go, when are Virtus.pro going to maybe have a team talk? What is the expected swing on this? A 4-2 isn't that uncommon, but the pace of the game is one where it feels like Virtus.pro are being punished from additional places.
It for sure is. I mean, it kind of shows it how that 5v2 basically came back to a 1v1 in the end. That shouldn't be happening. Even though I discussed it before, I said it before, G2, even if they are 2vx, it's a very likely possibility they can get back into that round and even win it. It's just one of those like rounds portrayed out there. And even though that's due to the fact that VP, they might have been a bit too aggressive on hunting down those players, which have actually cost them 2 kills very early on, you could have just as well held it, right? Like, just hold the way out. There's only a hatch and 1 doorway. You don't actually have to go for the push. You could just hold it and let the rest work on the side, force him to move. Force him to make a mistake. But instead it was 2 1v1s. And that's how VP might get themselves like in trouble in more rounds than 1.
Virtus.pro, what do you change? What aspects do you bring here that might give you a little bit more sort of malleability? We saw, as we said early on, the last time they were here, they sort of got the drones into freezer. They got the drones into freezer. They had the awareness of the sort of long-range hold that was otherwise being pressured. And Pasha, he's going to try and get some of the high pressure on. Joystick just gets scraped a bit. It's this sort of slightly taller hold, but this time, Dan gets the opening bout of punish to be delivered to Doki. Twice he's been shut down over these past 2 rounds after pretty much defining the first 2.
He either gets 3 kills or he dies. That's what it is so far. This map. Arciratera used to quickly open up that hatch. Nothing more than that. You know, just one jump and an instant click. It's going to be opening up some extra verticality, some extra avenues to toss utility down, maybe waste some of the ADSs for more important utility to come through, like Pasha's grenades. SVP is going to go around for the rotate now. They need to pick an extra one. One is always great, but if you're attacking the basement, you kind of need a second one. You need that 2-minute advantage so you can continue trading. Or when you start to go for the execute, when you start dropping these hatches, everything needs to be perfect. And now these smokes are coming out. They're going to be blocking some lines of sight. That means a drop might be able to come through, but a smoke canister is going to be stopping that for now. And now you have to make an option, like a choice. Am I going to go with the smoke still out or not?
Yeah, you see the Flores drones sort of trying to lead the pressure in, but as long as Virtus is still in that position, they can't get the full swing that they want. They don't quite have that straight route through. You've almost got to cut it in half, and Vendra cuts it in half, swings around, gets a double from the long range over the stack on the hatch, and you're thinking, well, where's the kit? Well, the players still need to take the site itself. 20 seconds. I'm assuming that's now been collected. It has. Joystick with the rotate round, and Alamal rotates right back. Looks for the next, can't quite get it down onto the side of blue, and with the slight separation, the 2 remaining players have only about 10 seconds to get gathered up, and then you're sort of watching a post plant with, well, 3 players trying to swing onto you. The smokes, the pressure, they get pushed just a little bit further. Joystick can tuck and hold, and Shepard's got to do absolute God's work to get the angle. Gets 1. Gets 2. Shepard gets himself the triple, finds the cover. Blur stuck on the wrong side of a fire engagement, and suddenly this round has gone from a lost cause to something maybe a little bit winnable. Here, Blur, no health. Just sees the end of a player who pulls himself out. They still have 2 bolts. They still have some other breaching charges, but you're probably not going to get as much use out of them as the other way round. Blur, 20 seconds now. And he's trying to retake. He's trying to find just something from one of the 2 remaining Virtus.pro players. But if you're talking to people who know how to clutch, his name is Shepard.
Very well played there by Virtus.pro. First of all, that fire into the freezer, it did so much damage to Blur. He was unable to actually step out and be a bit of a support there. And then G2 going in 1 by 1 again instead of going for the double swing, being punished for it. Well done, cover on point, VP. Everything they needed was there. And they equalized that scoreline. They put us up to 2-2 and even half again. That's what we're looking for here in this matchup. We want to know who's the absolute best in Europe, and that's what these 2 teams are fighting for. We do not want to blow out.
I mean, that was much better there from Virtus.pro at points, but then at the same time, you look at the rotation from Bender over the top, getting the 2 kills, getting things cold inside meeting, and then for Virtus.pro to still win the round out. I mean, it was against odds, but at the same time, they've lost rounds against odds. This map alone, having some of that energy, having some of that momentum, I mean, it's got to be the coolest breath of fresh air.
I mean, like, I'm going to be bringing it back to something different, right? Alamau getting that first kill, instantly sprinting down elbow, being picked up afterwards. It was a bit questionable for me. It's like, I mean, he might have not been aware that there was still someone out there. Maybe they thought it was going to be clear, but as he just came around the corner, instantly picked up, not even been given a fighting chance. That was a 4v2 at that point. If he would have stayed alive, I'm not sure if he had any canisters at that point, but that would have been, like, round changing for G2 there. Either way, what's done is done, and we just continue onwards towards round 5, which we're currently in. VP is continuing on the attack, Pasha is being led in. Drones around, chems are being spotted, and just trying to find that first body to put into the ground. That's going to be his goal.
Pasha seems to have a little bit more of a direct drive over the past couple rounds, and you're Sure, hasn't quite netted the kill, but an A to B system is something where time might have been the cost of them before. Doki's still around split. He was the early loss. Benja's got some support here. Depends which way Pasha goes on how much danger that might be. Popped a bit prematurely. They have things on it anyway, so they pulled themselves back to some safety there, pulling themselves all the way back to the safety of the site itself. They sort of realized just how much is swarming around them, wasted some time, cost a bit of utility. But the time is the important thing when you're up against Virtus.pro.
Is that they're still afraid of the fact that someone might be around in a big tower, and that's going to be costing a lot of time to actually drone out. And they need to make sure that's fully droned, because they knew someone was in there, and that's exactly what Push is dealing with now. He face-checked it, there's no one out there. Now they can start focusing on the actual site. And that means 1 minute and 40 seconds have been wasted. 1 minute and 40 seconds have been used. They don't have to worry about that on G2. Just these last 60 seconds are going to be crucial. Spots out that drone, Doki. He has been seen, though, being right below the staircase, and that means he will have to rotate around back towards Shaiko. A bit more of a passive position. Grenade will bounce around the corner and will take him out.
Joystick. He's been able to get a couple of pretty huge, hefty kills down on this line before, and obviously a man at the moment of the previous round. There's the first. Doki gone another time. He's been the early removal from the board. A bit of damage and a bit of scrapping and scraping gone on the far end. The free fire there from Blur just tucks the prisoner out. They have the ping on the player. They have some of the utilities to try and force them. The grenade rolls almost perfectly, I was going to say, but Joystick goes down from the swing from the site itself, with Pasha getting a bit of revenge. There's the drop right down. They didn't hear it under the chaos, but there's a bit more chaos down on the side of blue. Benja, he's holding close on the door. He's able to get some iconic damage from that position. And now a quick pick back up, but always in Pasha get the final.
A bit of lack of information, I think, on G2 again. Benja getting the kill, instantly running out into the open, being caught up. I'm not liking what I'm seeing in terms of like getting the kill and instantly running away, because it's been costing G2 strong positions twice now. And VP with a good attack, by the way, I have to say. Like, they managed to pull through in the end, so that's nothing taken away from them. I'm just saying, like, something like that could have changed around for G2. But VP punishing it perfectly, being in the right position at the right time to do that as well. And now they're leading 3-2. And I know we're talking about even halves, but Virtus.pro now looking to find themselves a 4-round half again.
Honestly, we sort of came into this around the 2-1 mark, and I was like, what if Virtus.pro got to change? You know, if this round goes away, when are they thinking about having a talk? And they haven't needed it. Their response over the past 2 rounds from them as a team dynamic has been so much more put together. It's been sharp, it's been punchy, and as you said, it's been punishing. From where you see a bit of a lack of awareness of G2's intel, there's a hole filled by Virtus.pro that's more than happy to demonstrate what they know. They can get themselves a 4-2 half here on their attack. Be a bit dangerous. G2, they're still angling for the potential chance of a 3-3. Obviously not going back down to Laundry. Don't want to try and risk that dance again. Instead, the trip back up to dorms, where we saw a clash do some peculiar things, and this time, Doug's unfortunately been a bit silent since then. But to be fair, he's been allowed a breather after the first 2 rounds.
Now, Virtus.pro has played Oregon at this stage before. It was against Heroic. 5 defensive rounds they were able to take, but that was only their second half. Managed to get 2 attacking rounds on their first half. So already doing better than that. And if they manage to get a 4th round and then, portray that defensive skills again, G2 would be in real trouble. So G2 really needing to be finding themselves a 3rd round here in this half right now. Otherwise, it's not looking very bright for them.
Steady attention down into the side of Shao with Dan trying to go for a pinch maybe on the other side. Remember the rotate that we had that came up from Freezer. Remember the loose player once upon a time. Well, they're not going to suffer the same fate. And the fate isn't even in that position. Maybe G2 read that they might have a response to it and didn't want to opt for it. But there's always the chance at going for one of those rotates and maybe even escape. Doki being steadily watched, steadily droned and caught. The pre-fire over the angle and the lean around the soft. Just missed the end of an engagement, can shoot those through it, but a lot dedicated to getting that wall open.
There's Dan. He's going to be looking onto 90, and look at that. Doki might be about to be leaning back into it. Just a couple steps away from it. He's going to be... Oh, he's in the classroom, just hiding now. So they might actually be safer now. Dan is holding off that rotate, and that means the joystick is just free to use these grenades. But as he uses these grenades, it might actually be a bit of a call as well towards Doki to actually come and hunt him down. Instead, he does the wise thing to get it with Benja, and they start rotating back towards the site, knowing they don't need to take that fight as Benja wanted to lean in, but then saw someone out there and quickly had to fall back. But now he's a problem in the middle of VP.
Exactly, you've got always down in shower corridor, or the long corridor, even just behind him. You've got pressure inside shower corridor, and you've got the kid being attempted to be planted. Shepard, he's gone for the same corner he was at before. The smoke is perfect, but he's got enough time to get it and not get out. Caught on the end, but suddenly you're in a post plant. I'm about to get one in the meantime, but there it is. Suddenly, it's back and forth, leaving just always and joystick, the two players. Had the rhythm last time around. Let's see if they can try and get this. The air jab hits it. They're quite far away, watching with a bit of safety on an angle. That's you. Hell of a take there, and joystick. I mean, he's going to be able to get one. He can get two. There's somebody outside as well. He's going to pull the goo mine out. Please, G2. Don't let this one slip through your fingers. There's the bait. There's the fight. There's three. Joystick hops in. There's only a couple of seconds. Joystick!
What's a play?
Unbelievable from the Cyborg.
And all he had to do was just watch that diffuser, and the G2 players, they tried to take him down. He was not having any of it. And for a second there, I thought, okay, G2 have this round, right? Like, they killed everybody on site. They could have gone for the defuse, but they were unaware of the fact the last two VP players were so far removed from the site that they needed to rotate all the way around, get back up towards that top floor, find themselves an angle. And by the time they figured it out, joystick was ready. And there's no winning it anymore at that moment in time. 4-2 split. VP in the lead. And now, again, referring back to the game they played against Heroic on March 21st. It's not that long ago. 5 defensive round wins they put on the board. Is that possible to do again? No.
What's possible is you're wondering, for all the questions paid of when do they call a timeout.
Yeah.
You wonder if that time has gone and passed, at least for the cost of the first half. G2, they've got a bit of a mountain to climb here, both in terms of what is ahead of them, but in terms of just what they're able to achieve as a unit. It's once again gotten that bit chaotic, that bit lost of an awareness of just what's coming. Here, Alamau, the Monty, straight in with the pings on the player, pushes them even further and further down, drops the cam.
Now, the Monty on the backstairs is not that big of a deal. Like, yes, it's annoying. Yes, it's oppressive, but it's somewhat harmless. Because Monty's not just going to be dropping that shield on the middle of the staircase and start aiming down the sides, right? Because it's very easy to hit, like, both the legs in the head at that point. He's just going to be there, feed some information. There's nothing really more happening at that point. The rest of G2 in the meantime is just going to be doing as much as they can to open up all these hatches, make sure there's absolutely no roamers around that could be coming back to them in the end. And after that, they start putting down pressure on other sides. Think of the freezer, think of laundry, think of the hatch in electrical, maybe even barrels. Now, barrels hasn't really received any pressure, and that means that the entirety of elbow is going to be an extension from the sites that VP can use.
Doki, ready on the shoulder here of Alamau, who wants to try and put the fight down onto Freezer. As I said, with this sort of long extension, he played it as like a double open with a shield on the back line, which we see a lot of teams do. Here, they have a little bit more wiggle room, especially with the Monty. Just be that front force, that hefty, solid steel face of an approach, and that Shepard's going to try and slow down. Bit of a blind, bit of a flash over the top, but a bit of damage done to Dan, who's sort of went for a bit of a cheeky swing there. But you can see Benja prepped up and ready on the back end. They have a minute, they have a bit of a stretch, and the kit is in the pockets of Blur, trying to make its way here down towards Laundry itself. But Shepard about to be under pressure with Alamau right up and close. The smoke is going to force him back and back and back and back, and look at how low his health has just gotten.
Still going to be another smoke canister they can use to get rid of him. That pops, I believe, might have just been shot out. Alamau very stuck right now. Benji, in the meantime, coming in from the back stairs. He's looking to clean up. If he finds 1 or 2, that would be the end of this round for the side of Virtus.pro. Smokes soon to come in as well. Doki already having to cross a plant is very much possible here for G2.
Smokes cover and Benja goes down, and suddenly it's starting to flicker a little bit Russian, but with a couple of bodies brought back by G2 and inside the site as well. They're going to see if they can hand it back. No! Caught from the swing round, always! Gets a double down in the deep corridor, and Pasha with the last! Virtus.pro, they take their hold. They held onto the site, locked down, and from that point onwards, G2 just could not find a clear route in.
That's been the issue there, and now the tactical timeout is going to be coming out. Fabian, you have proven to be successful with your timeouts. What do you say now?
Oh, it's got to be a top 10 speech. It's got to be more than that.
I hope it's been recorded, so we can just post that on our socials right afterwards. With probably some bleeps, but, you know. All right. VP, you're so close to be proving you're the best in Europe currently. And of course, yes, for those of you watching, there is less at stake in this game than there was from before, for example, Wild MNM, because that was a direct major spot. This is just first seed, some SI points, and a lot of money. But who doesn't love extra money? Who doesn't love extra SI points? And who doesn't love to get the first seed of a region? Especially with only 2 stages around this year. You'd be the best in Europe for half a year.
That's true. That's how it works. You ain't lying.
So, when I was talking about the wrestling belt in the Siege Championship.
Yeah.
Remember that? So G2 back then lost it to Virtus.pro. VP has lost it to VDS. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, maybe they could take it back. VP's lost another game since.
There's a lot of... I mean, yeah, I think your wrestling belt analogy...
doesn't work.
Need to have
I was just going to be
You
pulling
need to
out.
have it prepared. You gave it a go. 5-2. I mean, as I said, it's got to be a world-class team talk. Luckily, they have a man who can deliver it. And what's going to be the change up here onto Dorms? A site of a little bit of embarrassment for both teams. The Clash 1v3 all the way back in round 2, and then, wow, the joystick 4K on a double window, and he just kept on picking body after body after body. You kind of need Blur to start trying to find some of that access. Obviously leading in with the kit and getting it, but you look and you talk about how the spread of kills has been so even between all of these 10 players. One slightly behind the pace of everybody else is going to feel a lot worse when we've had it in obviously the previous map in the map just before, but with some quick attention paid onto Armory. You've got pressure on the double window. They're getting themselves droned into bedroom. They're looking to see if they can maybe pinch out a player quite quick here.
We're trying to see if there's any drones. Some explosions are going off and dealing small amounts of damage, but not enough to get any kills on the board yet. Would have been a huge pick as well onto Shepard. Playing with those smokes. It's always nice to take out a smoke very early on in the round because it just buys you, like, it might sound weird, but it buys you 45 extra seconds on the clock. And it's not like suddenly an extra 45 seconds will appear. As always, we'll take down Elmouse. The entry kill comes from Benja coming around the corner though. Instantly finds Dan. Always leaning back in. Instantly taken out. Beautiful sharp shot from Benja.
Well, it's finally having a bit of an impact, but we're still finding ourselves in this 3 versus 3. As I said, it's an even game. You need to try and have all your guns firing on an even level here, and they rotate their way back around. They'll go for a slightly down and out push here. Pasha has the read, the full taste of just what's coming through, and just gets that steady pop on the pings of the player, the hold in the position there. How do they know how close Blur is, and can they try and put some definition onto the player itself? They're trying to find loose threads. With 50 seconds and with where Pasha is, he can pull back. He can sort of hold this for as long as possible. It seems like the Nook wants the fight, so he's going to get it either way because they've got to clear the player. Will he just hold on and wait? There's only so much time. Time is that resource.
Talking about the smoke in an extra 40 seconds. Another canister just popped up. That's going to be locking up The doorway for 15 is Joystick very close to losing his life there, but the grenade just blowing up a little bit too early. Actually opened up a bit of an opportunity to go for a fight here. Benja taking small amounts of damage, nothing too major yet. Somehow Blur not able to lock it up either, as he literally just stood up in his line of sight. And Blur now are very close of trying to go get the plant ready. Virtue taking a shotgun shell. It's so chaotic here on G2's side.
There it is, Blur. You've got to be in a position to hold the plant. Joystick's able to get one more. They've got themselves tucked in the corner. They've retake right across. Blur's able to find one. There's Blur with the second, a 1 versus 1, but he's got to try and get this kit down. Pasha is on the motion and he should be able to get that swung. Virtus.pro sit on map and series point.
That must have been such a scary round for G2 because they were trying to make themselves ways through, and then like a pre-fire happens through the floor, a shotgun shell suddenly blasts like a giant hole into the wall, and you take like half your HP worth of damage, and you're like ready to lean back into the fight, but no one is really like showing themselves anymore on VP. They're just holding back whenever they need to. And as we head towards meeting in kitchen now, VP, you can lock it up here. First in Europe. And I would have loved to have an interview with them right now if that would have been the case.
I guess that's the sad thing is, you know, we unfortunately in the pre-recorded multiverse that we find ourselves sitting in, we cannot quite get the full conversation. We cannot get that full breakdown of just what they're talking about. So I'm sure they'll have plenty of words to say. Hey, maybe they'll be making winners interviews at the major itself. There's a stage.
Just win the major,
easy. Just win the major. If they can keep some of the plays and some of the energy that they've had, especially over the run through the end of the split and sort of here now, because it's just getting deadlier and deadlier in my books. G2. A couple of rounds ago, I said you had a mountain. Now it's a couple more mountains all stacked on each other with a wonderful skyline. You've got to try and clear yourself up into the air. It's getting thin, my friends. What do you have in the canisters to try and carry you across? A tertiary site might be something that helps. If you can try and get a foot in here and then you go for the push elsewhere.
As chems are gained to gain information, just looking for drones to roll through. Nothing is really being given yet. G2, they know what's at stake. They know they need to get 4 consecutive, basically flawless rounds. As Benja was looking to go for below, they might just go for a very simple take here. Take control of the back of stage. Let's see what you can do from there. Benja down below to stop any C4s from flying through. And as Dan quickly checking with the Solace gadget to see if there's any electronics out where, you know, able to just spot where these drones would be. And that wall will be opening up. There's nothing Shepard can do about that, and that means that a plant could be on the board soon, but there's not enough control yet. So that's what G2 will be working towards now. Start taking Attic under control so that hatch will not be used against you. Then start making sure you have someone down below so no C4s will start flying at you. And then you need to make sure there's no one playing in this closed sandbag corner that currently, I believe, it was Shepard hiding in. Now, Benja's already below, so they have that covered off. Means there's only 2 things left to do before they can go for a safe plant.
Is the blinds and the pressure coming out over the top. That grenade just will miss the full catch onto Shepard, and any follow-ups. That one just makes him survive as well. You saw the red for a second, and Shepard, somebody is watching over him and just batting those grenades an extra step out of place. 50 seconds and not a kill on the back. A lot of damage, but you need more than that. Doki, he's eyeing up the point of pressure. Shepard's still in this power position with a C4 as well. Joystick does get Doki over the top. Alamau suffers, but gets the kill on the back end of it. Pasha's holding on to split. You can see they've generally got themselves fully propped up here with only Benja as the loose. What can he do, and can he do it? Pasha's holding a close angle. They're holding one just on the other side, separated but by a thin wall of brick and mortar and a big old American flag staring them down. He does not know they're behind him. He might be about to find out. There it is. There's the catch. There's one more down. Swings onto the site for Blur. Wins it out. And Alamau gets a very important kill with Virtue having the cover. Suddenly it's Dan in a technical 3 versus 1. There's the kit. There's the planter. Just gets it in time. 6 seconds. Pulls back. Tucks for the swing. Finds the first. Can't find a second.
You're unaware of the fact that someone's still coming around on the opposite side of green. It's about to be clutching it out, but just not enough. G2 did everything they needed to do there. They were trying to, get that control for stage early on. And that's exactly what they needed to do. Is just that, that player out on the attic first, able to put up some damage first, get that one kill, instantly traded out by Alamau. After that, able to get the sandbags killed. That's all they needed. That's all they needed to go for that plant. And so they did. And now G2 have won out of those 4 rounds. They need to win flawlessly. There's no more room for mistakes. But we head back towards that basement. Towards the site they've struggled with. And they need to find a good round here as well. They need to start building their own momentum. They need to start getting things to go their way. And that 1 round is a start, for sure. But they need 3 more of those.
Well, that was the thing, wasn't it? You're looking at that sort of tertiary site, you're looking at that sort of tertiary place, and you've got to try and make the magic happen now on ones that are famously more protected, famously a little bit more to work with. What do? Bring a blitz. See if the blitz can be that driving force. Alamau. Oh, it's like they knew what I wanted to talk about. They'll find themselves going for maybe some pace, was tempted by the drive down onto dirt, which is where you'll generally see the most common take, but generally if they're doing that, they'll have a lot of people around them to support it as well. Swing yourself down onto blue, put the pressure and force them to have to lock it a lot earlier on elbow than they otherwise would have had to.
Drones making sure there's no one left on that top floor here for G2, which will allow Benja to just walk in for free. It's going to be trying to cover as much ground as quickly as possible and then start descending. You should already see him on that first floor here on the main stairs. Him and Doki probably going to be putting up on both their respective staircases. Please take out some utility. Just make sure they are blind. Take out their eyes. So you have that more freedom afterwards.
The pressure starts to trickle its way down from the top there. Hoping that they can get a bit of an eye and a bit of a catch here. Virtue with the Maverick over the top line. An operator who obviously doesn't see the most amount of play, but in this particular site, on this particular push, getting some control over the hatches without the fear of too much of a direct repercussion. Something that they'll take quite happily. It came down with a bit of an attempted shove last time entirely on the freezer side. This time they've opted for something that might give them a little bit more stability.
Where the blitz is currently, because push is starting to shape up here, and I believe I see Alamau in the back just running over towards barrels, towards blue. Indeed, there they are. It's actually like we have a live observer at this moment in time. Shepard might be ready for it. Has smoke canisters. There's a drone very closely. Here's the Gemini replicator, but that might be a bit of a bait. As this grenade rolls through, it might be that blitz just leading the charge and causing some panic on the VP side of things. But if Alamau dies very early on, it's game over as well, because always now very close on Chico.
That's it. It's going to have to come down to a bit of a brawl down here, and with Shepard holding onto one angle, Virtue down on the hatch itself, and ready for the E-box pressure. They've got players all isolating. However, with 3-2-1 count and 30 seconds left, and Virtus.pro preemptively putting down their control. There's a slight rotate down tucked towards the bottom of the stairs, a smoke canister, and another 10 seconds have passed without the motion. Alamau goes in close, goes in entirely blind, and gets the kill on the back of it. Doki suddenly pops up with Alamau inside the site. A 4 versus 2. 15 seconds, but they've got to make sure that when the kick comes down, it is clean. The blitz keeps on chugging through the site, but with Joystick getting one more, it's the dance and G2 throw themselves another round here down on the basement. That distance of 6-2 has gotten thinner and thinner.
Was definitely closing up, and some good use of the blitz there. Alamau for a very long time in the round. Basically, they did not know what operator he was on up until those final few seconds when, the smoke dissipates. That was the third. There's nothing left. Now we start running. That's when, as Des would say, the Nina comes in. That was a long time ago. And manages to just sweep them up, and it's so overwhelming because you basically saw it out there, right? Like Shepard, he was playing it close. He wasn't right behind the shield for the majority of that time. Wasn't expecting that blitz to just come around the corner, because otherwise you would have kept some of those smoke canisters, or you would have actually tossed them inside of the blue hallway. to deal some damage, some chuck damage as they come through. Maybe he would have even closed off the wall so he wouldn't have been able to go all the way through. So very well done on G2 on keeping that hidden for a very long time, up until the last very moment when it was necessary to bring out the blitz in full force. A replay of the bottom floor now.
Yeah, back to the bottom floor. Back to the ground, back to seeing where they made it happen before, and you know, G2, they're trying some fresh ideas. That was very much, as I said, a countered push, and it came together. The Blitz being able to get that at the perfect time when they were right up close, and it's the shotgun gamble, isn't it? If it's anyone else in that situation, there's a much higher chance you'll get the kill, but it's the person that has that little bit extra sheet metal in front of their face that allows them to survive some of the buckshot from a foot away. The different route, the Flores, to pluck out those players, always a powerful operator in this situation and location. And when you're looking at all the Banshees, obviously the setup they've got around the back, and hey, who's that? Well, a response to maybe all the blinds that was thrown before. Dan has himself those glasses that can be a perfect response to any of the attempted flash swings from the 9 they have in pocket.
Our Sirotera's going to be clearing up some barbed wire. Doki doesn't have to give away his positions, just holding tight. Like, you kind of want to hide yourself, you kind of want to play it tight, so if someone just steps out of boundaries, just steps out of line, you might get yourself that entry kill, or at least some entry damage. I'll help you later on. And G2, as they're opening up the hatches again, they're shaping themselves up, the rotations are starting to come around towards barrels and blue. Because again, that pressure is crucial if you want to go for a hedge drop. You cannot go for that drop if there is no one on the opposite side to protect you from the E-box wall. Because otherwise you have to cover 4 angles at the same time. So Doki going over to barrels right now, he's going to be making sure that's one less to worry about.
And there it is, the cover of the flashes. The grenade does find the first onto Pasha. Benja's been able to take a body, and they're looking to try and hammer home a couple more. They've surrounded the drop and the hatch. They're all down onto the opposite side, and Dan, hyper aggressive here, holding and hoping that somebody just goes for the swing, not expecting somebody to be able to see behind it, but there it is, perfect reveal. Dan tears the head off of Alamau, and Doki moves in the wake of that anyway. The fight on the stairs goes into the favor of Virtus.pro as well, and there's one more. Down on the swing of Shaiko, the 4 versus 2 always pops in, but Benjamaster 2 for 2 on his grenades to kills this round. We've seen a 2-body clutch on this site before, but from the side of the Russians. This time it's Blur that's trying to lead it back in. It's Dan, he's held himself a little bit further back, tucked into the cubby and steadily revealed. Blur, they might try and go for the plant here. There is still 1 C4 in pocket. There's a risk. There's a smoke canister as well. Benja has got himself so aggressively close, hoping they go for the full lead through. But look, the steady reveal of the bulletproof tucked onto the other default plant spot. They know the game that's being played here. And at what point do you have to just try and take the fight and hope for the swing? Because there's shotguns tucked so close. There's another reveal. There's another bit of motion. All the weight of the world is on the shoulders of Benjamaster right now as Blur. He goes down, and it's Virtus.pro that go right up.
The injure of the smoke canister, the shotgun blast around the corner. VP, they played that patiently. They had the information. They knew what was going on, and they played that into perfection. Able to get themselves the win here on Oregon. They are confirmed the best team in Europe for stage 1. Extra SI points, extra cash, but most importantly, extra points later on.
There's a lot of that game that I think G2 will look back on not so fondly, but there's a lot of their series and run to get here that I think they'll still keep in mind of saying, yeah, we've had some of our swings and hits and we know exactly what we need to work on. Virtus.pro, my word, they really pulled together some fantastic attacks and drives, and as I said, we're sending them both, but it's nice to know that we might have a bigger threat than the current reigning world champions.
It's good to know that there is multiple teams very capable of potentially lifting that trophy in Copenhagen. But I'm sure there is some other people on our team that have something to say about it. So we head to a very quick break, and then the analysts will break it all down.
My name is Carl, my nickname is Aimao, and I play for G2 Esports.
My name is Blaise, and I play for Eric.
My name is Deepak, and I'm playing for Koi. My name is Leon, also known as Nello, and I play for MNM Gaming.
I am Pasha, playing for Virtus.pro.
My name is Lucas Reich, known as Hungry, and I'm playing in White.
The most heated, I would say, is definitely Shaiko.
I have to say my old teammate, Citizen.
That's Benjamaster for sure. He's like legit hacking in Pro League. It's crazy. I don't know why he's not banned. Joe.
Best shooter in Rainbow Six Siege, in my opinion, is definitely Shaiko. He's always pulling the stats up.
Shaiko or Citizen as well, like one of those, like they probably have the best aim.
Probably our ex-teammate Spot. Best shooter.
Like for me, it's for sure like Shaiko because like he's the pure legend.
My biggest competition, I think, individually, I think it was Paolo back in 1 year ago, because we were basically fighting to be the best player in the world.
My competition, I would say, is Souls1 from FaZe Clan. I would say definitely BDS. We like to play them, they're good guys, and games are always fun.
I would rank myself in like top 20, top 10, I think. Yeah.
In EU, number 1 right now.
I'm no one now. Okay, let's chill for a bit. I have to like go through that big road and become someone again.
I don't want to be the best individual. I think I want to be the best team.
The biggest troll in Rainbow Six have to be me. Like, have to be me.
Me on that question, because like I'm the biggest troll on the team at least. So I gotta say it's me.
Kino from NA. He like troll, he scream, he's like, yeah, he's good.
Icons I look up to is like Canadian, of course. Definitely one of the legends of Siege, if not the biggest ones, are like Canadian, Pengu, Fabian as well.
There's many guys. I can actually do this all day.
I have to admit, the funniest player that I team with was definitely Doki.
Alamo is still like super fun.
I used to always watch Nesk streams and I would just laugh myself. I would copy Nesk.
The best celebration, I would say, is definitely Canadian.
Probably iconic, I think. I think the way he celebrates every round.
Best celebration after winning a game is probably the Sui from Ronaldo.
G2 washed Virtus.pro on top. EU champions decided here for stage 1, and it is set. Benja tweeted, you know what, Alamao, he's gone out of Brazil to not be in Paulo's shadow, and now he's in mine. Well, now there's a bigger shadow hanging over the entirety of G2 Oregon. 7-4 going to Virtus.pro. We're back on the analyst desk. I'm Milos with Mir, Exer, Troika, and Demo. Now, Ollie, 7-4 in Oregon. Look at that performance.
Doesn't look good, does it, if you're a G2 fan, but it looks fantastic if you are a Virtus.pro fan. Only managing 2 rounds on either side of things here. That is not a stereotypical split here for Oregon. Virtus.pro, 1 step ahead of the game. It wasn't Dan that we were looking toward this time for a big performance. Instead, it was Joystick. A couple of really standout rounds in particular. I think about round number 6. Joystick 1 versus 4 post-plant. The plant went down in a 2v4, and it's no surprise to see him here as our MVP, which is maybe a little bit of a throwback because he does often get overshadowed by other members of the team, but it's nice to see that he's still got it.
One of the OG gunners that I think you can look back in European history. He was there. Ollie, you said that 7-4 is a great scoreline if you're VP. 7-4 is a bad scoreline if you're G2. I think it's a horrible scoreline. That's what I think it is. So that's all I have to say about that.
Totally unbiased.
I think
totally unbiased.
Look. Right, G2. I think they should be top in this league. They should be. I think they should be finishing first. But VP, I think today they've shown that they are a real threat going into this major. It's not the end of the world for G2. It's not the end of the world. They can afford to lose this game. It's the major games where they have to make it matter and where they have to make it count. But no, all credit. You can't take anything away from Virtus.pro. This unique style of Siege, this timeless sense that we're seeing from Virtus.pro is, yeah, it's incredible to see it still work. I'm still trying to get my head around how it's still functioning in this day and age, but hey, they're putting on a performance. Again, I think as much as what we said about Joystick, I think Dan has had an unbelievable series from start to finish. That guy has been the constant. I can't wait to see what they're going to be like on LAN, because if anything we know, Milos, with this team, they play 100 times better on LAN than what they do online.
You say that, then again, at the beginning of SI 22, was it, in Sweden, there were some issues when all the players finally got together, when a couple of them finally were released from quarantine in their hotel room, and things got a bit heated for a moment. We heard how things have been with the team, but that was a while ago. Changes have happened. It was over a year ago. We'll have to see. It's a return back to LAN, and actually, I'd like to pull up that playoffs bracket one more time. That'll be the end of our playoffs and really the main stage here of EU League. So you'll see Team Secret and Heroic have dropped to LCQ. MNM beating Wild means that MNM will be going and playing in phase 1 of the major. So basically the open bracket, and then the closed bracket will have Virtus.pro and G2 in phase 2. They'll be one phase away from going to the main event. So they have a head start over everybody else. Virtus.pro also, because they beat G2, get an advantage in seeding, but also money, but also SI points, which I'm sure Hap talked your ears off, and I'm sure he would do more of it over on his socials, because it is very important for Virtus.pro to start gathering up those points. G2, on the other hand, looking pretty comfortable regardless of how you look at things with this loss. Now for our last chance qualifiers bracket. That'll be the focus of next week. Our regular league is done until later on in the year. There's no stage 2 in the summer. That'll be later on for end of summer, early autumn. More info on that soon. But LCQ is the focus for next week. That'll be all from the studio. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And the focus for it, though, are these incredible teams in here, Ollie. How are you feeling about this bracket?
I've said it before and I'll say it again next week when we're in the studio, Milos. It's almost a crying shame that we're only sending one of these teams to the major, in addition to the 3 we've already sent. Obviously, you always wish that you have more spots at a major to send, more of the good teams that you have in every region. But you just look down the list. You look at your BDSs, Heroic, Wolves, Secret, Koi. A lot of these teams have a lot of pedigree. A lot of them have won majors in the past, looking more toward Koi and BDS. And you're really looking at them and thinking, we're only sending one. It's going to be spicy next week, and there's going to be some really big games, and there's still potential for a little bit of an upset thrown in there as well. You look at the Wild X10 star game, the Dun Limited BDS game. They're not clear-cut results by any stretch of the imagination. You can't go in there entirely underestimating these Challenger League teams that are coming up for a spot.
Demo, your thoughts?
Ollie says, it's a shame that we can only send one. I mean, that's just how stacked Europe is. I mean, we do the same last year for all the majors. I think it's just because we were so fortunate to field 7 teams at Invitational. It feels as though Europe should have more, but really I think we we overachieved in terms of how many teams we actually sent last year. So, imagine if GT or MNM didn't qualify. We'd be sitting there looking at the lower quals thinking, oh, how are those 2 teams not in it? That's just the way it is with this region and how strong it is. I mean, we've dominated over the past year, have we not? We've won the past 3 international tournaments.
What do you mean we? Whoa.
I was going to say, there's a lot of we getting thrown out here, Demo. There's a lot of we. You're coming in to, for a one-off broadcaster.
Look at him. He's so surprised. Like, we. What are you talking about? We.
That's all
We're
right.
not in France.
I'll go back to the chick. I'll go back to Jesse. I'll go back to him. That's all right. See you later then, fellas. That's all right. I'll go back to him. He wants me. He wants me there.
Well, we might have to see if he still does after this.
He
said we an awful lot there.
He wants me.
We have whoa. We have his number. We can always send him everything that
Bring
you're
him on.
saying here.
Get him in the call. Get him on here. Interview him.
I think he's off with the lads watching a movie, so that'll be for after the movie is done, though. Anyways, Demo X, thank you very much for today, and thank you for Hap and Fluke for joining us. They both looked fantastic, and all of you looked fantastic today for a work from home broadcast. We've been so used to the studio over the past, few months that doing this feels a bit odd in some ways, but I'm glad that despite the fact that there were the tech issues and the internet issues suffered by the players a few days ago, we still got to do the broadcast and got to show everybody what happened in the games. We didn't know what the results were, especially not the casters. and they were coming in all straight up. We're calling what we're seeing in front of us, and that's how it went down. I hope you enjoyed our, I guess, irregular broadcast. I know nobody was really expecting this, but hey, we got something.
I've turned up. It's already irregular to begin with, so that kind of sums it up.
Demo, you're part of the family anyways, and you know it. Anyways, thank you all very much for today. This is it. Next week, we'll be back with LCQ. Janiro will be in the studio, and she'll be hosting the show. That'll be a lot of fun. I'm very much excited to see Kulthum and another Arab woman in the studio. That'll be a fantastic time, and I hope you guys all enjoy it. Till then, let's see which final team qualifies from Europe. LCQ next week. See you then. Bye-bye.